Chapter 41. The first bell's echo faded into the stone, and Lirenne stood in the east stair corridor with Broadvein Mourne's words still pressing against her chest. Hot. Smoke. Pulling me by the arm. She had not saved him in a loop she could remember clearly. The 57th was buried behind the memory wall, accessible only as a bruise, a shape of terror without the details that made it real. But he remembered. He carried the sensation of a corridor that did not exist in this morning's academy, and that meant the Palino Dial's breach had spread wider than she had allowed herself to believe. "Say it again," she said. "What?" "The line you remember. The one I told you about the east stairwell." Broadvein's brow tightened, but he did not look away. "You said the east stairwell was the safest rep between the gallery and the archive, because it was always the last to be sealed. You said it in a voice that sounded like you had learned it the hard way, by being trapped in the wrong corridor while the lockdown bell rang." She had said those words. She remembered saying them, though she could not place the loop. A corridor, a lockdown, the panic of a bell that would not stop. But the words themselves were precise, chosen for maximum clarity, the kind of instruction she gave when she needed someone to survive without her. "Did I tell you anything else?" she asked. "In that memory, before or after?" Broadvein was quiet for a long moment. His eyes moved, not looking at her, searching inward through fragments that should not exist. "You said the archive was not safe," he said slowly. "You said the safest place in the academy was nowhere at all, because every room had a version of itself that was already watching." Lirenne's blood went cold. She had never told anyone that. Not Oren, not Rue, not Corwel in any loop she could fully retrieve. It was a thought she had held in silence, a private conviction born from too many mornings spent waking in a bed that was not hers, surrounded by walls that remembered every version of her that had failed and tried again. And yet Broadvein was repeating it back to her, as if she had spoken it aloud in a corridor that no longer existed. "That is not a line from the script," she said quietly. "No." His voice was careful now, the same measured tone he used when assembling evidence. "I did not think it was." "Where else could it have come from?" He did not answer, but the look on his face told her he had been asking himself that question since he will, and the only answer that fit was one he did not want to accept. She had given him a piece of herself in a loop she could not remember, and the loop had died, and the piece had survived anyway. "You said you were afraid of me," Lirenne said. "In your fragments, because I looked at you like someone who had already seen you die." "Yes." "Was that before or after the smoky corridor?" Broadvein's jaw tightened. "After. You pulled me through the corridor and then you looked at me and your face changed. You looked relieved for 1 second and then you looked terrified, as if saving me had cost something you had not meant to spend." It had. She knew it had. Every life she pulled from a dying loop cost her a piece of the detachment she had built to survive the next reset. She had forgotten the specifics, but her body remembered the shape of that cost, the way her hands shook as she dressed that morning, the phantom ache where the reset bell used to be. "I need to know how many pieces you are carrying," she said. "Every fragment, every line, every impression that does not belong to this morning. You need to know how deep the breach goes." "Yes." Broadvein was silent. Then he stepped closer, close enough that she could see the exhaustion at the corners of his eyes, the same exhaustion she saw in her own reflection when she let herself look. "I remember waking on the first morning of entrance term," he said. "Not this morning, a different one. I was lying in my dormitory bed, and I knew, before I opened my eyes, that something was wrong. The air felt heavier, the silence between the bells was too long, and I heard your voice, not in the room, but inside my head, telling to stay away from the trial platform. Lirenne's throat closed. I told you that? You told me something like it. I do not remember the exact words, just the urgency, the sense that you were speaking to me from somewhere I could not reach, and that you were running out of time. The corridor felt narrower suddenly, the walls closer. The morning light filtering through the high window seemed thinner, less reliable. Brodvain. She kept her voice low. Did you ever act on that memory? In the loop where you first had it? No. His eyes met hers. I did not understand what it was. I thought it was a dream, a strange premonition brought on by exam nerves. I went to the trial platform, and I performed as expected, and nothing happened. Nothing? Nothing that I could trace to the voice? But I came to watch you that day. I stood at the back of the gallery and watched how you moved through the corridor, anticipating turns before they appeared, speaking to people as if you had already met them. And I knew, even then, that you were not what you pretended to be. She felt the weight of that observation, the fact that he had been watching her across iterations he should not have been conscious of, carrying impressions that should have dissolved with the bell. The breach is real, she said. The Palinodial's correction did not seal everything, it only sealed the day. The fragments you carry are residue from every loop I lived that touched yours. Why you? I do not know. And why me? She had no answer for that either. But the question hung in the air between them, heavy with implications she was not ready to face. A footfall at the top of the stairs. Lirenne turned. Head Proctor Severin Quist stood at the stairwell entrance, his gray eyes fixed on her, his ledger tucked beneath his arm. He did not look surprised to find her here, or to find Brodvain standing close enough to have been sharing confidences. Miss Raveth. His voice carried no accusation, but it carried no warmth either. You are instructed to report to my office at first bell. The first bed had told. She had not moved toward his office. She had stood in the east stair corridor, treating fragments of a broken curse with a boy who should not remember. I am on my way, Head Proctor. You are not. Quist descended 2 steps, then stopped. His gaze shifted to Brodvain. And you, Mr. Mourne, are expected in the East Deliberation Chamber for a preliminary review of the arena collapse. Dean Norek requested your testimony before the second bell. Brodvain's posture stiffened, but he did not argue. I was not informed of a review. You are being informed now. Quist's eyes returned to Lirenne, and she saw something on them that had not been there before. Not suspicion, not certainty. Something quieter and sharper. The patience of a man who had realized his prey was part of a larger hunt. You will come with me now, Miss Raveth. Mr. Mourne will proceed to the deliberation chamber. Separate inquiries. Quist knew. He did not know everything, but he knew that Brodvain had been speaking to her in a corridor that was not part of any approved route, at a time that was not part of any scheduled meeting. He knew enough to separate them before they could compare fragments. Lirenne looked at Brodvain. His face was composed, but his hands were still, pressed flat against his thighs, the stillness of a man who was holding himself together by will. After the second bell, she said. Brodvain nodded once. Quist's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. He simply turned and began climbing the stairs, expecting her to follow. She followed. But as she passed through the stairwell door, she looked back and saw Brodvain still standing at the bottom of the steps, watching her with the eyes of someone who had already seen her pull him for a burning corridor once, and was waiting to see if she would do it again. The door swung shut between them. Chapter 42. Quist's office smelled of ink and old paper. Lirenne stood before his desk while he settled into the chair behind it, his ledger open but untouched, his gray eyes fixed on her with the patience of someone who had already decided when he would speak. The morning light fell through the high window in a single blade of gold, cutting the room into light and shadow. She stood in the light. He sat in the shadow. He did not offer her a seat. "The arena mechanism has been documented," he said. "Dean Norrick's inspectors completed a preliminary assessment before the second bell. The conduit edits have been mapped, the pulse pattern recorded, and the foundation level damage measured." She said nothing. The assessment concludes that the edits were laid approximately 40 years ago, overlaid on an older sigil grid, and activated by cumulative pressure from the ranking trial's power draw. He turned a page in his ledger without looking down. "The conclusion is that the mechanism was not designed to target individuals. It was designed to fail in a way that would expose the Academy's sigil vulnerabilities." That was true, and false. The mechanism had been designed to fail, but not as an exposure test. It had been designed to feed the grid to something beneath the foundation. "The inspectors have submitted their report to Dean Norrick," Quist continued. "The report will be filed. The arena will remain sealed until the grid is fully inspected. Ranking trials are suspended for the term." "Filed," she repeated. "Filed." His eyes met hers. "The mechanism will be recorded as an isolated structural failure caused by aged conduit edits that were never properly removed when the old floor was replaced. The student who was injured during the first trial will receive full medical coverage and a tuition adjustment. No further investigation will be conducted." The silence stretched. "You are telling me the administration has decided not to investigate?" "The administration has decided to classify." He closed the ledger. "There is a difference." Lyren's hands stayed still at her sides, but she felt the shift in the room, the subtle recalibration of power that came when a door was closed without being locked. Who decided this? The decision was made after consultation with Dean Norrick, the senior archive custodian, and 2 members of the Foundation Board who were present at the arena when the lines appeared. The archive woman. Quist's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. The senior custodian of old records, yes. She was consulted because the conduit edits predate the current administrative structure. Lirenne thought of the silver-haired women who had watched Rue copy the consequences list without intervening, who had recommended the lockdown, who had stood silent in the deliberation chamber while Yselle reframed Quist's narrative. She wanted the mechanism classified. The archive custodian recommended containment of information on grounds that the sigil edits could not be traced to any living staff member, and that public investigation would damage the Academy's standing with both noble sponsors and scholarship donors. Quist's voice carried no approval or disapproval. Dean Norrick agreed. "And you?" He did not answer immediately. His fingers rested on the ledger's leather cover, tracing the edge of the ink stain on his middle finger. "I agreed that the mechanism predates my inquiry," he said. "I agreed that the edits were not your work. I did not agree that the mechanism was isolated." She felt the words land like stones. "But you signed the classification anyway." "I signed the report." He looked at her then, directly, and she saw something in his gray eyes that she had not seen before. Not suspicion, not certainty. Something closer to a question he was not ready to ask aloud. Because the alternative was a full institutional review that would have pulled every student within reach of the arena into formal question, including the first-year girl you pulled from the platform, including Corwel Baine, including every witness who saw the lines glow. And I do not yet know what questions to ask. He knows, she thought. He knows the mechanism was targeted at something deeper than a student, and he does not know who built it or why. "The classification buys time," Quist said. "It prevents panic. It prevents the Foundation Board from sealing the lower passages before anyone can examine them, and it prevents me from being reassigned off this case before I find the architect's trail." She let the silence hold, then spoke carefully. "You are telling me this because you want something from me. I am telling you this because the Academy will now require all students who were present at the arena collapse to submit written accounts of their movements between the first bell and the evacuation." He slid a folded paper across the desk. "Your account must be submitted to the senior archive custodian's office before the fourth bell." The paper sat between them, unmarked except for a timestamp and a case number. "No questions," she said. "No investigation. Just a written account that will be filed and forgotten. The account will be compared against the movement logs that were already collected. Discrepancies will be noted. And if there are discrepancies?" His eyes held hers. "Then the classification becomes incomplete and the investigation reopens." She understood. He was not burying the truth. He was building a frame around it. A sealed record that could be reopened if she gave him a reason. If she gave him evidence that could not be dismissed as rumor or aristocratic scheming. "You want me to write something that contradicts the official story?" "I want you to write the truth," Quist said, "and I want the senior archive custodian to read it and decide whether classification holds." She picked up the paper. The paper was blank. The case number was fresh, assigned today, the day after the loop broke, the day after the mechanism failed, the day after the Foundation claimed its architect. She folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. "I will submit my account before the fourth bell." "See that you do." She turned toward the door, but his voice stopped her before she reached it. "Miss Raveth," she paused. "The boy who was waiting for you in the east stair corridor. Rosigne Mourne." Quist's voice was level, but she heard the weight beneath it. "He has been assigned to the deliberation chamber review because his testimony was listed as material to the arena collapse investigation. That review is sealed. His testimony will not be made available to any party outside the Foundation board." She turned. "How long will the review take?" "Until the board is satisfied that his account contains no anomalies requiring further investigation." "And if it does?" Quist did not answer, but his hand moved to his ledger, and she understood that the question was not one he could answer aloud. She left the office with the folded paper in her sleeve and the weight of a new silence pressing against her ribs. The corridor was empty. The first bell had long since faded. The second bell would toll soon. And she was meant to meet Rue in the old library and Brodvain at the archive entrance. And she had a written account to submit before the fourth bell. And somewhere beneath the Foundation, something had stirred when the third line failed. She walked. But as she rounded the corner toward the east wing, she saw a figure standing at the far end of the corridor, too still to be a student moving between glasses, the silver-haired archive woman. She did not approach. She did not speak. She simply stood at the junction where the corridor split toward the old library and the deliberation chamber, watching Lirenne as if she had been waiting for her to pass this exact point at this exact moment. Lirenne stopped. The archive woman raised one hand and pointed toward the deliberation chamber, held the gesture for a single breath, then lowered it and walked away. The message was clear. Brodvain's sealed review. The archive custodian wanted her to know where the danger lay. Lirenne looked at the deliberation chamber door at the end of the corridor, closed and guarded, and felt the shape of the new silence closing around her. Chapter 43. Rue was already in the old library when Lirenne arrived, bent over the reading table with a collection of small devices laid out before her like a surgeon's tools. A cracked compass, a sigil lamp with a blackened housing, a half-melted communication mirror with the silver backing peeling away in curls. She did not look up when Lirenne closed the door. "I need you to see something." Lirenne crossed the room, the blank account form still folded in her sleeve. "What happened?" The wards in the service passage between the arena and the archive. Rue touched the cracked compass, and the needle swung in a slow, directionless circle. They are not holding. The sigil matrices in every device that was near the arena during the discharge are still destabilizing. I pulled these from the storage closet below the east staircase an hour ago. They were worse this morning than they were last night. Lirenne sat down across from her. How much worse? Rue picked up the sigil lamp and turned the housing toward the light. The sigils etched into the brass were still glowing, a faint, heatless orange, pulsing in irregular bursts instead of a steady feed. This lamp was in a locked cabinet 30 feet from the arena floor. It has not been turned on in 3 years. Rue set it down. It is burning now because something in the Academy's sigil grid is still feeding power into the network. The arena is dead. The mechanism is cut, but the contagion is not stopping. Lirenne watched the lamp pulse. 7 beats. A rest. 7 beats. The same rhythm. The dial, she said. We corrected the inscription, but we did not stop the pulse. We only stopped it from cycling through the arena. I think the dial was never the source. I think it was a regulator. Rue pressed her palm flat against the table, a rare crack in her composure. The pulse beneath the foundation, the thing that answered when the third line failed, that is the source. The dial was built to keep it contained. The mechanism was built to feed it, and we cut the feed without sealing the container. The silence between them stretched. Lirenne could feel the weight of the morning pressing against her, the account to write, Brodvain sealed in the deliberation chamber, the archive woman's silent gesture still burning in her memory. Rue, how many devices are showing this pattern? I checked the entire East Wing service corridor before I came here. Rue's voice dropped. 7 lamps, 3 communication mirrors, a heating regulator in the lower archive stairwell, and a desk clock in the reading room that has not kept accurate time since before I started working here. All on the same pulse. All on the same pulse. Lirenne's mind moved through the implications. If the contagion was spreading through the Academy's sigil grid, then every device connected to that grid was a potential channel. The wards, the gate seals, the dormitory locking mechanisms, the communication mirrors in every staff office, including Quist's. Quist has a mirror on his desk. Rue's eyes met hers. I know. Does he know it is showing signs of drift? I do not know what Quist knows, but I know he has not called for an inspection of the Academy's sigil network. Rue pushed the cracked compass across the table, which means either he has not noticed or he has noticed and he is waiting, and I do not know which possibility is worse. Lirenne picked up the compass. The needle was still turning, aimless and patient, as if it had forgotten what direction meant. She thought about the 7-beat pulse running through the Academy's bones, the thing beneath the foundation sember, setting about the Sundage med, septly and deliberate as if someone were pressing letters from the other side with a fingernail. I think the dial was never the source. I think it was a regulator. Rue pressed her palm flat against the table, a rare crack in her composure. The pulse beneath the foundation. The thing that answered when the third line failed, that is the source. The dial was built to keep it contained. The mechanism was built to feed it, and we cut the feed without sealing the container. The silence between them stretched. Lirenne concealed the weight of the morning pressing against her. The account to write. Brodvain sealed in the deliberation chamber. Rue shook her head. The passages beneath the dial are not mapped in any archive record I have ever seen. The seal at the base of the foundation chamber was never supposed to be opened. Lirenne Caine built the dial to sit directly over it as a capstone. Then the architect built the mechanism to access that same point from the arena side. Yes, and we cut that access. Lirenne set the compass down and met Rue's gaze. Blurredvein is in the deliberation chamber. Quist separated us specifically to prevent us from comparing what we know. If I can get to the deliberation chamber before his review concludes, I might be able to see the testimony records, or at least confer what the Foundation Board knows. The deliberation chamber is sealed. You cannot access it without authorization from the Foundation Board or a direct order from Dean Norrick. I know. Rue studied her for a long moment, then reached into the satchel at her side and pulled out a slim volume bound in faded leather. She opened it to a marked page and turned it toward Lirenne. The page was covered in diagrams, conduit lines, junction points, a layered cross-section of the Academy's foundation with annotations in a cramped, precise hand. What is this? A copy of the original arena sigil blueprints. I pulled them from the lower archive last night before Quist sealed the records. Rue touched a line that ran through the center of the diagram. This is the route the mechanism was using to draw power from the dial, but look here. She traced a second line, thinner, branching away from the main conduit and dangling upward toward the east wing. This line does not connect to the arena. It connects to the deliberation chamber. Lirenne's breath caught. The deliberation chamber was built directly over an older junction point. The same junction point the mechanism was feeding. If the pulse is still running through the grid, then the deliberation chamber is one of the active nodes. Blurredvein is sitting in a room that is connected to the same network that just killed its architect. When will the review end? I do not know. But the Foundation board members arrived before the second bell. They are not scheduled to leave until the account submissions are collected at the fourth bell. Lirenne looked at the diagram, at the thin line running toward the deliberation chamber, and felt the shape of the silence around her shift. She needed to reach Blurredvein before the pulse did something the Foundation Board could not contain. She needed to write an account that would not trigger a full institutional review. She needed to trust Rue with the truth about what she was planning. The archive woman pointed me toward the deliberation chamber, Lirenne said. She knows Blurredvein is in there. She wants to get to act. Rue's eyes widened. She pointed you toward it, directly? Directly. One gesture, then she walked away. Rue was silent for a long moment, then watched into the satchel at her side and pulled out a slim volume bound in faded leather. She opened it to a marked page and turned it toward Lirenne. The page was covered in diagrams, conduit lines, junction points, a layered cross-section of the Academy's foundation with annotations in a cramped, precise hand. What is this? A copy of the original arena sigil blueprints. I pulled them from the lower archive last night, before Quist sealed the records. Rue touched a line that ran through the center of the diagram. This is the route the mechanism was using to draw power from the dial. But look here. I would be visible. But I would not be stopping. I would be walking to the archive custodian's office to submit an account exactly as Quist instructed. Rue's jaw tightened. And if the pulse reaches the deliberation chamber before you reach the door, then I will be in the right corridor to see what happens. The communication mirror on the table flickered. Lirenne looked down. The silver surface had gone dark, then bright, then dark again. Writing began to appear in the center of the glass, slow and deliberate, as if someone were pressing the letters from the other side with a fingernail. The script was angular, sharp, crude, archive dialect. The phrase formed letter about letter, and Lirenne read it aloud before her mind could stop her. When the third line failed, the Foundation claimed its architect. Rue went still. That is the dial's 7th line. I know. Who is writing the dial's 7th line into a communication mirror that has been dead for 3 years? Lirenne stared at the words, glowing faintly on the silver surface, and felt the new silence closing around her like a hand. The mirror flashed once more. The words dissolved, and a new phrase began to form, letter by letter, in a hand no living scribe had ever used. Your name was on the seal. Chapter 44. Quist's office had changed since the last time Lirenne stood inside it. The desk was cleared, no ledgers, no ink pots, no stack of trial rotation lists. Just a single sheet of paper face down in the center of the empty surface, and a chair that had been pulled to face the door instead of the window. He did not offer her a seat. Lirenne stood with her account form still folded inside her sleeve, the paper warm against her wrist from carrying it through 3 corridors and 2 stairwells. She had been walking toward the archive custodian's office when a junior proctor intercepted her at the East Junction and redirected her here without explanation. You submitted your account early, Quist said. It was not a question. I was following the instruction to submit before the 4th bell. You were following the instruction to submit to the archive custodian's office, which is on the far side of the deliberation chamber corridor. He let the pause stretch. I had you brought here to save you the detour. Lirenne kept her breathing even. He knew. He did not know what she was planning, but he knew she had been moving toward Bravaine's location, and he had closed the rat before she could reach it. I can submit it to you instead? You can submit it to me. I will see that it reaches the custodian. He extended his hand, palm flat, waiting. She pulled the folded form from her sleeve and placed it in his hand. Their fingers did not touch. Quist set the paper on the desk without opening it. He did not look at it. He looked at her, and his pale gray eyes held the same cold patience she had seen in the arena corridor, the same calculation that had let him watch her run toward the platform instead of stopping her. The arena collapse, he said, has been classified as an isolated structural failure. That is the public record, that is the Foundation Board's finding, that is what every student, every proctor, and every staff member will be told to accept. Lirenne waited. But you and I both know the collapse was not isolated. The mechanism that failed was feeding from a source that predates every sigil edit, every conduit relay, and every safety protocol installed in the last 40 years. He paused. You know this because you recognized the pulse rhythm. You knew where the conduits led before Mourne traced them to the deliberation chamber. Her stomach tightened. Quist saw it. Mourne's testimony is being reviewed in a sealed chamber as we speak. The Foundation Board is examining every piece of information he has provided about the arena, the conduit routing, and the lineage records he accessed without authorization. He accessed those records at my request. I know. Quist's voice was flat. That is why he is in the sealed review, not because he acted alone, but because he acted on information that should not have been available to a first-term scholarship student, information that led him directly to a 40-year-old junction point beneath the deliberation chamber. Lirenne said nothing. The silence pressed against her ribs. The question before the board, Quist continued, is not whether the mechanism was altered. The question is, who knew the alteration existed before the collapse occurred, and whether that knowledge constitutes an unfair advantage over every other student who entered the ranking trial without knowing the floor was rigged. The mechanism was not rigged to target students. It was aimed at the grid. I am aware, but you knew the mechanism existed at all. You knew where the conduits led. You knew the pulse pattern. You knew the dial's inscription. He leaned forward slightly. and when I asked Mourne how he came to taste the conduit route to the deliberation chamber, he told me you gave him the starting point. Lirenne's throat went dry. He told you that? He told the Foundation Board, in a sealed testimony that I am not permitted to share with you, but whose contents I am permitted to act upon. Quist's gaze did not waver. Mourne is now a witness to a classified event. His movements, his archive access, and his known associations are all under review, including his association with you. The word hung in the air. Association, not accusation, not conspiracy, association. A word that could tighten into something worse if Quist chose to pull the thread. House Mourne, Quist said, has a recorded history of archive access that extends further back than Brodvaine's enrollment. Records I obtained this morning from the lower stacks. Records that show a Moore family member requested access to the old record division 41 years ago, 1 year before Lirenne Caine sealed the chamber beneath the library. Lirenne's fingers tightened on the handle. The Moore family did not just request access to the old record division. Someone in their line sealed that record after the request was denied, and that seal was keyed to the same hand that bet the archive's oldest containment wards. She turned her head just enough to see his reflection in the glass. Whoever sealed that record, Quist said, did not want anyone finding the connection between House Mourne and the chamber beneath the library, and they did it 41 years ago, 1 year before Lirenne Caine sealed the dial chamber for good. The air in the room felt thin. Lirenne opened the door and stepped into the corridor. The door clicked shut behind her. She stood in the empty hall, the silence of the academy pressing against her skin, and she understood that the question was no longer whether Brodvaine was in danger. It was whether the Mourne line had been entangled with the dial's secret before Brodvaine was even born, and whether the person who sealed that record was still inside the academy walls. Chapter 45. The kitchen smelled of bread and steam and the clean sharpness of scrubbed copper. Lirenne stood in the doorway with her hands still pressed to the frame, the weight of Quist's revelation lodged beneath her ribs like a splinter she could not reach. The corridor behind her stretched empty. No proctor followed. No bell had rung since her dismissal. Oren looked up from the prep table where he was kneading dough with the flat of his palms. His sleeves were rolled past the elbows, and flour dusted the front of his apron. He took one look at her and stopped moving. "You look like you walked through something you should not have." She tried to shape a reply that would sound normal. Something about Quist, the account form, the Mourne ledger. The words sat in her throat and refused to arrange themselves into sense. Oren wiped his hands on a clout and crossed the kitchen in 5 measured steps. He did not touch her. He stood close enough that she could feel the warmth coming off his skin and said, "When did you last eat?" She opened her mouth. "I do not want the answer you give to questions you think are polite," he said. "I want the one that matches what your hands are doing." Lirenne looked down. Her fingers were opening and closing against her palm in a rhythm she had not chosen. 7 beats. Rest. 7 beats. She made them stop. "I do not remember," she said. "That is not an answer. That is the only one I have." Oren held her gaze for a moment, then turned and pulled a bowl from the shelf. He ladled something from the pot hiding over the fire, a thick stew dark with root vegetables and herbs, and set it on the table at the end of the prep bench. He added a spoon and a heel of bread. "Sit," he said. "I do not have time to." "You have time to eat. The archive is not going anywhere. The deliberation chamber is sealed until the 4th bell. Whatever you are running toward will still be there in 10 minutes. And if it is not, then you were running into a trap instead of a solution." He pulled out the chair. "Sit." She sat. The stew was hot. The first spoonful burned her tongue and she swallowed it anyway, because the pain was something to hold on to that was not panic. She ate 3 more spoonfuls before she realized her hands were shaking hard enough to rattle the spoon against the bowl. Oren sat across from her. He did not speak. He watched her eat with a patience that felt heavier than any question he could have asked. She put the spoon down. "Quist told me that someone in House Mourne sealed a record 41 years ago," she said. "The same sigil used on the dial chamber. The same hand that built the archive's oldest wards." Oren's expression did not shift, but something in his posture tightened. "And Bravain?" "Under sealed review. His testimony placed me at the conduit trace." She pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. "He is not the enemy. He was trying to help, and now the board has him." "And the Mourne sealant? Still inside the academy walls, possibly." She dropped her hands. "I do not know if it is a living person or a sigil lock that has been waiting 40 years for someone to trip it." Oren was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached across the table and pushed the bowl closer to her. "Eat more. Then tell me what you actually want to do." She looked at the stew. Her stomach turned, but she picked up the spoon again because he was watching, and because sitting still felt like the first honest thing she had done in hours. The kitchen sounds filled the space between them. The crack of the fire, the drip of water from the tap, the distant murmur of the academy moving through its morning routines, unaware of the sealed chambers and the pulsing mirrors, and the thing beneath the foundation that had accepted its architect. Between one breath and the next, Lirenne realized she had stopped counting the beats. It was not a relief. It felt like losing a limb she had learned to lean on. "I do not know what to do," she said. The admission came out flat and simple, without drama. She had meant to say something else, something that sounded like a plan, but the words had refused to cooperate and the truth had slipped through instead. Oren did not look surprised. "Would," he said. "That is the first sensible thing you have said since you walked in." She stared at him. "Knowing what you do not know is better than pretending you have an answer you have not earned." He leaned back in his chair. "You have been running on memory and reflex for so long that you forgot how to stop and let the ground settle under your feet? But the loop is broken. You cannot keep moving like someone who still has 82 chances left." The words landed somewhere deep, in the place where she had been carrying the weight of every failed iteration without ever setting it down. She looked at her hands. They had stopped shaking. "I need to reach the archive before the 4th bell," she said. "Rue has the blueprints. She was tracking the pulse spread, and the mirror spoke to me." Oren's eyes sharpened. "What mirror?" "A dead communication mirror in the old library storage room. It has been silent for 3 years." She paused. "It wrote the dial's 7th line in archive script, and then it told me my name was on the seal." The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with the weight of what that meant, the implication that Lirenne's connection to the dial predated the loops, predated her waking in Isolde's body, predated everything she had assumed about how she had become trapped. "Your name," Oren said slowly. "Or Isolde's? I do not know." He absorbed that. Then he stood and crossed to the shelf where the kitchen's ledger logs were stacked. He pulled one down and flipped through pages until he found what he was looking for. "There is a service corridor that connects the old library's lower storage rooms to the deliberation chamber's foundation level," he said without looking up. "It was used 40 years ago to move sealed archive materials under Academy notice. The Raveth delivery route. It was decommissioned when the record division split." She had not told him about that part. He found the entry and traced it with his finger. "The door at the end of the route has been locked since before I started working here. But the steward's keys still fit the older locks." He looked up. If you want to reach the deliberation chamber without passing through Quist's corridor, that is the way. Lirenne's chest tightened. You would risk that? The Foundation Board is investigating anyone connected to Broadvein. I am a kitchen worker, Oren said. The board does not see me. That is the point. She wanted to argue, to tell him that he should stay clear, that the net was tightening, that she could not afford to pull anyone else into the collapse. But the words would not come because she had already learned the cost of trying to carry everything alone and the weight was still pressing against her ribs. After the second bell, she said. Oren nodded and closed the ledger. The kitchen fell back into its rhythm. Steam rose from the stew pot. The fire crackled. For a handful of heartbeats, the worried felt almost ordinary. Then the clock on the scullery shelf chimed. 1 beat. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A pause. A breath of silence that should have been the end. It chimed again. Lirenne's hand shot out and gripped the edge of the table. The 8th chime hung in the air like a blade that had not yet fallen. Oren's head turned toward the clock. His face was very still. That clock has not chimed the half hour in 12 years, he said. The mechanism was replaced. It only strikes the full hour now. Lirenne stared at the clock face. The hands were exactly where they had been when she entered the kitchen. It had not moved. But it had chimed. 8 times. Chapter 46. Corwel entered the kitchen with her sleeves still damp from the morning wash, stopped at the threshold, and read the room in a single glance. Lirenne sat with both hands flat against the table. Oren stood at the scullery threshold, staring at the clock whose hands had not moved. You look, Corwel said slowly, like someone who just heard a ghost answer back. Lirenne did not correct her. Corwel crossed to the table and sat without asking permission. Her eyes traveled from Lirenne's face to Oren's posture to the clock and back again. The kitchen clock chimed 8, Lirenne said. Its half-hour mechanism was removed 12 years ago. Corwel waited. Also, Lirenne added, the hands did not move. The silence that followed was the kind that settled into bone. Corwel absorbed it, turned it over, and set it aside with the patience of someone who had learned to hold questions until answers were ready. I came to find you because the archive woman stopped me in the east corridor, Corwel said. She did not speak. She just looked at me for 3 full breaths and then walked away. Lirenne's chest tightened. That is the 2nd time today she has done that, Lirenne said. To me as well. Corwel nodded slowly. She is telling us something, or waiting for us to move so she knows where we land. Oren finally turned from the clock. The delivery route is still accessible. I checked the lock on my way back from the storage cellar. The steward's key turned without resistance. Then we go after the 2nd bell, Lirenne said. But Corwel was not finished. She sat forward, her hands wrapped around the edge of the table, and her voice dropped to something careful. There is something else. Something I did not know how to say in front of Crest or Rue. Lirenne felt the shift. The air between them changed. I have been noticing things, Corwel said. Small things. The way you say my name. The exact moment you step into a corridor. The way you handed me a cup of water this morning before I even asked for it. She paused. I have never told you I was thirsty. Lirenne's throat closed. I stood in the hall before the morning assembly, Corwel continued, and you came out of nowhere with a ceramic cup that was still steaming. You said nothing. You just gave it to me and walked on. She looked at Lirenne with eyes that held no accusation, only the weight of something she could not name. That is not the first time you have done something like that. There was a warning about the trial rotation that you gave me before I even knew there was a rotation to worry about. There was the way you stepped between me and the east corridor mirror without looking at it, as if you knew exactly what was inside the glass. Corwel's voice stayed steady, but her hands had stopped moving. I do not know how you know these things, she said, but I know I have felt them before. Not the actions themselves, but the shape of them, the echo, as if someone has already done this for me in a life I cannot quite remember. The kitchen fire crackled. The clock stayed silent. Lirenne looked at Corwel and saw the cotton heroine of a story that was supposed to end in Isolde's disgrace, sitting at a scarred wooden table in a service kitchen, trying to hold on to fragments of a past that had never been hers. Can memory survive as emotion? Corwel asked. Without the picture, without the date, without the name. Can the body remember something the mind has lost? Lirenne opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. I do not know, she said, but I have been asking that question for 82 days. Corwel held her gaze. Something passed between them, not quite trust, not quite understanding, but a recognition that the ground beneath both of them had shifted in ways neither could fully map. Orin broke the silence first. There is stew, he said. Eat, both of you. You cannot walk into a locked corridor on empty stomachs. Corwel almost smiled. She reached for the bowl he pushed across the table, and for a few breaths, the kitchen felt almost ordinary again. Then Corwel's hand stopped halfway to her mouth. Her eyes fixed on something beyond the kitchen window, out in the narrow service yard that ran between the scullery and the east maintenance shed. Who is that? She said. Lirenne turned. A first-year student stood in the yard, a boy she recognized from the orientation hall, wheat-haired, light, wearing the standard academy gray. He was not walking anywhere. He was standing in the exact center of the cobblestones, facing the wall with his right hand pressed flat against the old brick. And he was speaking. His lips moved in a rhythm that was not conversation, not prayer. It was a recitation, precise and measured, the cadence of someone reading aloud from a text only they could see. Lirenne's blood went cold. She knew that posture, that angle, that exact placement of the hand against the brick. It was a route scene, a locked event scene from the original Goldenmark game, triggered only when the player had raised the affinity of a specific minor character past a hidden threshold and then waited until the third bell in the Eastern Service Wing. No one in this timeline should know that scene existed. It had been cut from the final published novelization. It existed only in the game's buried code, a fragment the developers had removed in the second patch. Lirenne had seen it exactly once. In the 63rd loop, when she had been desperate enough to test every locked door in the academy and had found a first-year boy speaking to a wall that no longer answered. That boy had been removed from the game before the final draft. He should not exist. And yet, here he was, standing in the service yard, his right hand pressed against the old brick, his lips forming words that no living person should know. Corwel's bowl hit the table. That is Gresham Venn, she said. Sella's cousin. He was listed as withdrawn from the entrance term. Lirenne stared at the boy's back, at the precise angle of his hand, at the way his shoulders moved with the rhythm of a script that had been deleted before he was born. He was not withdrawn, she said. He was written out. The boy's lips stopped moving. He turned. His eyes found the kitchen. Chapter 47. The smile did not fade. It held, fixed and knowing, as if Gresham Venn had been waiting for her to look through that exact window at that exact moment for longer than he had been alive. Lirenne's hand found the edge of the table. The wood was warm from the fire. The texture grounded her. Do not look away from him, she said, and her voice came out steady, which surprised her. Corwel, do not break eye contact. But he is still smiling. Corwel whispered. Orin moved to the left, his shoulder brushing the knife block. He did not pick one up, but he did not step away from it either. He is not smelly at us, Lirenne said. Something else is familiar through him. The words tasted true as she spoke them. She had seen that expression before. In the fourth loop, when the east stair mirror had shown Yselle sharp teeth and eyes that did not blink. In the 11th loop, when the surface of a dead communication mirror had rippled without being touched. In the 32nd loop, when she had looked into a bowl of water in the archive and seen her own reflection open its mouth too wide. Gresham's lips moved again. The words carried through the yard, muffled by glass and brick, but clear enough to catch the rhythm. 7 syllables. A pause. 7 more. The same pattern as the bell. Orin's hand went still on the counter. That is the same count as the clock, he said. 8 chimes, but he is not doing 8. 7, Lirenne said. He is doing 7 and 7. The beat the mechanism used, the beat the dial used, the beat the foundation has been dragging itself back to all morning. Corwel's breath caught. He is reciting something, she said. A list. Names, maybe. Or instructions. Lirenne forced herself to watch, to study the shape of his mouth, the way his fingers pressed against the brick, the angle of his spine. He was not reading from a visible text. He was performing from memory, from something embedded so deep that muscle carried it without thought. She knew that posture. She had stood that way herself, in the first 10 loops, repeating her list of expulsion flags under her breath because she trusted ritual more than recall. Gresham Venn was not possessed. He was programmed. And the scene he was performing belonged from a locked route that should not exist anymore. He is going to finish the recitation, Lirenne said. When he does, something is going to happen. The next beat of whatever the foundation is building toward. She moved before the thought finished, crossing the kitchen in 3 steps and pulling open the service door that led to the yard. Cold air hit her face. The smell of wet stone and old ash. The boy did not flinch. His eyes stayed fixed on the wall, on a crack in the mortar that ran from the brick to the iron gutter pipe, a line that had probably been there for 40 years and would outlast everything that happened today. You are not supposed to be here, Lirenne said. Gresham's lips paused. The rhythm broke. He turned his head slowly, as if the motion cost him effort, as if he were learning how to do it from a diagram rather than from instinct. And for a single dislocated moment, his expression was his own. Confused, young, afraid. Then it smoothed into that too wide smile again, and he spoke in a voice that was not quite his. Although Sweely arise, Lau? Man, I advice Perfetter wouldn't enter in my name, and Wotherspoon's the spadum doesn't it see? This is complete because of Deban. I pushed your first meeting with Bravane Mourne, Gresham said. She stepped between you and the mirror. She pushed you away from the trial platform. Every time you were meant to intersect the story, she rerouted you like a messenger who needed to be kept from a battlefield. Lirenne's stomach tightened. She had done all of those things. She had done them in different loops, different variations, with different justifications. Each time she had told herself she was protecting Corwel from the fate that waited for her as the canon heroine who rose on Yselle's ruin. Every time you save her, Gresham said, and his voice dropped into something quieter, you push her closer to something worse. The air changed. Lirenne felt it before she heard it, a shift in pressure, a hum that vibrated in her teeth. The brick wall behind Gresham began to glow along the crack line, a pale amber light that pulsed in rhythm with the 7-beat cadence. Gresham's hand was still pressed against the stone. "Stop him," Lirenne said. Orin moved first. He crossed the yard in 4 long strides and grabbed Gresham's wrist, pulling his hand away from the brick. The boy's body went slack. The light in the wall flickered, steadied, and held. And from the empty upper gallery of the kitchen wing, above the service yard where no one had been standing a moment ago, applause began. Slow, measured. The sound of someone bringing their palms together with deliberate precision, once, twice, 3 times. Lirenne looked up. The gallery window was dark, no silhouette, no movement. Just the sound of hands meeting in the acoustics of an empty room. Orin released Gresham's wrist. The boy slumped, sat on the cobblestones, and pressed his face into his hands. The applause continued. Corwel stepped forward, her face set in something between fear and fury. "Who is there?" she called. The applause stopped, and a voice, familiar in a way that made Lirenne's blood run cold, drifting down from the darkness. "You were doing so well," it said. "Why did you have to stop the ritual?" The voice was female, calm, almost amused. Lirenne had heard it before, in the restricted archive, on the night of the second lip, standing at the edge of the Pinato Dial's chamber, watching her with silver hair and a stillness that should not have belonged to any ordinary archivist. The archives woman, the senior archive custodian who had pointed her toward the deliberation chamber, the same woman who had been part of the board that classified the arena collapse. "I left you a path," the voice said. "I pointed you toward the right door. I let Rue copy the consequences list without interference. I did everything I could to guide you without speaking, because if I speak, the walls listen, and the walls tell the foundation, and the foundation does not forget a voice it has heard before." A pause. "But you are running out of mourning," the archive woman said, "and Gresham's scene was the last unsealed route from the original span. You let it complete, you would have learned what the foundation is preparing. Instead, you pulled him off the script, and now the foundation knows you are here." Lirenne's hands were shaking. "Why are you warning me now?" "Because the foundation is not the enemy," the archive woman said. "The thing beneath it is. And the thing beneath it has been waiting for the day someone broke the loop and could not put it back." The gallery window stood empty. The voice did not speak again. Gresham Wren sat on the cobblestones, weeping into his hands as the amber light and the brick faded and the morning stretched silent and uncertain around them. Chapter 48. Rue met them at the kitchen threshold before Lirenne could cross it. She stood with her gray archivist's smock pulled tight across her shoulders, her dark hair escaping its pin at the temple, the stolen arena blueprints still clutched in one hand. Her eyes moved past Lirenne, to Corwel, to Orin, to the weeping boy on the cobblestones behind them. "I heard the voice," Rue said. "The archive woman. In the gallery." Lirenne nodded. "She told us the last unsealed route is gone. She told us the foundation knows we are here." Rue's jaw tightened. She looked at the blueprints in her hand as if weighing them against something else, then folded them once and tucked them into her sleeve. "Then we have less time than I thought," she said. "Come with me, both of you." She turned and walked back into the kitchen without waiting for agreement. Corwel looked at Lirenne. Orin looked at Corwel. Gresham Wren sat on the wet cobblestones with his face buried in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs that no one had the time to answer. Lirenne followed Rue. The lower stacks smelled different than they had in the loops. Colder, sharper, as if the archive had been holding its breath and had finally exhaled. Rue moved past the reading tables without slowing, past the iron shelves where sigil text sat under dust sheeting. past the locked cabinet where the consequences list had been stored. She stopped at a wall that looked like every other wall in the lower stacks. Then she pressed her palm flat against a section of stone between two shelves and pushed. The stone did not move, but a line of amber light traced the outline of a door that had not existed a moment before. A seam that ran from floor to ceiling in a shape that matched nothing in the Academy's architecture. The light pulsed once, twice, then settled into a steady glow. "This entrance is not in any catalog," Rue said. "It does not exist in the archive inventory. It was built before the record division split, before the departments were created, before the current seal system was laid over the original grid." She placed her hand against the amber seam. The door swung inward. Beyond it lay a corridor that should not have fit inside the Academy's footprint. The walls were raw stone, rough and unfinished, and the air that pushed through was cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the cold of a place that had been sealed for longer than 40 years. Rue stepped through. Lirenne followed. Corwel came behind her, her footsteps soft and steady on the stone. The corridor opened into a chamber that was not a room. It was a gap, an empty space between walls, between floors, between the written and the erased. Shelves lined every surface, but they were not made of wood or iron. They were carved directly into the stone, each ledge holding a single leather-bound volume bound with a different colored thread: red, black, white, gray, gold, silver, each thread tied in a knot that matched no sigil Lirenne had ever seen. Rue stopped in the center of the gap and turned. "This is the unindexed archive," she said. "The record of everything that was written out of Goldenmark before the Foundation sealed the first version." Lirenne's throat tightened. "You told me the Academy had been revised before," she said. "Novelizations, rude inserts, cancelled scenarios." "I told you what I knew," Rue said. "I did not tell you where the evidence was kept." She reached for a volume bound in red thread and pulled it from the shelf. The leather was pristine, untouched. No dust clung to its surface. No age had cracked its spine. "This one has no date," Rue said. "No revision number, no classification. It was placed here before any of the other volumes." She opened it. The pages were blank, but at the bottom of the first leaf, written in a hand that Lirenne recognized with a cold that had nothing to do with temperature, was a single line of text. "When the last unsealed root is spoken, the curator of turns may open the door between versions." Lirenne's breath stopped. "The curator of turns," Rue repeated. "It is a title in the archive's oldest classification system. A keeper who maintains continuity across revisions. Someone who ensures that the Academy's story remains stable when roots are cut or replaced." "Is it a person?" Corwel asked. Rue looked at the blank pages. "It was," Yselle said. "The position existed in the first administration, before the record division split. The curator held the master index of every root, every character, every event. If anyone knew the full scope of what was written out and where it was stored, it was them." She closed the white volume. "But the position was eliminated during the archive reorganization 41 years ago. The records of who served as the final curator were sealed." Lirenne's mind spun. 41 years ago. The same year House Mourne's record was sealed with the Dial's sigil. The same year Lirenne Caine sealed the chamber beneath the library. "The final curator," she said. "Did they seal their own records, or was someone else responsible?" Rue's eyes met hers. "The records were sealed by a single sigil," she said, "keyed to the same pattern used on the dial chamber. The same pattern used on the Moore family ledger." A beat of silence. The archive woman told me she was one of the ones who were here before, Lirenne said. The builders of the first seals and roots who were later written over. Rue's face went very still. If she served as the curator of turns, she said, then she did not just witness the revisions, she participated in them. She may have been the one who decided which roots were cut and which characters were deleted. Corwel's voice was barely audible. And now she is helping us? Rue did not answer, for Cuer's Dover plan. Rue looked at the blank pages. It was, she said. The position existed in the first administration, before the record division split. The curator held the master index of every route, every character, every event. If anyone knew the full scope of what was written out and where it was stored, it was them. She closed the white volume. But the position was eliminated during the archive reorganization 41 years ago. The records of who served as the final curator were sealed. Lirenne's mind spun. 41 years ago, the same year House Mourne's record was sealed with the Dial's sigil. The same year Lirenne Caine sealed the chamber beneath the library. The final curator, she said. Did they seal their own records, or was someone else responsible? Rue's eyes met hers. The records were sealed by a single sigil, she said, keyed to the same pattern used on the Dial chamber. The same pattern used on the Mourne family ledger. A beat of silence. The archive woman told me she was one of the ones who were here before, Lirenne said. The builders of the first seals and roots who were later written over. Rue's face went very still. If she served as the curator of turns, she said, then she did not just witness the revisions. She participated in them. She may have been the one who decided which roots were cut and which characters were deleted. Corwel's voice was barely audible. And now she is helping us? Rue did not answer. From somewhere above them, deep in the Academy's foundations, a bell began to ring. It was not the first bell. It was not the second bell. It was the bell that had no place in the broken day. The one that should not have been able to sound since the half-hour mechanism was removed 12 years ago. 8 chimes. Then silence. And in the gap between the last chime and the echo, Lirenne heard the archive woman's voice again. Not from the gallery above the kitchen, but from the white-bound volume in Rue's hands. You are running out of mourning, the voice said, and the curator's door will not wait for you to understand. The amber light in the blank pages flickered, then went dark. Chapter 49. The chime faded into the stone, leaving a silence that pressed against Lirenne's ears like water. She stared at the white-bound volume in Rue's hands. The pages were dark again, the amber light gone. The archive woman's voice dissolved into the gap between one breath and the next. We need to move, Rue said. If the curator's door is open, we cannot be caught underground when it does. Corwel touched Lirenne's sleeve. Where do we go? Lirenne forced her mind to catch up with her body. The unindexed archive, the white volume, the 8 chimes that should not have sounded, the door between versions. Up, she said. We go up. Orion was already at the hidden entrance, his steward's keys in his hand. The delivery route connects to the deliberation chamber's foundation level. If Brodvain is still in review, we can reach him through the lower passage. Gresham Venn stood at the edge of the group, his face pale and streaked with tears, his hands clasped in front of him like a penitent. He had not spoken since the archive woman's voice faded. He was released, Gresham said. Everyone turned. The Mourne scholar, Gresham said. His voice was thin, the voice of someone who had been used as a vessel and was still finding his way back to himself. The review ended at the 4th bell. I saw the proctors unlock the deliberation chamber door. He walked past the fountain and turned toward the east wing. Lirenne's pulse jumped. When? Before I was brought to the yard. Gresham's hands trembled. Before the wall? Before the ritual? That meant Broadvein had been free for at least an hour, free and moving through the academy while Lirenne stood in the gap space learning about deleted individuals and the curator of turns. "Why did he not find me?" she said. No one answered. Rue closed the white volume and returned it to the lowest ledge. If he was released and did not come to the archive, he is either following a lead or being followed. Or both, Corwel said. Orion pushed the hidden door open. The corridor beyond would be dim, the sigil lamps at half strength. "We take the delivery route," Lirenne said. "If Broadvein is in the east wing, we will pass within 50 feet of the deliberation chamber's lower junction. Rue, can the weight volume travel?" Rue shook her head. "It stays. The unindexed archive does not let its contents leave without permission." Lirenne made a decision. "Then we go." Orin leaned past her and looked through the crack. The review ended. They cleared the room. Gresham said Broadvein went to the east wing. Orin's face went still. "The east wing has the old Mourne archive, the family storage annex that was sealed when the record division split." Liren's hands went cawed. "We just have to die. From the relievery over, we press his believes, and well, Jesus Christ preaches into the nether. We may make rapid, vitilily walk this dartly. Will egergy to carry heart focus, just of place peace shaft. Peace this third promise." "We take the delivery route," Lirenne said. "If Broadvein is in the east wing, we will pass within 50 feet of the deliberation chamber's lower junction. Rue, can the white volume travel?" Rue shook her head. "Danton. It stays. The unindexed archive does not let its contents leave without permission." Lirenne made a decision. "Then we go." Orin leaned past her and looked through the crack. The review ended. They cleared the room. Gresham said Broadvein went to the east wing. Orin's face went still. "The east wing has the old Mourne archive, the family storage annex that was sealed when the record division split." Liren's hands went cold. "Can we reach it from here?" Orin was already moving. "There is a connecting passage on the lower level. It runs beneath the east courtyard." They descended the spiral stair faster than they had climbed. Orin took the turns at a near run, his keys held tight against his palm to keep them from rattling. The connecting passage was dark, the sigil lamps dead or removed. Orin lit a hand lamp and held it high as they moved through the narrow corridor. Lirenne smelled Broadvein before she saw him. The sharp scent of ozone and old paper, the same smell that clung to the archive's oldest volumes. He was standing at the end of the passage, his back to them, his hand pressed against a wall safe that had been forced open. The metal door hung loose on its hinges, and inside was a single notebook bound in worn leather the color of dried blood. Broadvein turned. His eyes were the color of old iron, and they held a look Lirenne had never seen on him before. Not suspicion, not calculation, fear. "You found it," Lirenne said. Broadvein held up the notebook. "I did not know it existed until my release. The archive woman sent a message to the deliberation chamber. 3 words." He paused. "The nuveration chamber is above us," he said, pointing to a spiral stair built into the wall. "About 40 feet up, the door at the top opens into a storage alcove behind the chamber's east wall. Can we get in without being seen?" Orin's mouth tightened. "The alcove has a viewing slit, narrow but enough to see who is inside." They climbed. The stair was old, the stone worn smooth by decades of service feet. Lirenne counted steps to keep her mind from spinning. 12, 30, 41. At the top, Orin pressed his paws against a wooden door and pushed. The storage alcove was barely large enough for 2 people, Dust coated the floor, and a single crack in the wall, no wider than a finger, let a sliver of light into the dark. Lirenne pressed her eye to the crack. The deliberation chamber review ended 2 hours ago. Quist said, I assumed you would return to your dormitory, Mourne. Instead, I find you in a sealed passage with a broken safe and a notebook that does not appear in any academy inventory. His gaze shifted to Lirenne. And I'll find you here as well. Again. Brodvaine's hand tightened on the notebook. Proctor Quist, he said. This notebook contains documentation of a phenomenon that the Foundation has been suppressing for 41 years. Scholars who carried memory impressions from altered terms. The same phenomenon that caused the arena collapse. The same phenomenon that has been waking something beneath the academy. Quist's expression did not change. And you found this notebook in a safe that was forced open? Brodvaine did not blink. I found it where my family sealed it. The same year the dial chamber was locked. The same year the curator of turns was eliminated. The same year someone in my own bloodline decided that the truth was dangerous enough to cut out. Quist stepped forward, his hand extended. Give me the notebook. Brodvaine held it against his chest. I will show you the contents. I will explain every entry, every date, every sigil diagram, but I will not hand over my family's only record of what happened to the scholars who remembered. Quist's hand stayed extended. Last warning, Mourne. Brodvaine held up the notebook. I did not know it existed until my release. The archive woman sent a message to the deliberation chamber. 3 words. The Mourne seal. Lirenne stepped closer. The notebook. My family's record of the original span. Brodvaine's voice was tight. The scholars who served as witnesses before the Foundations sealed the first version. They carried impressions from altered tomes after contact with memory relics. The notebook describes their symptoms, their fragments, their disappearances. He opened the cover. The pages inside were sealed with cramped handwriting, diagrams of sigil patterns that matched the dial's inscriptions, dates that predated the Academy's current records. Lirenne's eyes caught the bottom of the final page. It was not a page. It was a stug. A narrow strip of paper where the bottom half had been cleanly cut away. The final entry, Brodvaine said. The name of the last Mourne scholar who served as a witness. The one who sealed the family record 41 years ago. Removed. Who cut it out? Brodvaine's hand was shaking. I do not know. The cut was made before the notebook was placed in the safe. The seal on the safe was intact when I forced it open. Whoever removed that page did it before the notebook was hidden. A footstep scraped behind them. Lirenne turned, her profix. Head Proctor Severin Quist stood at the entrance to the connecting passage, his pale gray eyes fixed on the notebook in Brodvaine's hands. The burn scar along his jaw caught the lamplight like a pale thread. The deliberation chamber review ended 2 hours ago, Quist said. I assumed you would return to your dormitory, Mourne. Instead, I find you in a sealed passage with a broken safe and a notebook that does not appear in any academy inventory. His gaze shifted to Lirenne. And I find you here as well, again. Brodvaine's hand tightened on the notebook. Proctor Quist, he said. This notebook contains documentation of a phenomenon that the Foundation has been suppressing for 41 years. Scholars who carried memory impressions from altered terms. The same phenomenon that caused the arena collapse. The same phenomenon that has been waking something beneath the academy. The curator of terms ever contact with memory relics. The notebook describes their symptoms, their fragments, their disappearances. He opened the cover. The pages inside were fed with cramped handwriting, diagrams of sigil patterns that matched the dial's inscriptions, dates that predated the Academy's current records. Revan Tojin, Mata Reckon Reducting Bayan scenes are jangling outside. I would say it said the distinction routines. It is a stapperting skins, subtle studia. But for my baby, do not went for the believer. Relean less the family building which bowls up durly accessed than this. which managed to control him to believe it. Broadvein goes to the hearts, gening like reslidomachium, attaching motional corset spiritly pacifics of dispiritly trickily clients. The description is a writing D and that Scroop puts away with my own standing. Listen, the mind you're thinking as we ever just another systemal and use this job? Other keg with the Royal Inn and Corpor, because the truth has not got your tamilings. For the men, it's the nixting pimbles well, the fear doing best to be lealed and my parenting out live to own East 30. Are there a teminate termid? Scarl, stret me, is long again and it's small as there. He anxiously do anything, or controlling his Groot? Wasn't a much. I have no seckle stream to you sitch. It's lippet. Oh, I am not over loving you. I am going to dying. Ghoul, Arver kids, one thing's going agort. Even indistinctly this restant, the divorce supports from you. It's an instead of that, norm vish weed number. In the other, which clearly it still tended, which your face are fixing it disease which look like your Kermwick can walk, my first lafe. The standard steel is rem. We will completely on your controls tonight out, and we will eat that using examining terrible interests which be fully mark-writtening. I do not even say they are a 30 men. Teachers before more, listen to your contact, and it be an actional to your tenorable or the body. I have the family's firm that she sat it in my direct fare. More everything. I am trying to do it. It's just under recital myth. Will mostly will. The weech's hole. My starts just shared. Before I go saw, hand of my troubles college shones. I am walking. A little battle at Soden I have teal cores there. I am noble. I light it. Lirenne saw the shift in Broadvein's jaw, the clench of his fingers around the leather binding. She saw the decision forming in his eyes. And she saw Quist's other hand move, reaching for something tucked into his belt. Proctor, Lirenne said, her voice sharp. If you take that notebook, you will lose the only evidence that ties the dial chamber, the archive reorganization, and the entity beneath the foundation to a single timeline. A timeline that includes House Mourne. Quist stopped, his gray eyes fixed on her. House Mourne, he repeated. The same house that sealed its records 41 years ago? The same house whose scholar sits on the foundation board? Broadvein went still. My family holds a seat on the foundation board? Quist's smile was thin, cold. They do now. The appointment was confirmed this morning. A scholar from House Mourne was placed on the board to oversee the arena collapse investigation. Broadvein's face drained of color. Who? Quist did not answer. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded document, sealed with the Academy's official sigil. Your family's representative on the foundation board requested that any evidence retrieved from more family holdings be surrendered to the board for review. The request was approved 1 hour ago by Dean Norrick. He held out the document. The notebook is not yours to protect, Mourne. It belongs to the foundation now. Broadvein's hand trembled. Lirenne watched his face and saw the calculation behind his eyes. The same calculation she had made 100 times across 82 loops. The choice between holding and yielding, between trust and survival. He looked at her. The notebook was moving toward Quist's hand when the floor beneath them trembled. A low, deep vibration that rose through the stone like a living thing, carrying the rhythm of a bell that had not been rung. 7 beats. A rest. 7 beats. The sigil lamp in Orion's hand flickered and died. In the darkness, Lirenne heard Quist's voice, quieter than she had ever heard it. What was that? Broadvein's answer came from the black. That was the foundation claiming its architect. Chapter 50. The vibration faded. The sigil lamp in Oren's hand did not relight. Lirenne stood in the dark, counting the silence between her own heartbeats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She stopped before the rest could finish. "Broadvein," she said. "The notebook." "I have it." "Can you move?" A pause, then the scrape of leather against stone as he shifted. "I can move," Broadvein said. "I do not know if the passage is still intact." Quist's voice came from the dark ahead of them, level and strange. "The passage is intact. The seal on the deliberation chamber is not." Lirenne heard his footsteps, measured and deliberate, moving toward the place where the sigil lamp had died. "There is a candle in the wall niche," Quist said. "Third stone from the corner. Push the left edge." Oren's hand found it before he finished speaking. The stone shifted, and a small flame caught, casting a thin circle of light across their faces. Quist stood at the passage entrance, his hand still resting on his belt. The burn scar along his jaw caught the candlelight as he looked at Broadvein, at the notebook pressed against his chest, at Lirenne standing between them. "I heard what you said," Quist said quietly, "about the foundation claiming its architect." He took a step closer. "I also heard the floor respond." Broadvein's hand did not leave the notebook. "Then you understand," he said, "that this is not a fraud investigation anymore." Quist's pale gray eyes did not move from Lirenne. "I understood that the moment the arena floor collapsed beneath her. I understood it when the conduit lines lit up in front of every student in the gallery. I understood it when I reviewed the classified mechanism logs and found edits that predated my entire career at this academy." He paused. "What I do not understand is how she knew." Lirenne felt the weight of the question settle across her shoulders. "I told you," she said. "I explained it in my written account." Quist did not blink. "You wrote a story, not an explanation. A story in which you knew things you could not have known, were places you could not have been, and made choices that required information no living student could possess." He took another step. "I believe you wrote the truth. But the truth you wrote does not fit the world I have spent 20 years policing." Lirenne met his gaze. "Then expand your understanding of the world." Quist's mouth tightened. "Easier said than done when the anomalies keep multiplying." He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper. He did not open it. "I received a report 10 minutes before I found you in this passage. A sigil device in the North Examination Hall glitched during a practical demonstration. Nothing catastrophic. A compass spun counterclockwise for 12 seconds, then stopped." He looked at her. "The device was on a table that you passed at the North Junction this morning. You did not touch it. You did not look at it. But the proctor who filed the report noted that the compass began rotating exactly as you reached the corridor junction 30 feet away." Lirenne kept her breathing even. "I did not touch it." "I know. I read the report. The proctor specifically noted that you did not touch it." Quist folded the paper and slid it back into his coat. "That is what makes it impossible to ignore. A compass that reacts to your proximity. A clock that chimes at the wrong hour. A mirror that writes messages in a dead script. An arena that collapses the moment you step away from the platform." He looked at her, and for the first time, the cold precision in his voice sounded almost tired. "Every time something breaks in this academy, you are near it. Not because you caused it, not always, but because you were there. Because the distortion follows you." Lirenne said nothing. "I am not accusing you of causing the arena collapse," Quist said. I am not accusing you of glitching the compass. I am asking you a question that I need you to answer honestly. He paused. Does having hidden knowledge give you an unfair advantage over every other student in this academy? The silence stretched. Lirenne felt Oren's presence behind her, felt Corwel's stillness at the edge of the passage, felt Broadvein's hand still pressed to the notebook. She thought about the 82 loops, the counting, the avoidance. The times she had steered a student away from a corridor and watched them walk into something worse. The times she had known exactly what to say and said it, and watched trust form in eyes that had never met her before that morning. Yes, she said. Quist's expression did not change. Then how do you justify using it? Lirenne looked at him and felt something settle in her chest. Not defiance, not calculation. Something quieter. I do not justify it, she said. I carry it. Quist studied her. And the students who do not have it? The ones who only get one chance, one morning, one trial. What do you tell them? Lirenne thought of Sullivan's burned hand, of the messenger girl who had been told to take an empty platform and lost the use of her fingers before she turned 15. I tell them nothing, she said, because if I tell them the truth, they will not believe it. And if I tell them a lie, I become the thing you already think I am. Quist was quiet for a long moment. Then he stepped forward, past Lirenne, past Oren, until he stood in front of Broadvein. The notebook stays with you, he said. For now. Broadvein's eyes widened. Proctor, I said for now. Quist's voice was flat. I will not confiscate evidence that may be the only record of an academy-spanning distortion. But I will be watching. And if that notebook leaves this passage without being documented, I will hold every person in this corridor responsible. He turned. The deliberation chamber review is reconvened at the 5th bell. Mourne, you will attend. Ms. Raveth, you will attend as a witness. He paused at the passage entrance. And if another device glitches when you walk past it, I will have no choice but to request a formal restriction on your movement until we understand what you are carrying. He left. The candle flickered. Oren let out a breath he had been holding since the lamp died. That was not a concession, he said quietly. That was a threat wrapped in procedure. Lirenne shook her head. It was both. That is the worst part. Corwel stepped forward, her hand brushing Lirenne's sleeve. Then what do we do? Lirenne looked at the passage entrance where Quist had disappeared. We find the answer before the 5th bell. We find out what the Foundation is trying to bury. She turned to Broadvein. And we find out who cut the last page out of that notebook. Broadvein's hand tightened on the leather binding. I already know who cut it. Lirenne went still. Who? Broadvein's voice was barely audible. The same person who placed House Mourne on the foundation board this morning. He raised his eyes to meet hers. My father. Chapter 51. The canal paths curved away from the main halls, following water the color of old pewter. Lirenne walked without destination, her boots striking stone in a rhythm that matched nothing. No bells, no scheduled event pressing at her back. The afternoon stretched ahead of her, unstructured and strange, and she did not know what to do with it. She had told Quist she would find the answer before the 5th bell. But that was bravado, the kind of forward momentum she had learned to manufacture when standing still felt like drowning. The answer to what? Foundation claiming architect. Cut page. Father on the board. Door between versions. The threads tangled in her mind, and none of them led to an exit. She reached a low stone bridge where the canal widened into a pool fed by 3 narrow channels. The Academy's main bulk rose behind her, its towers cutting sharp lines against the pale sky. Water lilies clustered at the far edge, their leaves overlapping in patterns that looked deliberate. Lirenne stopped at the bridge's center and leaned against the railing. The Canal Air smelled of damp stone and something green, growth she could not name. It was the first thing she had smelled all day that was not ink, dust, lamp oil, or fear. She closed her eyes. The silence lasted perhaps 3 breaths. Then she opened them and looked down at the water. Her reflection stared back. Iselle's face, dark hair loose, amber eyes still from long practice. She had been wearing that face for so many mornings now that the boundary between borrowed and hers had started to blur. She touched her own cheek. The reflection matched the movement. Of course it did. That was how reflections worked. She started walking again, following the canal's curve past a row of empty benches, past a stone fountain where the water had gone still. No students here. No proctors. The distance from the review chamber felt vast, as if the Academy's social gravity had released its hold on this stretch of path. She let herself feel it. The absence of pressure, the absence of counting. 82 loops, and she could count on one hand the times she had walked somewhere without a purpose. She stopped at the fountain and sat on its edge. The basin held a layer of undisturbed water, clear enough to see the dark stone at the bottom. Her reflection pooled there, Isolde's face, her face, looking up at her. "I do not know what to do," she said aloud. The words hung in the air. No one answered. No bell tolled. No mirror flickered. No entity spoke through a book or a wall or a student's smile. Just silence. Just afternoon. She sat there until her legs grew cold from the fountain's stone, and something in her chest loosened its grip, not enough to release, but enough to draw breath without effort. Then she looked at the water again. Her reflection was still there, still her own face, but the mouth was moving. It said something without sound, the shape of the word pressed against the meniscus from below. Lirenne's breath stopped. The reflection kept moving its lips, forming the word again, slower this time, as if speaking to someone who did not understand the language. Return. The canal water shivered. Lirenne shot to her feet, her hand flying to her throat where the word had landed like a blade. Her reflection stayed where it was, frozen now, her own face staring upward with an expression she had never worn. Not fear, something worse. Expectation. The water stilled. Lirenne stood on the fountain's edge, heart hammering, and watched her own reflection become ordinary again, matching her movements, following the laws of light and surface. But the word echoed in her skull. Return. She turned and walked back toward the academy, not running, because running would mean the thing in the water had won, went fast enough that her footsteps broke the rhythm she had been carrying. Return where? Return to the loop. Return to the dial. Return to the moment before she broke it. She did not know. But the thing beneath the foundation had spoken through Gresham. Through the archive mirrors. Through a white-bound volume that should not be sentient. And now, through water. Through her own face. She reached the main courtyard and forced herself to slow. Students moved across the stones, heads down, voices low. The academy had absorbed the arena collapse into its daily rhythm, as Norick had promised it would. No one looked at her. She wanted to find Oren, wanted to find Rue, wanted to sit in the kitchen where the air smelled of bread and the impossible clock had stopped at an hour that did not exist. But she kept walking, her reflection no longer hers to trust. Chapter 52. Matron Yselle Raveth stood at the end of the dormitory corridor with her hands folded at her waist, watching Lirenne approach as if she had been waiting for the exact moment. Lirenne's steps slowed. The corridor was empty. The afternoon light fell through the high windows in long amber slabs, and every door on either side sat closed, sealed against the quiet hour. Lirenne's steps slowed. The corridor was empty. The afternoon light fell through the high windows in long amber slabs, and every door on either side sat closed, sealed against the quiet hour. Lirenne's steps slowed. The corridor was empty. The afternoon light fell through the high windows in long amber slabs, and every door on either side sat closed, sealed against the quiet hour. Lirenne's steps slowed. The Patron's eyes were the flat gray of winter sky, steady and unblinking. She had been serving at the academy for 12 years. She had found the sigil paper that trembled under her touch. She had kept it from Crust. "Walk with me," Lirenne said. She turned and started down the corridor without checking whether Lirenne followed. Lirenne followed. They passed the east stairwell, where Lirenne had confronted her with the trembling paper, past the narrow window where the afternoon light pooled on the stone. Lirenne's steps were measured, unhurried, the pace of someone who had already decided the shape of the conversation. At the end of the corridor, she stopped and faced a door Lirenne had never entered. Lirenne produced a key from her sleeve, fitted it to the lock, and pushed the door open onto a small side room lined with ledgers and bound records. Her private office. Lirenne gestured to a chair. Lirenne sat. The matron closed the door, crossed to her desk, and lowered herself into the seat behind it with the same deliberate precision she used in every movement. For a long moment she simply looked at Lirenne across the stacked ledgers, her hands flat on the wood. "The academy is full of rumors right now," Lirenne said. "The arena, the injured girl, the suspension of trials. Students are frightened. That makes them impressionable. And when students are impressionable, they repeat whatever they hear, whether it is true or not." She paused. "I can protect certain students from having their names attached to those rumors, names that have already been spoken in the wrong company." Lirenne's chest tightened. "Corwel. Among others." "And the condition?" Lirenne's gaze did not waver. "I want a complete factual account of your unauthorized movements from the first morning of the term until now. Every corridor you walked after curfew, every locked room you entered, every person you spoke to in hours when you should not have been awake." She opened a drawer and placed a blank sheet of paper on the desk, a pen beside it. No omissions, no justifications, just the facts, written in your hand, dated and signed. You give me that, and I will make sure the rumor chain stops before it reaches the students who do not deserve to be caught in it. Lirenne stared at the blank page. 82 loops of lying, of misdirecting, of surviving by saying the thing that would protect the next move. This was not a trap. Lirenne was not setting bait for Quist to find later. She was asking for truth, not as a weapon, but as the price of protection for people Lirenne had already hurt. She picked up the pen. "I started on the first night," she said, and began to write. The words came in fragments at first, dates that had not existed in any continuous timeline, times that matched the bells she had counted across 82 mornings. The kitchen, the library, the archive, the east stairwell where the mirror pulsed, the delivery route beneath the old storage rooms, the hidden passage to the Mourne annex, the chamber where Brovane had opened the wall safe. Lirenne stared at the blank page. 82 loops of lying, of misdirecting, of surviving by saying the thing that would protect the next move. This was not a trap. Lirenne was not setting bait for Quist to find later. She was asking for truth, not as a weapon, but as the price of protection so people Lirenne had already hurt. She picked up the pen. "I started on the first night," she said, and began to write. The words came in fragments at first, dates that had not existed in any continuous timeline, times that matched the bells she had counted across 82 mornings. The kitchen, the library, the archive, the east stairwell where the mirror pulsed, the delivery route beneath the old storage rooms, the hidden passage to the Mourne annex, the chamber where Vaine had opened the wall safe. Lirenne stared at the blank page. 82 loops of lying, of misdirecting, of surviving by saying the thing that would protect the next move. This was not a trap. Lirenne was not setting bait for Quist to find later. She was asking for truth, not as a weapon, but as the price of protection for people Lirenne had already hurt. She picked up the pen. "I started on the first night," she said, and began to write. The words came in fragments at first, dates that had not existed in any continuous timeline, times that matched the bells she had counted across 82 mornings. The kitchen, the library, the archive, the east stairwell where the mirror pulsed, the delivery route beneath the old storage rooms, the hidden passage to the Mourne annex, the chamber where Vaine had opened the wall safe. Lirenne stared at the blank page. 82 loops of lying, of misdirecting, of surviving by saying the thing that would protect the next move. This was not a trap. Lirenne was not setting bait for Quist to find later. Lirenne set the pen down, so make sure the rumor chain stops before it reaches the students who do not deserve to be caught in it. Lirenne stared at the blank page. 82 loops of lying, of misdirecting, of surviving by saying the thing that would protect the next move. This was not a trap. Lirenne was not setting bait for Quist to find later, trying to be predicted Arbridia, right then it would go. The end of the corridor you walked after curfew. Every locked room you entered, every person you spoke to in hours when you should not have been awake. She opened a drawer and placed a blank sheet of paper on the desk, a pen beside it. No omissions, no justifications, just the facts, written in your hand, dated and signed. You give me that, and I will make sure the rumor chain stops before it reaches the students who do not deserve to be caught in it. Lirenne stared at the blank page. 82 loops of lying, of misdirecting, of surviving by saying the thing that would protect the next move. This was not a trap. Lirenne was not setting bait for Quist to find later, for so month. The Tekkanen has not setting good in Easter, but I was not setting bait for Quist to find later. This was not a trap. Lirenne was not setting bait for Quist to find later. They are setting bait for Quist to find later, and only. The native Nephitations, the pleer to the annual Virigi Challers in Koff, in the family's whore. The Amaski Baltiments, who've rown tens or anyway, had some minutes at Firely Ostered a whole building corner. You can press. Flap, when he stutchly stuck. Chapter 53. The paper crackled as she turned it. The back was written in smaller script, denser, the ink varying in pressure as if Isolde had been interrupted mid-passage and returned to finish in haste. The first line made Lirenne's breath catch. "The archive is not where they told me it would be." She read on, her pulse beating against the silence of Iselle's office. "I found the door they sealed 40 years ago, but it was already open when I reached it. Someone had been there before me. Someone who knew what the Raveth debt ledger really was. It is not gold. It is names. A list of witnesses who survived the original span and were promised protection in exchange for silence. My mother's name is on that list, but she is not the witness. She is the payment." Lirenne's hands went still. They used her to guarantee the family's compliance. House Raveth was not searching for the truth. House Raveth was making sure the truth stayed buried by sending someone from the bloodline to find it and then disappear inside the academy where no one would ask what happened to her daughter. The pen had pressed hard enough to score the paper on the next line. The Foundation does not just know. The Foundation built this. The entrance term, the ranking, the way each student is tracked and weighted and scored. They built it to catch anyone who carries too much of the old pattern and filter them out before they reach the archive. Every student who knows too much is turned into evidence. Every question is turned into a breach of conduct. That is not security. That is culling. Lirenne's reflection in Iselle's inkwell was still, waiting. I do not know if I will remember writing this when I wake. I do not know if I will remember who I am. But if you are reading this, then I did not go quietly. I left this here because I knew, even if I forgot everything else, I would check the safe. I would look for proof that I had been someone who fought back. One more thing. The name I found at the bottom of the list, the one who was not written out, the one who stayed and helped them seal the records and took a foundation seat as reward. The one whose family has been inside this academy longer than any other noble house. It is not Mourne. Lirenne's eyes locked on the next word. It is Raveth. The letter dropped from her fingers and landed face up on the desk. Yselle did not reach for it. She sat with her hands still folded, watching Lirenne with the flat gray patience of someone who had already read the same revelation and had her moment of breaking in private. Now you understand, Yselle said, why I did not give this to Quist. Lirenne stared at the paper. At the word Raveth written in Isolde's hand, House Raveth placed the seal, she said. Her voice sounded hollow. Not Mourne. Moore was framed. Or Moore was complicit, Yselle said. The line between framed and willing is often blurred when a foundation seat is the prize. But the record Brodvrain's father cut from the notebook, the one that names the last witness, you are assuming the missing name is Moore because that is what the evidence suggests. Isolde suggests otherwise. Lirenne picked the letter up again. Read the final line. I found the ledger of debts. It is not what they told me. We do not own the archive. We will own the lie that keeps it sealed. If you want to survive, do not trust anyone whose blood goes back 40 years in this academy. Not even yourself. There was no signature. The ink simply stopped at the edge of the page, as if Isolde had run out of time, or space, or the strength to continue. Lirenne folded the letter with slow, deliberate care, slipped it into her sleeve, looked up at Yselle. You said there was more on the back. You did not tell me it was this. I told you the letter was written before you arrived, Yselle said. I told you it was sealed in the dormitory safe. I did not tell you its full contents because I needed to see your face when you read it. I needed to know if you already knew. And now? Now I know you did not. Yselle stood, smoothing her uniform. The question is what you do with it. Lirenne's mind raced. 40 years, the same year as the dial chamber, the same year as the curator's elimination, the same year someone sealed the Mourne record. But the seal was not Mourne, it was Raveth. Her own blood. She had been carrying the conspirator's name inside her body all along without knowing it. Isolde's mother was a payment. House Raveth was the hand that signed the seal. And the foundation board, the one that just appointed a Mourne to oversee the investigation, was playing a game older than Lirenne had ever guessed. Does Quist know? She asked. Quist knows the foundation board lies, Yselle said. He is known for years. It is why he built his reputation on scholarship merit, to have something clean to hold against the rot. But he does not know whose name was on the original seal. If he did, he would have already confronted House Raveth's representative, and that would have started a war no one in this academy would survive. Lirenne's hand moved to her sleeve, where the letter rested. I need to reach the archive. You need to reach the fifth bell first, Yselle said, and you need to decide who in House Raveth you can still trust. Isolde's letter names no one. It only warns that one of them is the architect. The letter M could be Mourne. It could be someone else. But the truth is already written in the Foundation's records, if you know where to look. Lirenne turned toward the door. Wait. Iselle's voice held her. I did not give you that letter because I trust you. I gave it to you because you are the only person in this academy who might survive reading it. Do not prove me wrong. Lirenne did not answer. She stepped into the corridor and began walking toward the archive with Isolde's letter burning against her wrist, the word Raveth repeating on her skull like a bell that would not stop tolling. Chapter 54. Lirenne's footsteps carried her toward the archive by habit, but she stopped at the kitchen threshold. Oren stood in the doorway with his sleeves still rolled, a ring of old iron keys in his hand. He did not ask where she had been. He looked at her face, at the way she held her sleeve against her wrist where the letter rested, and something in his expression shifted. You found something, he said quietly. Why the delivery route was decommissioned the same year the record division split. They told us it was budget. They told us a lot of things. He turned and pushed open the kitchen's back door, the one that led to the scullery and the old storage cellars where unused copper hung on rusted hooks. Lirenne followed because there was nowhere else to go. The cellar stairs were narrow, worn concave at the center by decades of feet that predated the academy's current layout. Oren moved without hesitation, fitting keys into locks that had not turned in 40 years. Each bolt released with a sound like bone cracking. The delivery route connected the old library's lower storage to the deliberation chamber's foundation level. He said, before the record division split, before the Foundation Board restructured archive access, House Raveth controlled the movement of sealed materials. Everything that went into the deepest archive rooms came through these passages. They reached a door banded in iron, its surface scarred by old tool marks. Oren's key slid in, caught, and stopped. He tried again. The lock did not yield. This door was not on the decommission list, he said. It was sealed separately, different mechanism. Lirenne stepped past him and looked at the lock plate. The brass was tarnished almost black, but beneath the patina, scratches caught the lantern light. Letters, scratched backward into the metal, as if someone had carved them while facing the door from the other side, working blind. She traced the first character with her fingertip, reversed, but her mind knew the shape, the Pionode activation phrase. Whoever sealed this door, she said, they wrote the opening sequence into the lock, from inside. Oren's breath went still. That means the lock was never meant to be opened from this side, only from the chamber beyond. Lirenne pressed her palm flat against the scratched brass. The metal was cold, but beneath it she felt something else, a vibration too faint to be sound. The same 7-beat pulse slowed to near stillness, running through the door like a vein. She had spoken the activation phrase 3 times across 82 loops. The first time, in the second loop, she had misread it, and the third bell had tolled, sealing her curse. The second time, with Rue in the archive, she had corrected the inscription and broken the cycle. The third time had been in the canal water, when her reflections spoke for her. This was the fourth. She traced the final character backward, then pressed her thumb against the last scratched line and held. The door did not open. The vibration stopped. And from the far side something scratched back. 3 slow movements, deliberate, answering her touch with a pattern that was not the activation phrase, but the response she had never heard, because no one had ever been on the other side to give it. Oren's face went pale. There is someone in there. Lirenne stepped back. The scratches in the brass were fresh, cut through the tarnish, not 40 years old. Someone had been waiting. Chapter 35. The cellar air had not moved in years. It lay against Lirenne's skin like old cloth, heavy and still, while the silence stretched where the 3 scratches had faded. Oren pressed his palm against the iron band and held it there, His jaw worked. He did not speak. They wrote the activation phrase backward. Lirenne said, "From inside. That means they knew someone would find this door and need the sequence. They were preparing for a visitor before the seal even closed." "Or they were marking where they had gone," Oren said, "so someone could follow." The implication sat between them like a third presence. Someone had been sealed in the chamber 40 years ago. Someone had survived inside it, scratching guidance into brass with nothing but time and darkness to keep them company. Lirenne traced the final character again, pressing harder this time, but the door did not respond. The vibration beneath the metal had stopped entirely, as if the 3 scratches had exhausted whatever connection remained. "We need Rue," Lirenne said. Oren nodded. He was already moving back toward the cellar stairs, fitting the old keys into their loops with practiced efficiency. "The archive. She will still be at the stacks." They climbed in silence. The kitchen passage felt bright above ground, ordinary in a way that made the darkness below seem like a dream. But Lirenne carried the brass scratches behind her eyes, the backward curve of each letter, the precise rhythm of the response pattern. Rue was where Oren had predicted, standing at the work table in the old library's back room, with the white-bound volume open before her. She looked up the moment they entered, her narrow shaders tightening as she read their faces. "The service door," she said. "You found something." "The door was not on the decommission list," Oren said. "Different mechanism. The activation phrase was scratched into the lock plate from inside." Rue's hand went still on the page. "From inside. That means whoever sealed it was already there." "Or was left there," Lirenne said. She pulled a stool from under the table and sat, placing her hands flat on the wood, palms down. The letter from my door was still folded in her sleeve, a weight she had not put down since Iselle's office. She had not told Rue about its contents yet. There had not been time. Now the door demanded priority. "There is someone behind the iron door," she said. "They scratched back when I touched the phrase. 3 movements, deliberate. It was not the activation sequence. It was an answer." Rue's eyes caught the lamplight as she moved around the table to face them. 3 movements. Not 7. Not the rhythm of the mechanism. No. Then it was not the entity beneath. Lirenne let that land. The entity beneath the foundation spoke in the 7-beat pattern, the pulse that ran through the dial chamber and the arena and every sigil lamp across the east wing. It had spoken through mirrors and reflections, and bound volumes, and through Gresham Venn's body in the service yard. But the 3 scratches did not match that rhythm. Something else was behind the door. "We need to open it," Lirenne said. "We need to know what we are inviting in before we do." Rue replied, "The door was sealed separately, off the decommission list, written out of the record digen's inventory. 40 years ago. The same year the dial chamber was locked. The same year the curator of turns was eliminated. The same year House Raveth placed the seal." House Raveth placed the seal. Lirenne's family. Her blood. "Everything converges on that year," she said, "but we never asked why. We treated it as the point where the secret started. What if it was the point where the secret ended?" Rue's brow furrowed. And out where? "The origina span," Lirenne said. "Shaldy's letter mentions witnesses who survived it. They were promised protection in exchange for silence. 40 years ago, something happened. Something bad enough that the Foundation rewrote the story, sealed the dial, eliminated the curator, and buried anyone who remembered. But they did not destroy the witnesses. They paid them." She pulled the letter from her sleeve and unfolded it, smoothing the creased paper on the work table. The back of Isolde's dense script faced up. "My mother was on the list," Lirenne said, "as payment to guarantee House Raveth's compliance, not as a witness, as currency." Rue leaned over the page, reading the pressed handwriting. Her lips moved silently over the lines. When she straightened, her face was pale. Your mother was written out of the Foundation records because she was traded. Rue said, your family took a Foundation seat in exchange for silence. They sealed the dial chamber and helped vary the original span. That is what Isolde found when she reached the open archive door. And whoever scratched the activation phrase into the door from inside, Lirenne said, is someone who was sealed alongside the secret. Someone who knew the truth and was supposed to stay behind it. Oring had been quiet, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. Now he spoke. 40 years is a long time to survive in a sealed chamber. No one answered. Rue turned back to the white-bound volume, flipping pages with controlled precision. The curator of turns was the keeper of continuity. When a route deviated too far from the preferred structure, the curator applied corrections. Adjustments, not full resets. Small rewrites to bring the story back in line. She stopped at a page and read silently. Then she looked up. What if the loop was never designed to be endless? What if it was a last resort correction? When the curator was eliminated, there was no one left to apply small adjustments. The only tool remaining was the dial, a hard reset that preserved the day but destroyed memory. But the dial was sealed 40 years ago. It was never supposed to fire. Except someone misfired it, Lirenne said. Me, in the second loop. Or you were the first person who could, Rue said. 81 people might have failed to trigger it before you. The Palino dial did not curse you by mistake. It chose you because your blood was on the seal. Because House Raveth's name was written into the mechanism's foundation language. You were keyed to it from birth. That is why it answered when you touched it. The words landed like a blow to the chest. Lirenne had spent 82 loops believing she had caused the reset by mistranslating an inscription. That it was her error, her fault, her failure to read correctly. But Rue was suggesting something worse. She had not broken the seal by mistake. She had been meant to break it. Then the loop was never accidental, Lirenne said. It was the mechanism's last instruction. Stire when someone keyed to the foundation, touched the dial, reset the day, keep the story contained. Until someone found a way to stop it without restoring the original span, Rue said, which you did, with the corrected inscription. But breaking the loop did not release the pressure. It just stopped the release valve from opening again. The kitchen clock had chimed 8 times with its half-hour mechanism removed. The arena had collapsed when Lirenne stepped away from the platform. The entity beneath had spoken through her own reflection, commanding her to return. The loop had been a cage. The broken loop was a wider cage. The person behind the door, Lirenne said slowly, might be the only one who remembers what the original span looked like before the correction, before the seal, before my family traded my mother for a seat on the foundation board. Rue closed the white-bound volume. Then we open it, but not from the corridor side. The activation phrase was scratched backward because forward did not work from outside. The door was built to be opened from within. The person inside scratched back, Oren said. They know someone is there. If we give them the right sequence, they might open it themselves. Lirenne remembered the 3 slow movements, deliberate, answering her touch. A response pattern she had never heard because no one had ever been on the other side to give it. They were not alone in the dark. Someone had been waiting, and that someone was still there, scratching answers into brass while 40 years of silence pressed against the iron door. Chapter 56. Rue closed the white-bound volume and set it aside. The old library's afternoon light had shifted to the color of rust, casting long shapes across the reading table where Brodvain now sat with his hands flat on the wood. He had been quiet since the kitchen, since the cellar, since Lirenne told him about the iron door and the scratches and the 40 years of waiting. I need to test something, Rue said. The residue Brodvain carries. The fragments he remembers from the erased loops. Lirenne's throat tightened. Test how? Rue reached into her smock and produced a small sigil disc, no larger than a coin, etched with a single spiral pattern that caught the rusted light. Mnemonic resonance. Harmless. It calls up only present memories, recent impressions, nothing buried deeper than a day. And Bravaine's fragments are from erased loops, not recent. Exactly. If his residues are genuine, the sigil should ignore them. It is tuned to current memory only. If they are something else, something the dial failed to erase correctly, the sigil may still ignore them, because they are not his present memory either. Rue placed the disc on the table between them. But I need to see how his mind reacts when the sigil activates. If there is interference, I will see it in the spiral's rotation. Bravvaine looked at the disc, then at Lirenne. Will it hurt? No, Rue said. He waited a beat, then nodded. Rue pressed her thumb to the disc's center. The spiral began to turn, slow at first, then faster, a silver blur that cast ripples across the table's surface. Bravvaine blinked. His hands stayed flat on the wood. Nothing happened for a long breath. Then his fingers curled. A corridor, he said. You were standing in a corridor, the east wing before the third bell. Your hair was loose and you were talking too fast. Lirenne's stomach dropped. She had never described that moment to him in this timeline. You were telling me to get out, Bravvaine continued, his voice flat, reciting rather than remembering. You said the deliberation chamber was not safe. You said someone had been waiting there for 40 years and the door was already open. I never said that, Lirenne breathed. Not in this version. Rue's eyes were fixed on the sigil. Its spiral had begun to be slow, resisting her pressure. That was a different loop, a conversation the dial erased. But the residue is still there, pressed into his mind like a scar. Bravvaine's hands were shaking now. His jaw tightened. There was a girl in white. The words landed like glass shattering. A girl in white, he repeated, standing beside the dial. She was watching you. Her hand was on the stone, and she was watching you read the inscription. Lirenne felt the temperature drop around her. I never saw anyone in white, because she was not there when you looked. She was behind you, farther back, near the door. I saw her because I was standing where you could not see. Bravvaine's voice cracked. I was inside your memory. I was watching you from behind the doorway of a moment I never lived. Rue pulled her hand away from the sigil. The disc went still, its spiral frozen mid-turn. The silence stretched. A girl in white, Rue said slowly. Describe her. Pale, tall, hair braided with silver thread. Bravvaine's eyes were unfocused, still caught in the vision. She wore a collar pin shaped like a bell, the tower bell, the one that has not rung in 12 years. Lirenne's mouth went dry. Rue's face had lost all color. Here Villas, Rue whispered, the last apprentice keeper. She was recorded as dead before the current route set was written. Recorded as dead, Lirenne said, but not actually dead. Or not dead in the way the records mean. Rue's voice was barely audible. The curator of turns was eliminated 41 years ago. If Air was the apprentice, and if she was standing beside the dial when it fired, she may have been pulled into the loop's foundation. Not erased, preserved. Bravvaine blinked, and the vision released him. His hands were still shaking. He pulled them off the table and pressed them against his knees. I saw her watching you, he said to Lirenne. She knew you were going to read the inscription wrong. She did not stop you. Because she wanted me to fire the dial, Lirenne said. She wanted the loop to start. Rue was already reaching for the white-bound volume, flipping pages with sharp, desperate movements. If Airvelis was preserved inside the loop's foundation, then she is still there, standing beside the dial in the moment of activation. Every time the loop reset, she witnessed it. Every time you woke, she was watching. Lirenne felt the floor tip beneath her. She had never been alone in the dial chamber, not once. A girl in white had been standing in the shadows of every single loop, watching her fail, watching her weep, watching her mistranslate the inscription and curse herself for 82 resets. And she had never moved to stop it. Why? Lirenne's voice came out raw. Why would she let it happen? Rue stopped turning pages. She looked up and her eyes were hollow. Because she was not the one who sealed the chamber. She was the one who was sealed inside it. What can I break them before the base white of harvesting? Chapter 57. The old library smelled of dust and something older, something that clung to the back of Lirenne's throat like a second breath. She stood at the long oak table with Rue on one side and Baine on the other, the white-bound volume still open between them, its pages catching the rust-colored afternoon light. "We need to find her," Lirenne said. "If Airvelis was preserved in the dial's foundation, there has to be a record, a student file, a residence assignment, something that proves she existed here before she was sealed." Rue was already moving toward the catalog cabinets, her narrow fingers finding the drawer marked V by touch. The keeper apprentices were logged in the old student register, not the archive's internal record. If she was ever a student at Goldenmark, her name would appear in the residence ledgers. Lirenne followed, Baine a step behind. His hands were still unsteady from the mnemonic test, but his focus had sharpened, the vision of Airvelis pressing him forward. Rue pulled the drawer open. The cards inside were yellowed, their edges soft with age. She ran her thumb across the dividers, stopped at Vel, and pulled out a single card. Empty. The space where Airvelis's record should have been held nothing but a rectangle of darker paper, a ghost shape where the card had once sat. "She was removed," Rue said. "Not filed elsewhere, removed." Lirenne looked at the empty slot. The paper ghost stared back. "Check the residence ledgers," she said. "If she lived in a dormitory, there would be a room assignment, a key log, a maintenance record." Rue nodded and crossed to the shelves where the old residence books were stored, their spines cracked and faded. She pulled down the volume for the east wing, the one closest to the archive entrance, the one that had housed keepers and archive staff for decades. They opened it on the table. The pages were ruled in faded ink, each line recording a name, a room number, a term year. Airvelis was not there. They checked the west wing, the south wing, the staff annex, the old tower residence registry. Nothing. Rue closed the last volume with a soft thump. She was never a student. Or she was a student whose existence was scrubbed so thoroughly that even the residence books do not remember her. Broadvein's jaw tightened. "I saw her. She was real enough to stand beside the dial and watch Lirenne fail 82 times. The words hung in the air. Lirenne turned from the table, her gaze drifting across the reading room's shelves, the high windows, the dust motes spinning in the late light. Somewhere in this academy, Airvelis had walked, had studied, had worn a collar pin shaped like a bell that had not rung in 12 years, and the foundation board did not want to pay for a keeper. And Airvelis wore a collar pin shaped like that bell. Broadvein stepped closer, his eyes moving across the page. "Is there a residence listed for the tower?" Rue scanned the entry. Her fingers stopped at a line near the bottom. "Upper chamber, south aspect, unattached residence, no current occupant." "Unattached?" Lirenne repeated. That means it was never assigned to a student or staff member in the current Drukset. Rue nodded slowly. It means the room exists, but the person who lived there was written out of the residence ledgers. The tower was sealed before the current records were made. Lirenne's mind raced. A room in the sealed bell tower. No occupant on file. A woman in white who stood beside the dial and watched the loop start. He reached out to touch the catalog entry, to trace the words. The door behind them opened. Lirenne turned. Head Proctor Severin Quest stood in the threshold, his pale gray eyes moving from her to Rue to Bravvain, taking in the open ledger on the desk, the red thread, the page marked with a sealed location. He stepped into the room without asking permission. I was informed that 3 students had entered the archive custodian's office without authorization, he said. His voice was calm, controlled. The voice of a man who had already decided what he was going to find. Rue did not flinch. The door was unlocked. That does not make it permitted. Quest walked to the desk. He looked down at the open ledger, at the entry for the bell tower, at Lirenne's hand still hovering over the page. He read the entry in silence. Then he reached past her, tore the page from the ledger with a single sharp movement, and folded it into his coat pocket. That is evidence, he said. If you have a reason to be investigating the sealed bell tower, you may present it at a formal inquiry. Until then, this catalog remains under the Foundation Board's jurisdiction. Lirenne's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her sides. Head Proctor, she said. The tower has appeared in every anomaly report since the arena collapse. The kitchen clock, the communication mirrors, the east stairwell. Everywhere we find irregularities, the tower keeps surfacing. You know that. Quist's expression did not change. He held her gaze for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was quiet. Yes, he said, I do know that. The silence stretched. Quist's eyes moved from Lirenne to the torn page in his pocket, and something shifted in his face. Not softening, sharpening. That is why I am confiscating this catalog entry, he said, not to bury it, to keep it from being buried by someone else. Lirenne's stomach dropped. There are members of the Foundation Board who would prefer the tower's records to vanish entirely, Quist continued. I have been watching them watch this investigation. Every time the tower enters a report, someone on that board makes a call. A record is misfiled. A witness statement is removed. A door is locked. He looked at the torn page. This page would be gone by morning if I had not taken it now. Rue's voice was sharp. You want to protect the evidence or control it? Quist met her eyes. I want to know why the tower keeps entering every anomaly report. I want to know who is trying to erase it. And I want to know what is inside that tower that someone has spent 12 years making sure no one finds. He turned to Lirenne. You have been at the center of every one of those anomalies. You were present when the arena collapsed. You were present when the kitchen clock chimed 8 times. You were in the archive when the mirror activated. And now you are in the custodian's office, reading about a sealed residence in a tower that has not been opened in over a decade. He stepped closer. You are going to tell me exactly what you know about that tower, or I will have you restricted to the dormitory under direct supervision until the Foundation Board decides what to do with you. Lirenne's pulse hammered in her throat. I do not know what is in the tower, she said, but I know who used to live there. Quist's eyes narrowed. Her name was Velis, Lirenne said. She was the last apprentice keeper of the Palino Dial. She was recorded as dead before the current root set was written. She paused. She is the one who watched me trigger the dial. She is the one who let the loop start. And she is still inside that chamber. Quist's face went still, the kind of stillness that came before a fall. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the torn catalog page. He unfolded it, looked at the entry one more time, and then held it out to Lirenne. "Then I think you should see what is written on the back." Lirenne took the page with trembling fingers. She turned it over. In the same tight, precise hand that had written the building catalog, someone had added a single line at the bottom of the page. "Ir Villis. Residence assignment. Upper chamber, south aspect, sealed bell tower. Key held by archivist, lower stacks. Last accessed 40 years ago. Occupant status, missing. Presumed preserved." Lirenne looked up. Quist's expression had not changed, but his eyes had. Something in them had cracked, just barely, like ice under too much weight. "That catalog page was not written yesterday," he said quietly. "It was written 40 years ago, by the same hand that sealed the tower, and it was placed in this ledger the same year the dial chamber was locked, the curator of turns was eliminated, and a member of House Raveth took a seat on the foundation board." He looked at Lirenne. "That page was never meant to be found, and the fact that it is still here after 40 years means someone wanted it to be found now." The air in the room thickened. Rue's voice was barely a whisper. "The archive woman. She placed it here for us." Quist did not disagree. He looked at the page in Lirenne's hands, then at the closed door behind him, then back at Lirenne. "I am going to pretend I did not find you in this office," he said. "But you have until the morning bell to tell me everything. If you do not, I will seal this investigation myself, and I will make sure no one ever finds that tower." He turned and walked out. The door clicked shut behind him. Lirenne stood in the silence, the catalog page trembling in her hands, the name Ir Villis staring up at her from 40 years of darkness. The bell tower had a key, and someone had been waiting for her to find it. Chapter 58. The torn edge of the catalog page bit into Lirenne's palm as the door clicked shut behind Quist. Rue exhaled. He knows. He knows enough to be dangerous. He knows enough to want more, Lirenne said. That is worse. Broadvein leaned against the nearest shelf, one hand pressed to his ribs, where the mnemonic test had left him trembling. He gave you until morning. What do we do with that? Lirenne looked at the page. Ir Villis. Residence assignment. Upper chamber, south aspect, sealed bell tower. She folded it carefully along its existing crease and slid it into her sleeve beside Isolde's letter. I go to him. Rue's head snapped up. You walk into Quist's office and hand him everything after he threatened to seal the investigation? Not everything. Lirenne straightened her sleeves. I show him the pattern. Not the blood, not the 40-year seal, not the person behind the iron door, but enough that he understands this is not a cheating ring. She met Rue's eyes. He has been building a case against me for 82 iterations. If I do not show him a larger frame, he will fill it himself with the only frame he knows. Rue's jaw tightened. You trust him? No. Lirenne's voice was flat. But I trust that he wants to know the truth more than he wants to be right. That is the difference between Quist and the Foundation Board. She walked toward the door. The West Administration corridor was empty of students by the fourth bell. Lirenne's footsteps echoed off the marble as she approached Quist's office. The door was ajar. A single lamp burned inside, casting his shadow across the threshold in a long, patient sliver. She knocked once. Enter. She pushed the door open. Quist sat behind his desk, the leather ledger open in front of him, his right hand resting on the page with the ink-stained finger that had tracked every anomaly she had ever caused. He did not look up. 37 minutes, he said. I expected you to take longer. I did not want to give you time to reconsider. He looked up then. His pale gray eyes moved across her face, reading her the same way she had learned to read corridor layouts across 82 loops. And what are you offering, Miss Raveth? Lirenne walked to the chair across from his desk and sat down without being invited. I am offering you the truth of the pattern. Not all of it, not the parts that would get people killed before morning, but enough that you can see what you are actually investigating. Quist's expression did not change. And what am I actually investigating? A distortion, Lirenne said. Not a student manipulating exam results, not a noble family buying advantages. Something beneath the academy that has been pressing upward for 40 years, and I am standing at the point where it breaks through. She held his gaze. You have documented every anomaly near me. The compass in the North Hall, the kitchen clock, the arena collapse, the mirror activation. You have a pattern board in your own head, and you know none of those events share a single human cause. Quist's hand stilled on the ledger. I am not asking you to trust me, Lirenne said. I am asking you to follow the evidence where it leads, and to stop treating every student who crosses your path during this term as a potential conspirator in a cheating scheme that does not exist. The silence stretched. Quist's thumb traced the edge of the ledger page. Show me the pattern, he said. Lirenne drew a folded paper from her sleeve, not the catalog page, not Isolde's letter, but a separate sheet she had prepared in the between minutes. She placed it on his desk. It was a timeline. 82 entries, each one a loop event that had caused harm. The ink spill in the east corridor, the sigil surge on the platform, the bell chime at the wrong hour, the altered seating chain, the speaking walls, the mirrors that showed expressions the wrong side of human. Quist's eyes moved across the lines. These events span the entire term, he said. Some of them are separated by weeks. Yes. And you claim to have witnessed all of them? Yes. He looked up. His face was unreadable, but something in his posture had shifted, not softer, more alert. You are telling me that the Academy has been producing dangerous anomalies across a full entrance term, and you have been present for every single one. I am. Quist leaned back in his chair. That is either the worst look I have ever encountered, or you are lying. It is neither, Lirenne said. It is design. I am keyed to the system that produces the anomalies. Where I go, the instability follows, because the instability is tracking me, not the other way around. Quist's hand moved to the ink pot. He dipped his pen. Write that down. Lirenne took the pen. She wrote the words slowly, deliberately, letting the ink dry before she pushed the paper back across the desk. The entrance name was printed at the top. A scholarship student from the Lower River District. First term. No connection to any noble house. At the bottom of the report, in Quist's handwriting, a single observation. Subject appears to be hearing residual timeline echo from a prior iteration. Lirenne looked up. Quist's eyes held hers. I have been documenting anomalies for 3 years, he said. I know the tower records were erased. I know the foundation board is lying. I know something broke 40 years ago and has been leaking ever since. He leaned forward. I have been waiting for someone to come through that door and tell me I am not imagining it. The lamp flickered. Lirenne's voice came out steady, though her pulse was not. Then we have common ground. Quist nodded once. Conditional exchange accepted. I stopped pursuing the students as conspirators. You show me the pattern as it unfolds. He extended his hand. Lirenne took it. His grip is cold, dry, and final. The bell tower, he said. We start there at dawn. Chapter 59. Leanne stood in the corridor outside Quist's office, the paper still folded in her sleeve, the ink still drying on her skin. Her hand tingled where his fingers had pressed against hers. She had done it. She had turned Severin Quist from an enemy into a conditional ally, not through manipulation, but through the one currency he respected: evidence. It felt wrong. Like borrowing a tool from someone who had once used it to build a cage. Rue was waiting at the East Junction, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the stairwell where Broadvein leaned against the wall with his head down. Well, Rue said. He agreed, Lirenne said. Rue's jaw tightened. Quist agreed. I showed him the timeline. He knows the records were erased. He has been documenting anomalies for 3 years. Rue barked a laugh, short and hollow. 3 years. He watched things break and wrote them down instead of stopping them. Give her a moment, Rue. Broadvein's voice came rust, still recovering from the mnemonic test. She changed his position. That is not nothing. It is not everything either. Rue turned on her heel. Where does he want to meet? Dawn, the bell tower. Rue stopped walking. The bell tower. Yes, the bell tower that has been sealed for 40 years. The bell tower whose records the Foundation Board is actively erasing. That one. Rue's face cycled through several expressions before settling on something that looked like resignation. Then we have until dawn. They separated before the 4th bell. Bravero went south toward his dormitory. Rue slipped into the lower stacks to consult the white volume. Lirenne walked back toward the women's wing alone. The corridors were empty. The sigil lamps burned steady. Nothing moved. It was the most peaceful the Academy had looked in any loop she could remember, and it made her skin crawl. She reached the dormitory entrance and found Matron Yselle Raveth standing in the doorway, arms folded, gray eyes fixed on some point over Lirenne's shoulder. Dean Norick called a full assembly, Yselle said. 2nd bell tomorrow, attendance required. What for? He did not say. Iselle's gaze dropped to Lirenne's face. But he requested you specifically be in the front row. Lirenne's stomach tightened. Thank you, matron. Yselle nodded once and stepped aside to let her pass. Sleep did not come. Lirenne lay in Ido's bed, watching the moonlight shift across the ceiling, listening to the silence where the 3rd bell should have been. The tower was quiet, but she could feel it. A pressure at the edge of her awareness, like a held breath waiting to release. She closed her eyes. She did not close them for long. The sound came at the 4th hour after midnight. A single chime. Deep. Slow. Wrong. Lirenne was out of bed before she knew she had moved, feet on cold stone, dress half-fastened, door open before the vibration finished dying. The corridor was dark. Other girls were stirring. A door creaked open 2 rooms down. A whisper rose from the far end. None of them knew. Lirenne did. That chime had not come from a clock. It had come from the bell tower. The tower whose stairs had been sealed for 40 years. She reached the east stairwell and found Rue already there, white volume clutched to her chest, face pale in the dim light. That was not possible, Rue said. Then it did not happen. It happened. I heard it. You heard it. Did you feel it? Lirenne pressed. In the stone? Rue's hand went to the wall. She was quiet for a long moment. Yes. The chime had not been a sound. It had been a pulse, a statement, a summons. Lirenne had heard it once before, in the 63rd loop, just before the east stair mirror had smiled at her with teeth that did not belong to her reflection. She had not known then what it meant. She knew now. The tower was waking, and Norik was going to stand in front of the assembly tomorrow and tell everyone it was nothing. A structural settling, a drain line shifting, a story students told each other to feel brave in the dark. She had to find Quist. The 5th hour chimed from the hall clock. She had 3 hours until dawn. "I am going to the tower," Lirenne said. "The stairs are sealed. Then I will find another way." Rue's grip on the white volume tightened. "You will not go alone." "Then come." Rue looked at the stairwell, looked at the book, looked at Lirenne. "Broadvein is still recovering," she said. "Oren is in the kitchen. Corwel is asleep." "Wake them." Rue's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Because I have learned what happens when I move alone." Lirenne's voice came flat, steady, stripped of performance. "I fail. I break. I lose the people who trusted me." Rue held her gaze, then she nodded. "Kitchen passage. 5 minutes." Lirenne turned and walked into the dark, the single chime still ringing in her bones like a thread pulled taut. She did not know what they would find in the tower. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. The tower had not rung by accident. Someone was inside, and they were waiting. Chapter 60. The kitchen was dark when Lirenne reached it. No lamps, no fire in the hearth. Only the pale gray of pre-dawn leaking through the high windows and the smell of cold ash. Oren was already there. He stood at the work table with his back to her, hands braced on the edge, head bowed. He did not turn when she entered, but she saw his shoulders shift. "You heard it too," he said. "Yes." "I thought it was a dream, the kind where you wake with your heart already pounding and cannot remember why." He straightened and turned. Then I felt the floor tremor. "Where are the others?" "Broadvein is coming. Rue went to wake Corwel." Lirenne crossed to the table and set her hands beside his. The wood was scarred with decades of knife work, the grain worn smooth in places where cooks had braced their palms. "There is a crawlway," Oren said. She looked at him. "Under the east banister," he continued, "where the old service route connects to the tower foundation. I found it once, years ago, when I was tracing a leak in the drain line. Did not think anything of it. It was just a gap in the stone." "Does it lead to the tower?" "It leads under it." His voice dropped. "I never went far enough to see where it ends." The kitchen door opened. Rue entered first, Corwel behind her, both moving silently in the dark. Broadvein came last, pale and hollow-eyed from the mnemonic test's residue, but steady on his feet. Lirenne looked at each of them in turn. Oren found a way under the tower. Rue's eyes sharpened. "How far does it go?" "I do not know," Oren said. "I only found the entrance. I was young and the gap was narrow. I did not have a reason to push further." "You have a reason now," Broadvein said. Oren's jaw tightened. "Follow me." He crossed the kitchen to the storage alcove where the copper pots hung, pulled the far rack outward, and pressed his palm to a seam in the wall that Lirenne had never noticed. The stone shifted. A rectangle of darkness opened at the base of the wall, low and wide enough for a person to crawl through. Cold air breathed out, carrying the scent of wet stone, and something older, dust that had not been disturbed in years. Oren took a candle from the shelf, lit it with a striker, and lowered himself into the gap. The others followed. Lirenne went second, then Corwel, then Rue, with Broadvein at the rear. The crawl space was tight, the ceiling low enough that Lirenne's shoulders brushed stone on both sides. The floor sloped downward at a shallow angle, and the candlelight showed them only a few feet ahead. Oren moved with the certainty of someone who has walked a path many times in memory, even once in life. The passage curved. The air grew colder. The candle flame bent sideways, then steadied. "Here," Oren murmured. The ceiling lifted. They emerged into a small chamber shaped from raw stone, too irregular to be built, too deliberate to be natural. The walls were rough, but the floor had been leveled by hand. At the center stood a pillar of uncut rock, waist-high, its surface covered in scratches and wax strips. Fresh wax. Lyren's gaze dropped to the base of the pillar. A single page lay folded there, the paper yellowed with age but not brittle. Someone had placed it recently. Baine stepped past her. His face went still. He reached down and unfolded the page with a reverence that made Lyren's chest tighten. "This is from my father's notebook," he said. His voice was quiet. The page he cut out. Rue moved closer, holding the candle high. The light fell across the page, revealing cramped handwriting in faded brown ink, a diagram of intersecting lines beneath the text, and at the bottom, a seal. House Mourne's seal. But the ink was different from the rest of the page, fresher, as if someone had added it after the original writing. "What does it say?" Corwel whispered. Baine read aloud. "The curator of turns was not eliminated. She was buried. The tower was her residence before it became her prison. The seal on the upper chamber was not a lock, it was a lid." The silence that followed pressed against Lyren's ears like water. Oren was the first to speak. "She is still in the tower." Baine's hand trembled, but his voice held steady. "Archivist, lower stacks," he read. "If you are reading this, she has been waiting long enough. The key is in the 7th ledger from the left on the 3rd shelf of the sealed repository, under a false bottom stamped with Raveth blood. Bring it to the tower foundation before the bell or the lid will close again." Lyren's blood ran cold. She knew exactly which repository he meant. Rue was already turning toward the crawlway. "We have 2 hours until dawn. Then we move now," Lirenne said. She reached for the page and Baine let her take it. The seal caught the candlelight, old wax gone brittle, but beneath it, in ink that had not yet dried completely, someone had added a single line in a hand Lirenne did not recognize. "Not yet." She read it, and the world tilted. The line said, "You are not the first to find this page. The one before you is still inside." Chapter 61. The candle flame steadied. Lirenne read the final line again. "The one before you is still inside." The words sat in her chest like a second heartbeat, wrong-rived and cold. Rue reached for the page. Lirenne let her take it. The candlelight shifted across the paper as Rue tilted it, reading quickly, her lips moving without sound. Corwel leaned in from the side, one hand braced against the stone pillar. Baine had not moved. He stood with his arms at his sides, his face a mask of controlled stillness that did not reach his eyes. The page had been his father's secret, cut from the notebook and hidden, and now it sat in Rue's hands, speaking truths his family had buried for 40 years. "There is more," Rue said. Her voice was quiet but sharp, cutting through the chamber's cold air. "Below the seal. This section is written in a different hand." She angled the page toward the candle. "The curator of turns was not a title granted by the Foundation. The role predates the Academy's current charter. The keeper moderated route bleed between relics, archives, and social rights. Without a living keeper, scripted corrections continue without judgment." She looked up. "That is the warning. If the curator is removed, the system does not stop. It keeps correcting, blindly, because there is no one left to decide what should be preserved." Corwel spoke first. "Rue bleed. What does that mean exactly?" Rue's jaw tightened. "The Academy's events, the routes, the rivalries, the exam cycles, they are not natural. They are maintained. The curator was the person who kept them from collapsing into each other, who made sure the correct scene fired on the correct day, that the right person failed the right trial, that the right couple met at the right corridor junction. She paused. Without that moderation, the system corrects everything, indiscriminately. It does not know which outcomes matter and which are accidents. It treats all deviations as errors. The silence stretched. Oren broke it. That is what the loop was, he said. A correction. Rue nodded. The Panado dial was the hard reset, but the curator was the soft correction, the one that nudged rather than destroyed. When the curator was buried, the dial became the only tool left. Lirenne's throat tightened. And when I broke the dial, she said slowly, there was nothing left to moderate anything. Rue's silence was answer enough. Broadvein moved at last. He stepped past Rue and took the page from her hands, turning it over to examine the back. His fingers traced the edge where the paper had been cut, the fibers still visible, the separation recent. My father cut this page from the notebook this morning, he said. His voice was flat, empty of accusation, empty of anything but a hollow fact. He placed House Mourne on the foundation board the same day. He knew someone would come looking for this. Corwel frowned. Then why leave it here? Why not burn it? Broadvein's hands stilled. Because he wanted someone to find it. He looked up, and the candlelight caught the old iron color of his eyes. He just did not want it to be him. The words landed like a stone in still water. Lirenne thought of the fresh wax on the pillar, the ink that had not dried on the final line. Someone had been here recently, close enough to leave the page and add the warning. Someone who knew the crawlway, knew the chamber, knew the page would be found. The one before you, she said. Rue's head snapped toward her. Whoever found this first, Lirenne continued, they did not leave. They are still inside. The tower, the crawlway, the foundation, they are still here. Oren's hand went to the stone wall beside him. Inside where? Lirenne shook her head. I do not know, but the page was meant to lead us to the key. The 7th ledger, 3rd shelf, sealed repository, false bottom stamped with Raveth blood. That is the next step. She looked at Broadvein. Your father wanted the page found. That means he wanted the key found too. The question is whether he wanted it found before the 8th bell, or whether he wanted someone else to find it first. Broadvein's jaw worked. He has been planning this longer than I knew. The board appointment, the notebook, the cut page. He built a trail. He wanted someone to follow it. Then we follow it, Rue said. She turned toward the crawlway. The sealed repository is in the foundation level, beneath the old archive. I know the chamber. The 7th ledger is a census record of the original Academy charter members, 45 years old, never accessed in my tenure. She paused. If there is a false bottom, I never found it. You were not looking for one, Corwel said. Rue's mouth curved, not quite a smile. No, I was not. She stepped into the crawlway and the others followed. Lirenne went last, the page still in her hand, the final line burning against her thoughts. You are not the first to find this page. The one before you is still inside. The crawl space closed around her, stones scraping her shoulders, the cold air pressing against her face. She wondered how long the one before her had been waiting in the dark, and whether they would recognize her as a rescuer or as a replacement. Chapter 62. The sealed repository lay beneath the old archive like a room that had forgotten it was meant to be found. Rue stopped at the threshold, her lamp casting long shadows across stone shelves packed with ledgers. The air tasted of dust and old iron, and the silence pressed against Lirenne's ears with the weight of 40 years. Third shelf, Rue said. Left side, seventh from the end. Corwel moved past her before anyone could speak, her scholarship uniform catching the lamplight as she crouched to read the spine labels. Her fingers found the seventh ledger before the others had crossed the threshold. Charter Census, she said. 45 years, signed by the Foundation Board's first acting secretary. She pulled it from the shelf and laid it flat on the stone floor. Oren knelt beside her, his kitchen hands careful as he turned the cover. The pages were brittle, the ink faded to brown, but the binding held. He worked through the first third of the ledger in silence, his breath the only sound in the chamber. Then his hands stopped. Here. He pressed his palm against the inner spine, where the paper felt thicker than the rest. Lirenne watched him run his fingers along the edge, finding the seam where the false bottom had been glued into place. Raveth blood, Broadvein said, his voice flat. Oren looked up. I know. He took a knife from his belt, thin-bladed, meant for cutting twine in the kitchen stores. The tip found the seam and worked it open with the patience of someone who had spent years learning how things fit together. The false bottom lifted. Beneath it lay a key black iron, the shaft etched with a pattern Lirenne recognized before her mind caught up with her eyes. 7 beats. Rest. 7 beats. She reached for it and her fingers brushed the metal. The pulse traveled up her arm and lodged behind her ribs like a second heartbeat. That is it, Rue said. That is the key to the curator's chamber. Corwel did not look at the key. She was staring at the ledger pages, her expression shifting from curiosity to something colder. Lirenne saw the change and followed her gaze. Corwel's finger rested on a column of names. These are the merit postings from the current term, she said. The ranking board publishes them every morning after first bell. Rue leaned closer. And half the names from the arena collapse are missing. She turned the page, revealing a second list scrawled in a different hand, cramped and rushed. The ink was darker, newer. Someone wrote a corrected version on top of the original. Sullivan is not here. Neither are the 3 scholarship students who tested positive for pattern carrier residues in the infirmary. Corwel's voice stayed steady, but her hands trembled at the edge of the page. They are being erased from the record. Not expelled, not reassigned, just removed from the list of people who exist in this term. The silence that followed was worse than anything Lirenne had heard beneath the tower. Broadvein was the first to speak. Norek called the assembly for second bell. He specifically asked for you in the front row. Corwel met his eyes. I know. She closed the ledger and stood, her jaws set in a line Lirenne had never seen on her before. The scholarship heroine who had always been kind, always careful, always one step behind the people who pulled the strings. She did not look careful now. He wants me to watch while he announces the official version, Corwel said. The one where Sullivan never existed, and the pattern carrier students transferred out for family reasons, and the arena collapse was an isolated structural failure that harmed no one. She turned toward the crawlway. I am going to give him a different version instead. Rue stepped into her path. Corwel, if you confront him publicly, he will destroy your scholarship review. You know that. Corwel's chin lifted. I know. She did not look at Rue when she said it. She looked at Lirenne. You taught me that some things are worth losing for. The words hit Lirenne harder than the key's pulse had. She had spent 82 loops treating people like variables, optimizing outcomes, calculating the costs of every intervention. And somewhere along the way, Corwel Baine had been watching her long enough to learn the one lesson Lirenne had been trying to teach herself. That the safest move was not always the right one. I am coming with you, Lirenne said. Corwel shook her head. You cannot. You have to take the key to the tower before the 8th bell. That is more important than one confrontation. It is not more important than you. The words came out before Lirenne could stop them. Corwel's expression flickered, surprise giving way to something softer, almost fragile. Then she shook her head again, this time with a small, rueful smile. Then meet me after, if I am still standing. She stepped past Rue and into the crawlway before anyone could argue. The chamber fell quiet. Broadvein picked up the key from the false bottom and held it out to Lirenne. His hand was steady, but his eyes were not. He had less than an hour before the 8th bell. Lirenne took the key. The 7-beat rhythm still pulsed beneath her ribs, matching the metal in her hand, matching the heartbeat of the academy itself. She thought of Corwel walking alone toward the assembly hall, toward Norick and the foundation board, and the official version of events that was never meant to include the truth. She thought of Yselle, who had lost the use of her hand because someone told her to take an empty platform slot. She thought of the erased students, the deleted individuals, the ones whose names had been written out of the story so the academy could pretend nothing was wrong. And she thought of the key in her hand, and the curator's chamber, and the warning on the cut page that someone else was still inside. Then we do not waste time, she said. She turned toward the crawlway, the key cold against her palm, and the that bell deadline already pressing against the edge of her thoughts. Behind her, the 7th ledger lay open on the stone floor, its false bottom gaping like an empty grave. And above them, the assembly hall was filling with students who did not yet know that the story they were about to hear was a lie. Chapter 63. The crawlway ended at a narrow door set into raw stone, its surface smooth where hands had pushed it open many times before. No handle, no lock. Just a slab worn dark at the edges from years of palm-shaped pressure. Broadvein reached it first. He pressed his hand against the stone and pushed. The door swung inward without resistance. Beyond it lay a chamber the size of a small lecture hall, carved directly into the tower's foundation. Lirenne stepped through, and the air changed instantly. Older, drier, heavy with the smell of dust that had not been disturbed in decades. Slate boards lined every wall, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They hung in staggered rows from floor to ceiling, each one covered in tight handwriting, diagrams, columns of names, dates crossed out and rewritten. The script varied in color and style, some entries in faded brown ink, others in black so fresh it still caught the light. Rue moved to the nearest slate and touched its surface. "Attendance records," she said. "Every entrance term since the academy was chartered." Lirenne turned in a slow circle. The slates did not stop at attendance. Some bore branching diagrams with names connected by lines of varying thickness. Others listed exam results, route completions, social encounters recorded in single-line summaries, so compressed they read like code. A girl in Garden Quadrant, North Bench, spoke to a boy from the River District. The line under it read, "Route locked, 3rd correction applied." "She tracked everything," Oren said from across the room. He stood before a slate covered in a single dense diagram, a web of names and connections that spread from a central point like a cracked window. The curator. She recorded every choice, every deviation, every correction she made. Corwel had been right. The system did not forget. It just buried its memory where no one thought to look. In the center of the chamber stood a heavy wooden chair, its arms worn smooth from decades of use. It faced a tall mirror framed in black iron, the glass dark and still, reflecting nothing but the empty room behind them. Except the room in the mirror was not empty. Lirenne saw the chamber reflected perfectly, the slates, the chair, the door they had entered through. But in the mirror, the door stood open wider than it was in reality, and beyond it, she could see a corridor that did not exist in the tower foundation. A corridor lined with windows, daylight streaming through them, and at the far end, a figure in white walking away. "The mirror shows entrance day," Brodvain said quietly. He stood beside her, staring at the glass. "No matter where you stand in this room, the mirror shows the first morning of term. That is what the curator watched, over and over, every variation, every student who walked through those gates." Lirenne stepped closer to the chair. The bells hung above her, arranged in 3 rows of 10, each one no larger than her fist, their surfaces etched with sigils instead of numerals. Not tuned to hours, tuned to events. Exam bells, assembly bells, lockdown bells, bell that marked the moment a route locked or broke. She reached out and touched the nearest one. It did not move, but the pulse in her hand answered it, a single vibration that traveled up her arm and settled behind her ribs. The key in her paw grew warmer. "The curator's seat," Rue said. "This is where they sat, where they watched the routes unfold and decided which deviations to correct and which to let stand." Lirenne looked at the chair. It was not a throne, not a symbol of authority. It was a working seat, plain wood, worn from use, positioned perfectly so the occupant to see every slate on every wall at a single glance. Someone had spent decades in this chair. Someone had watched thousands of students walk through entrance day, had tracked every conversation, every glance, every choice that nudged a route toward lock or break. And then, someone had sealed them inside their own tower. "The 8th bell," Oren said, quietly. "We still have time, but not much." Lirenne did not answer. She was looking at the mirror, at the figure in white walking away down the corridor that should not exist. The figure stopped. It did not turn around. But it stopped, standing perfectly still in the middle of the corridor, as if it had heard something, as if it knew it was being watched. Lirenne's hand tightened on the key. "I know what this room is," she said, "but I do not know what the chair does." Rue moved to stand beside her. "I think you do." Lirenne looked at the chair, looked at the mirror, looked at the slates covering every wall, the accumulated memory of decades of corrections, of choices made and unmade, of students who had walked through entrance day and never known that someone was watching them from beneath the tower. The key pulsed against her palm. She thought of Corwel walking alone toward the assembly hall, of Yselle Raveth, whose name was being erased from the record, of the 3 scholarship students who had tested positive for pattern carrier residues and were now being written out of existence. She thought of the warning on the cut page. "The one before you is still inside." "The curator is not dead," she said. "They are still here, somewhere in this tower, waiting." Rue's jaw tightened. "Then we need to find them before the 8th bell closes the lid." Lirenne turned from the mirror. The figure in white was gone. The corridor in the glass was empty again, reflecting only the chamber behind them, the slates, the chair, the bells. But as she turned, something caught her eye. A single slate, hanging lower than the others, half hidden behind the chair's back. It bore a single line of handwriting in fresh black ink, written in the same cramped, rushed hand as the corrected version of the merit postings. "The curator took a new apprentice on the day the dial was sealed." Lirenne read it twice. Then she looked at Rue. "Who was the curator's last apprentice?" Rue's face went pale. "No one knows," she said. "The records were erased." "But the slate knows." Lirenne reached for the slate, but before her fingers touched it, the bells above her began to ring. Not the 8th bell, a different pitch, higher, thinner, a sound she had never heard in any loop. One bell, then silence. Then another, and in the mirror the corridor reappeared. But this time, the figure in white was not walking away. It was walking toward her. Chamber hipples. Slappening. The bells rang again, higher now, a pitch that scraped against something inside Lirenne's skull. She did not pull her hand from the slate. The fresh ink glistened under the lamplight, the words still wet. The curator took a new apprentice on the day the dial was sealed. Behind her, Rue made a sound, half breath, half word. That cannot be right. The curator was eliminated. The records say so. Every record says so. The records were erased, Broadvein said. His voice was flat, controlled. You said so yourself. The apprentice's identity was scrubbed. Oren moved past them, circling the chair, studying the slates with the same quiet patience he used in the kitchen. Then the person who wrote this knew the records would be erased, he said. They wrote it where no one would think to look. Behind the curator's seat. Lirenne finally touched the slate. The ink was dry under her fingers. Not recent, older than the cut page, older than the fresh wax in the foundation chamber, but newer than the slates around it. She turned back to the mirror. The corridor was still there, still impossible, still lit with daylight that should not exist beneath the tower. But the figure in white was no longer walking toward her. It had stopped again, standing in the middle of the corridor facing the glass, facing her. Lirenne felt the key pulse against her palm, a steady rhythm that matched something deep in her chest, something she had been carrying since the first loop, since before she understood what the rhythm meant. What do you see? Rue asked. Her, Lirenne said. She stopped. Broadvein stepped closer to the mirror. Is she looking at us? Lirenne did not answer, because she was not certain the figure was looking at them. It was looking at her, directly at her, as if it had always known she would find this room, touch this slate, stand before this glass. You told me the curator watched from here, Lirenne said. That they watched every route, every deviation, every correction. Broadvein nodded. The mirror was their window. Then she can see us too. She did not know why she said it. The words came out certain, flat, as if she had known the truth for longer than she could remember. Rue made a sharp movement beside her. Do not touch it. But Lirenne was already reaching. Her fingers met the glass. The mirror was gold, colder than it should have been. The kind of cold that did not come from stone or air, but from something deeper, older, sealed beneath layers of time. The surface rippled under her touch, not like water, like a held breath released. And then she was no longer standing in the tower chamber. The mirror pulled her through, not her body, but something else. A thread of awareness that stretched thin and sharp as a pulled nerve. She saw the corridor from the inside now, felt the flumir beneath feet that were not hers, heard the distant echo of bells that had not rung in 40 years. The figure in white stood ahead of her. No, not a figure, a woman, young, younger than Lirenne had expected, dark hair braided tight against her skull, hands stained with ink to the wrist. She was standing in a chamber Lirenne knew by heart, the Pine Oak chamber. The same stone walls, the same iron-bound door, the same sigil-etched dial at the center. But the woman was not watching the dial. She was watching something else. Someone else. Lirenne. She saw herself from an angle she had never seen before. Saw her own fingers reaching for the dial's inscription, saw her own lips moving, forming words she had believed were correct. The woman in white was trying to reach her, hand outstretched, mouth open in a shout that made no sound through the glass. Lirenne watched herself speak the wrong phrase, watched the dial pulse once, twice, then crack, watched light bleed from the fissure and fill the chamber. The woman in white was still reaching, but the light swallowed her. And then the vision shifted. The chamber was empty now, the dial sat sealed, the door was closed, and the woman in white stood alone in the dark, her ink-stained hands pressed flat against the chamber's wall. She was waiting. She had been waiting for a long time. Lirenne watched her turn. The woman's face was vanger than she had expected, and older too, worn thin by years of watching through glass, through mirrors, through the surface of still water. She looked directly at Lirenne, and she spoke, not in sound, in memory. A voice that pressed through the glass and settled behind Lirenne's ribs like the rhythm of the key. You will not remember this, but I will remember you. The vision snapped. Lirenne's hand tore free of the mirror, the cold vanished, the chamber reasserted itself around her, stone and slate, and the smell of dust and old iron. She was kneeling. She did not remember falling. Rue was beside her, gripping her arm. Lirenne held my hold on spot, and I've been fading my fizzworms up like battle on night. I saw her, she said. I saw the day the dial cracked. She was there. She tried to stop me. Broadvein's face was pale in the lamplight. The apprentice. Lirenne nodded. She is in the mirror. She has been in the mirror since the dial sealed. That is what the curator's chamber was. Not a prison, a vantage point. She has been watching, waiting for someone to touch the glass. Oren's voice came from behind her, quiet and steady. And now she knows you saw her. Lirenne looked at the mirror. The corridor was gone. The black iron surface reflected only the chamber behind them, the slates, the chair, the bells, but at the center of the glass, pressed against the inside as if from the other side, was a single handprint. Ink-stained fingers. Palm flat. Waiting. Chapter 65. The handprint pressed against the inside of the glass. Ink-stained. Palm flat. Fingers slightly spread, as if the woman on the other side had pressed her hand there and was waiting for someone to press back. Lirenne stared at it. Her own hand still tingled from the touch. The cold lingered in her fingertips, bone deep, as if the mirror had borrowed warmth from her and had not yet returned it. Rue let go of her arm but did not step away. That was real, Rue said. Not a question. She was there, Lirenne said, in the Pylano chamber, when I spoke the wrong phrase. She tried to reach me. Oren moved past them, circling the mirror at a cautious distance. His kitchen shoes made no sound on the stone floor. The woman in white? He said. That was the curator's apprentice? The one the slate mentioned, Brovaine said. The one taken on the day the dial was sealed. Rue pressed both hands flat against the nearest empty section of wall, as if she needed to feel something solid. Ervelis, she said. The name landed like a bell note in the still air. Lirenne turned. What? Lirenne said. Ervelis. Rue did not turn around. Her voice had gone flat, reciting from a catalog she had memorized years ago. The last apprentice keeper, attached to the curator's office in an auxiliary capacity. No formal training contract, no residence assignment in any academic wing. Her name appears in exactly 3 places in the entire Academy archive. 3 places, Brovaine said. Yes. Rue finally lowered her hands and turned. The student register, where her card was removed. The building catalog, where her tower residence was listed as unoccupied. And a single reference in the Foundation's maintenance log from 40 years ago, where she is described as assisting the curator with event bell calibration. That entry was the last time her name appeared anywhere in official records. Lirenne looked back at the mirror. The handprint was still there. She was not dead, she said. She was sealed. Yes, Bravvain said slowly. And the curator's chamber was a vantage point, not a prison. She has been watching through the glass. Rue's jaw tightened. For 40 years. The silence that followed was the kind that felt thick enough to touch. Oren brunt it first. Then she knows everything we have done, he said. Every loop, every choice, every failure. She saw me fail 81 times, Lirenne said. She watched me read the wrong phrase and stood behind me while the light swallowed her and did not stop trying to reach me. She paused. She said I would not remember her, but she would remember me. Rue's eyes sharpened. Did the vision tell you anything else? Her location? How she is bound to the glass? Lirenne searched her memory, but the vision was already fraying at the edges, dissolving like a dream pressed against morning light. She was alone, in the dark, hands against the wall. She had been there long enough that the dark stopped meaning anything. Rue absorbed that. Then she moved. She walked straight to the mirror, stopped 2 feet from the glass, and studied the handprint as if she were reading a page of sigils. The handprint was not there before Lirenne touched the glass. Rue said, It appeared when she pulled away. Yes, Lirenne said. That means contact leaves a mark. Bravvain stepped forward. A mark that could be used to find her. Or a mark that could be used to pull her out. Lirenne did not say it aloud. The thought settled in her chest like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through everything she knew about escape and cost. Before she could speak, the first bell rang. Not the hour bell, not the event bell. A note she had never heard before, high and thin, like glass being drawn across glass. It came from the 30 bells above the curator's chair, the one she had touched earlier. The key in her palm pulsed warm. Then the second bell rang, different pitch, lower, from the opposite end of the row. Then the third, and the fourth. Not in sequence, not in rhythm. They rang in mismatched order, as if someone on the other side of the glass was pressing each bell in turn, testing the sound, learning which note belonged to which event. Rue went still. The bells are responding to something. To her, Lirenne said. She is ringing them from inside the mirror. The 5th bell rang, then the 6th, then silence. 6 notes. No pattern Lirenne recognized, no rhythm that matched any event sequence she had learned across 82 loops. But her hand was moving before she understood why. She reached up. The 7th bell, 3rd row, center position. The one etched with a sigil she had never seen in any academy document. The one that had felt warm when she touched it earlier. Her fingers brushed the metal. The bell rang. And in the silence that followed, Lirenne heard something that made her stomach drop. A voice. Not in the air, inside her skull. 15 hours before the last correction fires. You are not ready. She pulled her hand back as if burned. The mirror showed only the chamber's reflection. Stone, slate, waiting silence. But the handprint on the glass had begun to fade. Lirenne! Rue's voice was sharp. What did you hear? She opened her mouth to answer. The tower bells rang again. All 30 of them, at once. Chapter 66. The sound of 30 bells hitting the same note at once felt like being pressed into the stone floor from the inside. Lirenne's knees buckled. The key in her palm burned hot, then cold, then hot again, pulsing in a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. The chamber around her flickered. Not light, not shadow. The walls themselves flickered, as if they were deciding whether to be stone or slate, or something else entirely. The slates on the walls shifted, names sliding across their surfaces, rearranging themselves into positions that did not match the rows they had occupied moments ago. What is happening? Rue's voice came from somewhere to Lyranna's left, but it sounded distant, underwater. The bells, Lirenne said. They are not just event markers, they are triggers. The handprint on the mirror had stopped fading. It pressed against the glass from the other side, darker now, more defined, as if someone was leaning their full weight into it. The last correction, Lirenne whispered. She said 15 hours, but the bells are ringing now. Orin grabbed her arm. Look! She followed his gaze to the far wall, where the slates containing entrance term records were no longer still. Names crept across the stone surface like water seeking level, settling into new arrangements, then shifting again, faster each time. Rue stepped toward the nearest slate. The root bleed is accelerating, she said. The system is trying to restore the entrance term configuration. The entrance term ended, Baine said. Not according to the correction. The seventh bell rang again. This time the note was lower, heavier, and Lirenne felt it in her teeth. Then the second bell answered. Then the fourth, and the room around them began to change. The doorway they had entered through started moving. Not the door itself, the wall. The wall was shifting, crawling sideways as if the tower's foundation was rearranging its bones to match a blueprint that no longer matched the above-ground building. Everyone stay exactly where you are, Rue said. Do not move until the settling stops. Lirenne did not argue. She stood frozen, watching the slates rearrange themselves, watching the names of forgotten entrance terms rise and fall like breath. Then the first rumble came from above. Not a bell, stone. Somewhere above them, the tower was reorganizing itself floor by floor. Rue heard it too. Her head snapped up. The correction is not just in this chamber. And where? Baine said. Rue's face went pale. Everywhere. They felt the second rumble as a tremor through the floor, and Lirenne understood. The system was not trying to fix a single route. It was trying to rewrite the entire academy back to entrance day configuration, pushing duels, confessions, and rivalries into the wrong date all at once, forcing the shape of a morning that had already passed onto a future that had already moved forward. The key in her hand pulsed once, then fell still. The handprint on the mirror began to fade again. Air, Lirenne said, but the mirror showed only the chamber's reflection, stone and slate and waiting silence. The bells above the chair hung motionless, but the rumble continued, growing closer, as stone ground against stone somewhere in the tower's bones. Rue broke the silence. We need to see the surface. She moved toward the crawlway entrance before anyone could argue. Lirenne followed, the key pressed against her palm. The rhythm of Air's warning still beating behind her ribs like a second heart. The crawlway was different. The walls were closer, the ceiling lower. Lirenne had to duck in places where she had walked upright moments before, and the stone under her hands felt warmer than it should, as if the foundation itself was generating heat. Rue reached the crawlway exit first. She stopped. Lirenne caught up, looked past Rue's shoulder, and felt the air leave her lungs. The east corridor outside the crawlway was wrong. The portraits on the walls were from a different decade, faces Lirenne did not recognize, dressed in styles that predated the Academy's current charter by at least a generation. The windows showed a courtyard that did not match the landscape she had crossed to reach the tower. The daylight streaming through the glass was too pale, too thin, as if filtered through something that no longer had density. What year is it? Rue whispered. Before Lirenne could answer, a student rounded the far corner and stopped dead at the sight of them. Not a student Lirenne recognized. The girl wore a scholarship uniform from at least a decade ago, cut different at the collar, hemmed at the wrist with a stitch pattern the Academy had replaced before Isolde's birth. Her eyes went wide. "Who are you?" The girl's voice cracked. "This is the Foundation wing. You cannot be here." Rue started to speak, but Langau caught her arm. The girl was not looking at the crawlway. She was looking at the tower door behind them, the one that should not have existed to anyone outside the group. The girl backed away. "The bell," she said. "You heard the bell and came from inside." Lirenne said nothing. The girl turned and ran. Rue watched her vanish around the corner. "She should not have been able to see us. Her route is from a different term. She is not supposed to be here." "Neither are we," Baine said, emerging from the crawlway behind them. "The correction is rewriting the building around us. Students from previous years may overlap with the current timeline." Oren pulled himself out last, brushed dust from his shoulders, and looked at the corridor with the expression of someone watching a house he knew slowly catch fire. "The system is trying to force entrance turn shape onto us," he said. "Every route, every duel, every scheduled confession. It is pushing them all into today." Lirenne looked at the key in her palm. 15 hours. Air had said 15 hours before the last correction fired. "What happens at the end of the correction?" she asked. Chapter 67. The scream faded into the ringing. The Ran stood in the doorway of the study that should not exist, watching Air Velis breathe, watching the green sky pulse like a lung through the window behind her. The key was cold in the Ran's palm. The bells above them kept ringing, a sequence she had never heard, a language she could not read. "Assign us." Renan opened her mouth, closed it. The correction was rewriting the Academy floor by floor. Students from different decades were bleeding into the same corridor. The tower bells were speaking in patterns that had never existed in any loop. And Rayanne's first instinct, the one carved into her by 81 erased mornings, was to calculate every variable herself, to move alone, to treat the people behind her as pieces she needed to protect rather than partners who could act. She had promised Corwel she would stop. She had promised Rue. She had promised Oren in the kitchen, standing over dough that never rose, that she would let him help carry the weight. "Rue," Rand said, "the tower notes, the slates, the bell sequence. You know the archive better than anyone. Figure out what the bells are saying and whether we can stop them." Rue nodded once and moved toward the crawlway without hesitation. "Corwel." Ranan turned to face the direction where Corwel had gone, toward the assembly hall and the displaced students. "The students from other terms. They are running through corridors that do not belong to them. Someone needs to gather them, keep them calm, keep them from triggering more corrections by panicking. You are the person people trust when they are afraid." Corwel was not there to hear it, but Oren was. He stood at the edge of the corridor, sleeves still rolled from the kitchen, watching Rayanne and the steady eyes. "She will need to hear it from you later," he said. "I know." Rayanne turned to face him fully. "Oren, the service routes are changing. The doors are appearing and disappearing. You have walked these passages longer than anyone. Map every shift you find. If the correction closes a route, we need to know the alternative before we need it." He did not argue. He did not ask if she was sure. He just turned and walked toward the kitchen stairwell, and Rayanne watched him go and felt something loosen in her chest that she had not known was clenched. Broadvein was last. He had not moved from where he stood near the study door, watching Air through the frame with the careful distance of a scholar who had learned that proximity to the impossible cost something. "The sigils," Rand said. "Your father's notebook, the seventh bell's unknown marker. You understand the Foundation's language better than I do. If there is a counter sigil hidden in the tower or the archive, you will find it faster than anyone else. Broadvein looked at her. You are trusting me to go alone. I am trusting you to know what you are doing, Rand said. That is different. Something shifted in his expression. Not trust, not yet, but a recognition that she had seen him clearly enough to know the difference. He went. Rhiannon stood alone in the corridor with the plain wooden door still open behind her and the green sky still pulsing through the study window. Air Velis had not moved from behind the desk. That was well done, Air said. Was it? You gave each of them the work they are best suited to carry. You did not hoard the burden. That is more than you managed in any of the 81. Rand turned to face her fully. You watched all of them. Every choice, every failure, every time you let someone walk away because it was easier than letting them stay. Air's hands rested flat on the desk, ink-stained to the wrist. You have never delegated before, not once. There is a first time for everything. Indeed. Air's gaze flicked past Rand's shoulder toward the corridor where the walls still crawled sideways. It may also be the last. The correction is not a single wave. It is a pattern of overlapping rewrites. Each one closes a door that was open a moment before. How long do we have? Less than you think. Rand stepped back from the doorway. She had assignments to follow, routes to check, people to find. But before she could move, a figure appeared at the far end of the corridor, moving fast, uniform pressed, ink stained dark on his finger. Quist. He stopped when he saw her. His pale gray eyes swept the corridor, the study, the green sky visible through the window, and something in his expression shifted from suspicion to comprehension. Corwel Baine sent me, he said. The displaced students are gathering in the old dining hall. She has them calm, but the room keeps changing. Tables become examination platforms. Windows show different years. Rhiannon nodded. The correction is rewriting the building in layers. She needs to keep them moving if the room shifts again. I told her the same thing. Quist stepped closer. His voice dropped. I also traced one of the correction paths backward. It is not random. The rewrites are following a pattern. What pattern? The oldest route in the Academy's event structure. He held her gaze. The one written before the charter, before the foundation board, before any of the current administration. The first walk that set the terms for every route that followed. Rhiannon felt the cold spread from the key up her arm. Where does it lead? Quist's jaw tightened. The women's dormitory. Alde Raveth's room. The corridor shifted again. The portraits changed. The daylight through the windows turned the color of a bruise. And somewhere above them, the bells rang a single note. Then silence. Then a note that was not a note, but a held breath waiting to break. Chapter 68. The corridor held its bruise-colored light as Lirenne moved past Quist toward the women's dormitory's stairwell. The walls crawled beside her. Portraits flickered between faces she recognized and faces she had never seen. One frame showed a woman in white standing in a corridor that did not exist anymore, her hand raised as if knocking on glass. Lirenne did not stop to look. Quist matched her pace, his boots silent on the shifting stone. She could feel him reading her, measuring whether she would slow down, hesitate, or ask for help. She did none of those things. The oldest route, she said. You traced it backward. How far? To the foundation layer beneath the charter archive. Quist's voice was flat, the tone he used when presenting evidence he did not fully trust. The route was inscribed before the Academy's current layout was built. It predates the dormitory wing, the ranking halls, the bell tower's upper chamber, Everything was constructed around it. Who wrote it? No name, no seal, only a date notation that does not match any calendar the Foundation recognizes. Lirenne reached the dormitory door. It stood open. Inside, the corridor stretched longer than it should have, doors on either side bearing numbers that did not follow any sequence she remembered. The air smelled of old paper and something else, something metallic and patient. Isolde Raveth's room is number 9, Quist said. In the current arrangement, the correction may have changed that. Lirenne walked past door 3, door 5, door 7. The numbers blurred at the edges of the vision, and for a moment she thought she saw door 7 open a crack, a sliver of darkness, a single eye watching from inside. She did not stop. Door 9 stood at the corridor's end, its surface wrong. The wood was darker than it should have been, the grain coarser, and the handle was not brass but black iron, etched with a pattern she recognized. 7 beats. Rest. 7 beats. She touched it. The handle was warm. The roux has been altered, Quist said from behind her. The correction reached it before we did. Lirenne pushed the door open. The room beyond was not Isolde Raveth's dormitory chamber. It was larger, older, furnished with a heavy desk, a writing table, and a wall of shelves filled with ledgers whose spines bore no titles. The window showed a sky that was not the Academy's deep green, pulsing like the underside of a wave. Air Velis's study, but not. Lirenne stepped inside. The air pressed against her skin, heavy with the weight of years she had not lived. A single sheet of paper lay on the desk, weighted by a brass compass. The handwriting was dense and tight, the letters slanting left as if the writer had been in a hurry or afraid. She picked it up. To the curator's office. House Raveth's request for archive intervention is denied. The debt schedule stands as written. The patron seat will transfer to House Mourne at the close of the current term, per the terms agreed when the seal was placed. The Foundation Board acknowledges receipt of the petition. The Foundation Board declines to act. Signed, Matriarch Yselle Raveth. Lirenne read the name twice. The script was the same as the letter's body, the same leftward slant, the same pressure on the final stroke of each word. Yselle Raveth had written her own denial. She was told to sign it, Lirenne said, or she signed it to protect someone else. Quist moved past her to the shelves. His fingers traced the ledgers, stopping at one whose spine was cracked and reglued. He pulled it free and opened it on the desk beside the letter. Patronage accounts, payments recorded in gold and ink, donations to the Academy's scholarship fund, to the ranking hall maintenance, to the event bed calibration. All from House Raveth, all dated in the years before the seal. But at the bottom of each page, a second hand had written a different total, a subtraction, a debt. House Raveth was not in financial decline when the entrance term was designed, Quist said. They were being drained. Lirenne turned to the page. A letter from the Foundation Board to someone whose name had been scratched out, the ink gouged from the paper. The archive intervention you requested would require reopening the dial chamber, which the board cannot permit while the original span remains unresolved. Your daughter's eligibility for the entrance term is not in question. Her placement will proceed as scheduled. We ask that you cease all inquiries regarding the bell-keeper's apparatus. There was more, but the bottom half of the page had been torn away. Lirenne set the ledger down and looked at the desk again. A shallow drawer stood slightly open beneath the writing surface, a sliver of darkness that had not been there a moment before. She pulled it open. Inside lay a bundle of letters tied with black ribbon. The top one bore a broken seal stamped with the Raveth crest, the wax cracked cleanly in two, as if it had been opened deliberately, not broken by accident. She unfolded it. Matriarch Yselle Raveth. Your petition for access to the backkeeper's chair is noted. The chair is not an archive resource. It is a seat of continuity. No living occupant has held it since the curator's office was dissolved. The Foundation cannot grant what does not exist. However, if a qualified successor were to present themselves, the apparatus would respond. The Foundation cannot prevent that response. Only the bellkeeper's key can activate the chair, and that key has been lost since the sealing. We trust this clarifies the board's position. The letter was unsigned, but at the bottom, someone had added a single line in a different hand, cramped and rushed. The key was never lost. It was hidden in the ledger with Raveth blood on the false bottom. The board knows. They put it there. Lirenne's hand went to her pocket. The iron key she had taken from the charter census ledger was warm against her palm, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. She reached into the drawer again. Her fingers touched metal. She pulled out a second key, smaller than the first, its shaft etched with a single word in a script she could barely read. Chair. A tag dangled from its head, yellowed paper tied with frayed red cord. The ink had faded but was still legible. Bellkeeper's seat. Tower foundation. Insert after correction sequence completes. Lirenne looked up at Quist. The board did not lose the key, she said. They kept it, and they put it where only a Raveth could find it. The walls shuddered. The window's green sky flickered, and for a moment Lirenne saw the tower chamber through the glass. The curator's chair, the 30 bells howling in their rows. One of the bells was ringing. Not the 7th, a different one. A bell she had never heard before. The note it sang was not a correction. It was a summons. The meant. Just and fail Raveth. The bolts retired too direct chance to make it a clip. The porter shuckle is desperate still. The munner of drungles his meant to space be the necessary is there's berm scrays as a trivently steading 7th direct once. The laws is despied, where they look like the Manfield stream. Sleepily entirely opening a complete audio, in value it's Nortine, when the Merce would try to complete it slatly. Lina had this to Bluletman, slice through the cramity remming. His lairs will crawl someone she never heart about the brom. I can see this lias tragedy of this influence inside. The bolds are swapping against art in answers. The free, rotway, concrimen and frust, and terrifying. One of the bellies will deal, her decals isn't backing up and founding for this cust. We need to have to go known. Manned up that you just this starving phonish contract to his glass starving twarst. The bother is a color in dark nut was in selfie way. We like with a slittle men tree. The Goulone shoals will thrive very found, so we could take that brage this week. The one who can include the 30 bead junch just to prown. The prother, thanks to the flad, the slew grash of her pre and a movement noticeably full. I ask how we're going to talk the darty. A good long specific vestiges of the stored are recorded. The Holt's careful. Manning families his both in this faction. The morning drank wanted, to previous disbegarming it and adjust it. What is it hold? A 3 covery, by the typing 10 letters that the spakes will even loom us to peace from those outs. The boards are loken in it. The game is that this paputal is yegi spone she'll buy up. We need to have to go known. Mending things do it come map. Then watch out to speak back to the view. Sleep match. To the sleeving yet heavy stately, to the loaning water human. Before the ember active inside those regard necessarily calls different lent. But different the quarters will absolutely cultury. Which 4 years WC, the lattice 69. The bell kept ringing, a note that did not belong to any sequence Lirenne had memorized across 82 loops. Not correction, not warning, a summons. She crossed the transformed room before Quist could speak, the smaller key cold in her palm. The windows still showed the tower chamber through the green sky, the curator's chair waiting, the 30 bells hanging in their rows like patient birds. "Where are you going?" Quist's voice came from behind her, sharp and procedural. "The chair knows I found it." She did not wait for his argument. The corridor outside Uylde's door had shifted again, the walls closer now, the portraits reduced to blank frames. But the oldest route was still there, the path predating the academy, carved into the stone beneath the floorboards, visible only as a darker seam in the grout. Lirenne followed it. The tower foundation rose around her as she descended, the crawlway shorter this time, the raw stone chamber already open, the door to the curator's room standing ajar. She pushed through. Nothing had changed. The slates lined the walls in their thousands. The mirror sat dark and still at the chamber's center. The 30 bells hung above the curator's chair. But the air was heavier now, thick with a pressure she recognized from the moment before the dial cracked in the second loop. She crossed to the chair and stood before it. The seat was carved from the same black iron as the key, its surface worn smooth by decades of occupation. No cushion, no armrests, just a curve of metal shaped to hold a spine in place while the keeper watched the roots turn. Lirenne lifted the smaller key. The tag swayed, the faded ink catching the light. Insert after correction sequence completes. She looked at the chair again. No keyhole, no slot, nothing that invited insertion. Then the bell above her rang again, the same summons note, and she felt the vibration travel down through the iron frame into the seat, and she saw it. A seam. A hairline crack in the metal, running from the back of the chair down into the base, invisible unless the bell's vibration opened it. The seam was waiting. Lirenne pressed the key against the crack. The metal parted. The key slid in until the hilt met the surface, and the chair breathed. Not a metaphor. The iron expanded slightly, the way a chest rises before a held breath releases. Then the key turned itself, a quarter rotation, and the chamber's air changed. Pressure dropped. The bells went silent. And Lirenne's mind was no longer entirely her own. The interface hit her not as a vision, but as a layer, an overlay of data printed across her sight like ink on wet paper. She saw the academy in lines and nodes, every corridor mapped in pale gold, every occupied room marked with a pulse of light, every student and staff member reduced to a name suspended in the air above their location. She saw Rue in the tower antechamber, decoding the bell sequence from the notes. She saw Corwel in the old dining hall, ringed by displaced students, her voice steady. She saw Oren moving through the service routes, his path marked in blue, the correct heroine. She saw Broldvern in the east wing, his hand pressed against a wall where a counter sigil had begun to glow. She saw the correction, not as a wave, as a wound. The academy's timeline was torn along a seam that ran from the foundation to the roof, the edges ragged and bleeding chronology. Every loop had left a scar, and the scars were splitting open, releasing fragments of mornings that should have been erased, students who should have been elsewhere, events that should not have aligned. And she could touch it. The lattice was there, spread across her awareness like a map of veins. She could push correction energy back into the torn places. She could seal the edges. She could hold the academy stable for exactly as long as she remained in the chair. But the lattice was reading her. It was not a tool. It was a living framework, and it was learning her rhythm, her heartbeat, her breathing. It was writing her into its structure as surely as she wrote her name on an exam sheet. Once you enter the seat, The system reads you as part of its machinery. The thought came from somewhere outside her own memory, a remnant of something Air had said, or something the chair itself had whispered. She did not care. Lirenne pressed her hands against the armless curve of the seat and pushed. The lattice responded. She felt the correction's nearest tear, a rift in the east dormitory where two timelines had folded into each other, and she directed energy toward it. Not her energy. The Academy's. The system's. She was not the source. She was the conduit. The tear began to seal. The lines of gold in her vision brightened, the names of the students in the old dining hall steadied. The bell sequence Rue was decoding resolved into a pattern that did not repeat, a one-time key. Lirenne breathed. The Academy breathed with her. She could feel everything now, the weight of every slate in the chamber, the memory of every entrance term recorded in the stone. The curator's office had never been about watching. It had been about carrying, holding the shape of Goldenmark so the roots did not bleed into each other, so the corrections did not accumulate into a wound that could never heal. She was carrying it now, and it was crushing her. Not physically. The pressure was in her skull, in the space behind her eyes, in the hollow of her chest. Every timeline she had lived pressed against the single continuous present, demanding recognition, demanding to be remembered as real. 82 first warnings, 82 corridors, 82 conversations she had held alone while no one else knew. They were all still there, recorded in the lattice, and the lattice was feeding them back to her, not as memory, but as the system's littles today. The system does not tell the chair when it is done. It tells the chair when the work is finished. The mirror went dark, and Lirenne felt the correction's next wave building beneath her, felt the lattice tighten around her like a second skeleton, felt the Academy holding its breath. She was part of the machinery now, and the machinery was not done with her. Chapter 70. The lattice did not stop. Lirenne felt it pulse through her like a second heartbeat, steady and relentless, each wave carrying the Academy's shape through her bones. The golden lines in her vision had stopped shifting. They had settled into something that felt like waiting. She was still in the chair, still breathing, still carrying. The mirror remained dark. Air had not spoken again. But Lirenne could feel her presence on the other side of the glass, a pressure against the silence, like someone standing close to a door they had not yet decided to open. She turned her attention inward. The lattice showed her everything. The foundation, the walls, the paths Rue and Oren and Brovlin were still walking. Rue had stopped moving. She stood in the tower antiques chamber with her notes in hand, staring at the bell sequence she had just decoded. It was a single line, one sequence, one key. And at the bottom, in handwriting Lirenne recognized as Rue's own, a question mark had been drawn in the margin. The lattice answered before she could ask. The correction was not an event. It was a condition, a pressure that had been building for 40 years because the keeper's seat had been empty. The dial had not created the loop. The loop had been the system's last instruction, a command to return to the same morning until someone who understood the work could sit in the chair and complete it. Lirenne had broken the dial. She had not replaced the curator. The lattice had been running blind ever since, applying corrections without judgment because there was no one to tell it what to preserve. And now she was the only one left who could. She felt the weight of that truth settle into her chest. The chair did not judge her. It did not reward her. It simply held her there, a vessel for a function that had been waiting for 40 years to be performed again. But the function was not complete. Beneath the lattice's steady pulse, beneath the sealed tiers and the stabilized paths, something else pressed upward, a demand that had not been spoken aloud because it did not need to be. The system required a substitution. Not a temporary conduit, a permanent anchor. Lirenne's hands went cold. The lattice showed her what that meant. The curator had not been alone in the chair. The office had required two presences, one to carry the shape of the academy, and one to remain inside the foundation, a living anchor to keep the correction from collapsing into itself. Air Velis had been that anchor. Air Velis had been sealed not as a prisoner, but as a component, the system's failsafe, the body that held the correction's memory so the curator could make decisions without being crushed by the weight of every timeline at once. And Air was still in the mirror, still bound, still necessary. Lirenne felt the lattice ask the question it had been building towards since she sat in the chair. Who replaces her? The answer was not spoken. It did not reward her. It simply held her there. A vessel for a function that had been waiting for 40 years to be performed again. But the function was not complete. Beneath the lattice's steady pulse, beneath the sealed tiers and the stabilized pads, something else pressed upward, a demand that had not been spoken aloud because it did not need to be. The system required a substitution. Not a temporary conduit, a permanent anchor. Lirenne's hands went cold. The lattice showed her what that meant. The curator had not been alone in the chair. The office had required two presences, one to carry the shape of the academy, and one to remain inside the foundation, a living anchor to keep the correction from collapsing into itself. Air Velis had been that anchor. Air Velis had been sealed not as a prisoner, but as a component, the system's failsafe, the body that held the correction's memory so the curator could make decisions without being crushed by the weight of every timeline at once. And Air was still in the mirror, still bound, still necessary. Lirenne felt the lattice ask the question it had been building toward since she sat in the chair. Who replaces her? The answer was not spoken. It did not need to be. The lattice already knew what she was. It had known from the moment she touched the key, from the moment she stepped into the chair, from the moment she spoke the wrong phrase in the second loop and cracked the dial open. She was Raveth. She was blood-keyed. She was the only one who could take Air's place. The mirror rippled. Air's face emerged from the darkness, pale and still. Her ink-stained hands pressed flat against the glass from the inside. She looked at Lirenne with an expression that was not surprise, not regret, but something closer to recognition. You see it now, Air said. Her voice was quiet, no longer telepathic but audible, as if the mirror had thinned enough to let sound pass. Would you have believed me? Lirenne had no answer. The lattice pulsed again. 14 minutes. And the Academy's shape trembled in her hands, waiting for her to decide whether she would hold it or let it fall. Chapter 71. Rue hit the chamber floor first, her boots skidding on stone as she crossed the distance between the doorway and the chair. Her hands caught Lirenne's shoulders before the lattice could pulse again, before the seat could finish whatever seal it was forming around her spine. You are not staying, Rue said. Lirenne opened her mouth to argue. The lattice was still alive beneath her palms, still feeding her the shape of the academy, the weight of every corridor, the precise location of every person who had trusted her. She could feel Corwel's voice in the old dining hall, steady and patient. She could feel Orin's path through the service routes, still blue, still correct. She could feel Broadvein's hand against the counter sigil, holding a line he did not fully understand. She could feel all of it, and she could feel how fragile it was. I really gather no here. YN1 writes. We find another way. There is no other way. The lattice has been running blind for 40 years because no one was in the seat. I am blood-keyed. I am the only one who can. Rue pulled, not gently, not with negotiation. Rue hooked her fingers under Lirenne's arm and hauled her forward with the full weight of her small frame, and Lirenne's grip on the chair's arms broke as the lattice screamed through her ribs. She hit the floor on her knees. The connection snapped. The academy vanished from her senses in a single clean cut, and for a moment Lirenne had just breathed, could not remember how to exist inside only one body, one set of eyes, one pair of hands. The absence of the lattice was a wound. She pressed her palms flat against the stone and gasped. Oren was there a second later, his hand on her back, his voice low and steady. "Breathe. You are out. Breathe." She breathed. The stone was cold, the chamber was silent except for her ragged exhale and the distant hum of the correction still building beneath the foundation. 13 minutes, maybe 12. She was going to do it, Rue said. Her voice was flat, not accusatory, just stating a fact, the way she might state that water ran downhill or that the archive's lower stacks flooded in spring. Yes, Lirenne said. She was going to let the chair seal her into the foundation and never tell us she had a choice. Oren's hand tightened on her shoulder. Lirenne, I did not have time to explain. You had 14 minutes. Rue's voice cracked on the last word. You had 14 minutes, and you were going to spend them sitting in that chair feeling noble instead of letting us help. Lirenne looked up. Rue's face was pale. Her hands were shaking. The archivist who had watched 82 loops without flinching was trembling in the tower chamber because Lirenne had almost made a decision that did not include her. You said I had to delegate, Lirenne said. I delegated. Everyone has a task. Everyone is holding something. This was my task. No, Broadvein's voice came from the doorway. He had crossed the corridor without Lirenne noticing, had left his post at the counter sigil, and followed Rue and Oren through the shifting halls. His face was the color of old iron, his damp hair plastered to his forehead, his hand still glowing faintly from the sigil work. This is not a task, he said. This is a sentence. Lirenne pushed herself to her feet. Her knees ached. Her chest ached. The absence of the lattice was still a raw nerve, and she could feel her own heartbeat the way she felt a bell that had stopped ringing. I am the only one who can take Air's place. The system tells you that because it wants a Raveth in the chair. It has been waiting 40 years for one to sit down and accept the weight. Broadvein stepped closer. That does not make it true. You saw the lattice. You saw what happens when the correction fires without anyone in the seat. I saw a system that learned to exploit your reflex. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the chamber like a blade. You have spent 82 loops paying every cost yourself because the alternative was trusting people who could not remember you the next morning. But that is not true anymore. The chamber fell silent. Lirenne felt the correction building beneath her feet, a pressure in the stone, a tension in the air that made her teeth ache. 10 minutes, maybe 9. I am not going to let the academy fall, she said. Then do not let it fall. Broadvein met her eyes. But do not mistake yourself for the only tool that can hold it up. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he did not understand what it felt like to carry the lattice, to feel every timeline wound bleeding through her ribs, to know that the next wave would tear the east wing apart if no one was in the seat to redirect it. But she had seen his face when he touched the counter sigil. She had seen Rue's hands shake. She had seen Oren run through shifting corridors without knowing whether the next door would open onto a kitchen or a cliff. They had all been holding something. They had all chosen to stay. The chair will not stay open forever, she said. Then do not let it fall. Broadvein met her eyes. But do not mistake yourself for the only tool that can hold it up. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he did not understand what it felt like to carry the lattice, to feel every timeline wild bleeding through her ribs, to know that the next wave would tear the east wing apart if no one was in the seat to redirect it. But she had seen his face when he touched the counter sigil. She had seen Rue's hands shake. She had seen Oren run through shifting corridors without knowing whether the next door would open onto a kitchen or a cliff. They had all been holding something. They had all chosen to stay. "The chair will not stay open forever," she said. "Then do not let it have the calmer." Looking flatted, because in the system we exadded, the colleges could not speak up anyway. But I preached, I can't come down in lousing him out. Chapter 72. The chamber floor trembled again, deeper this time, and the sustained chime from the tower bells pressed through the stone like a second heartbeat. Lirenne forced herself upright, Rue's hands still gripping her arms, Oren's palm a warm anchor against her back. The lattice's absence ached in her chest, a hollow where the Academy's shape had been, and she had to blink twice to see only the room in front of her instead of every corridor at once. "The countdown?" she said. "How long?" 7 minutes, Rue said. "Maybe 6. Yr's face remained pressed against the mirror glass, her ink-stained hands flat, her eyes fixed on Lirenne with an expression that was not quite hope and not quite grief. "There is something you need to understand," Yr said, "before you decide." The mirror surface rippled, not a ripple of water, but of time, of memory, of something pressing through from the other side. Lirenne stepped toward the glass. "I was not trapped because I tried to stop the dial from cracking," Yr said. "I was trapped because I tried to stop what came before." "What came before?" Yr's hands pressed harder against the glass. The handprint that had been fading since Lirenne first touched the mirror was darkening again, as if Yr was pulling strength from somewhere beneath the Academy's foundation. "The corrections were never meant to preserve order," Yr said. "They were meant to preserve rankings." Rue went still. "The noble houses," Rue said. It was not a question. Yr nodded. Goldenmark was chartered as a merit institution. That was the crown's condition. But the patrons who funded the first halls, the families who donated the sigil forges, the houses who placed their children in entrance terms generation after generation, they did not want merit. They wanted their children to win. The bell chime deepened. Lirenne felt it in her teeth. "The curator before me," Yr continued, "the one who trained me, she built the root correction system as a safeguard, a way to smooth over errors, to prevent timeline wounds from bleeding into each other. But the foundation board learned how to use it. They learned which routes to favor, which candidates to nudge, which outcomes to preserve." She paused. Her reflection flickered, and for a moment Lirenne saw not Yr's face but a younger woman, ink-stained, exhausted, standing in this same chamber 40 years ago with a ledger in her hands. "When I discovered what they were doing, I tried to stop it. I documented every altered route, every patron correction, every ranking that had been engineered instead of earned. I locked the records in the vault beneath the archive and sealed the key where only another Raveth could find it." "The Raveth blood ledger," Lirenne said. "The same." Yr's voice was thin now, strained. "I thought if the truth was hidden well enough, someone would find it when the time was right. I did not know the board would seal the dial chamber before I could expose them. I did not know they would trap me inside the mirror with the curator's own mechanism and erase my name from every record." The mirror shimmered. "They left me here to watch," Yr said. 40 years of entrance terms. 40 years of watching them use the system to stack rankings, to protect their children, to crush scholarship students who rose too fast. 40 years of watching the academy drift further from what it was supposed to be. Rue stepped forward. But you could still ring the bells. You could still reach through. Barely. The mirror is a cage, but it is also a window. I could see. I could feel. I could send a vibration through the tower when I had enough strength. Ear's gaze shifted to Lirenne. I rang the 7th bell when you touched it. I rang it because I knew you could hear it. I knew you were Raveth. I knew you were the one who had been fighting the loop. Then help us now, Lirenne said. Tell us how to stop the correction. Ear was quiet for a long moment. I can guide one repair from inside the system, she said. One. The lattice remembers me. It remembers my touch. If you open a channel through the chair without sitting in it, I can redirect the correction energy into a single targeted seal. One seal, Baine said. The Academy has a dozen timeline wounds. Then choose the right one. Ear's voice was flat. The wound that leads to the Patron archives. The wound that connects the Foundation Board's alteration records to the current correction wave. If I seal that wound, the correction will lose its anchor. The system will stop trying to rewrite the Academy to match the Patron's preferred timeline. Lirenne's mind moved fast, faster than it had in days, the old optimization reflex slacking into place. But sealing that wound will expose the alterations, she said. The system will flag them as anomalies. The lattice will surface the records. Yes, and the Norcat knows the records exist. He will destroy them before anyone can read them. Ear's reflection did not blink. That is why you need someone outside the chamber, someone who can reach the vault before Noric's people seal it, someone who can read the records aloud before the board can bury them again. The bell chime pressed harder. 5 minutes, maybe 4. Lirenne looked at Rue, at Oren, at Baine. The distributed anchor, Rue said. If Ear can guide the repair from inside, and someone reaches the vault before Noric's, the rest of us can hold the lattice steady while the correction redirects. It will kill you if it fails, Ear said. It will kill all of us if we do nothing, Baine said. Oren stepped forward. I know the service routes. I can reach the vault faster than anyone. The vault is in the Foundation level, Rue said. The correction is rewriting the corridors as we speak. You will not recognize the path. Then I will learn it as I go. Lirenne looked at him. At the steadiness in his stance, the quiet certainty that had been there since the first loop she had let him see her fear. Oren, she said, do not tell me it is too dangerous. His voice was gentle but firm. I have been watching you carry this alone for long enough. Let me carry something. The chamber shuddered. A crack ran across the ceiling, hairline and black, and dust sifted down from the stone. The correction weight is accelerating, Ear said. If you are going to act, act now. Lirenne turned to the mirror. Show me the wound, the one I need to open. Ear's hands pressed flat against the glass, and the mirror began to glow. Not silver, white. The same white as the figure that had been walking toward them through impossible corridors. The same white as the light beneath the foundation. The same white that had been waiting, patient and hungry, for someone to ask the right question. The Patriarchate Vault, Ear said, is not at the Foundation level anymore. Then where is it? Ear's reflection shifted, and for the first time, Lirenne saw something like fear cross her face. The correction moved it. It is in the east stair mirror now. Lirenne's blood turned cold. The mirror that showed Yselle with sharp teeth, the mirror she had been avoiding since the 4th loop. The east stair mirror is the door, Ear said, and it has been waiting for you to open it. The bell chime stopped. Silence pressed down like a weight, and from somewhere above them, from the direction of the east staircase, Lirenne heard a sound she had not heard in 82 loops. A mirror, opening. Chapter 73. The sound of the east stair mirror opening did not echo. It slid through the stone like a blade through water, soft and final, and Lirenne stood at the chamber threshold with her hand still raised from where she had been about to speak. The corridor beyond was not the corridor she had walked through an hour ago. The walls were wrong. The light was wrong. The air carried the smell of old paper and sealed lacs. And where the east stair mirror should have hung, an oval of polished silver in a wrought frame, there was only an opening. A dark rectangle cut into the stone, its edges glowing with the same white light that had filled Air's hands. Behind her, Rue said something Lirenne did not catch. Broadvein moved past her, stopped at the edge of the light. That is not a mirror anymore. It is a door, Lirenne said. The white light pulsed once, slow, like a breath, and from somewhere beyond the opening, Lirenne saw the faint outline of shelves, ledgers, rolls of parchment stacked in iron brackets. The Patron archive vault. It was not at the foundation level. Air had been right. The correction had moved it, or the system had repositioned it, or the entity beneath the foundation had pulled it here. The vault had been waiting inside the mirror since before Lirenne first learned to flinch at her own reflection. She took a step toward the opening. Wait. The voice came from behind her. Not Rue, not Broadvein, not Oren. Quist. Lirenne turned. The head proctor stood at the far end of the corridor, his gray coat streaked with dust, his ledger clutched against his ribs. He was breathing hard. His pale gray eyes moved past her to the glowing rectangle in the wall, and she watched him read the scene in a single sweep. The opening, the light, the shelves visible beyond the glass. I followed the trail from the administrative vault, he said. Norik locked the archive wing. I had to break a seal on the old service route. That seal was supposed to hold, Rue said. It held long enough. Quist stepped closer, and his gaze settled on the opening. What did you find? Lirenne did not answer. She watched him approach the threshold, watched his expression shift as he recognized the contents of the vault beyond the glass. The Patron archive, he said. 40 years of alteration records. Air Velis documented every ranking manipulation, Lirenne said. The bolt had sealed her in the mirror and locked the records in a vault only a Raveth could open. Quist's jaw tightened. He opened his ledger and turned to a page marked with a fold, and Lirenne saw columns of names, dates, and symbols she did not recognize. I found these in the administrative vault, he said. Donor marks, matching the ledgers in Isolde Raveth's room. He paused, and something shifted in his voice. I have seen these marks before. Where? Broadvein said. Quist looked up from the page. Closed disciplinary cases. 3 scholarship students expelled in the last 5 years. No procedural errors, no appeals. His voice was flat, controlled, the tone of a man holding a recognition he did not want to name. I reviewed every one of them personally. The evidence was clean. The witnesses were consistent. The rulings were unanimous. And the donor marks? Lirenne said. On the institution's copy of each case file, small, in the margin. I thought they were filing codes. He closed the ledger with a sound like a trap snapping shut. They were not filing codes. The alliance turned brittle in the silence. Lirenne saw it happen, Quist's understanding unfolding behind his eyes, the slow collapse of the framework he had built his career on. Merit, procedure, fairness. If the Patron Mercs had corrupted disciplinary cases, then every expulsion he had ever signed was suspect. Every clean ruling, every student he had sent home in disgrace. The Foundation Board did not just manipulate rankings, she said. They engineered the accusation routes. I know. Norley knows. I know. Lirenne held his gaze. Can you still stay with us? Quist did not answer. He looked past her, at the opening in the wall where the patron archive waited, and his hand tightened on his ledger. "I need to see the records," he said. That was not an answer, but it was enough. Broadvein moved first, stepping toward the opening with the measured caution of a man who had learned to expect traps in every doorway. Lirenne followed, and she heard the others fall in behind her. Rue's quick steps, Oren's steadier weight, Quist's deliberate footfalls. The opening did not resist. She crossed the threshold and the white light washed over her, cold and dry, and she found herself standing in a room that should not have visited inside a mirror. Shelves lined every wall, stacked with ledgers and rolls of parchment, each one stamped with a date and a sigil she recognized, the same sigil that appeared on the Foundation Board's official letters. But the room was not still. The correction had been here. Books lay scattered on the floor. A shelf had collapsed at the far end, spilling its contents into a heap of cracked leather and torn pages. The white light came from above, from a source Lirenne could not locate, and it flickered at the edges of her vision like something alive. Rue knelt beside the collapsed shelf and picked up a ledger. She opened it, and her breath caught. "This is the original alteration ledger," she said, "the one that matches Air's documentation." "The wound," Broadvein said, "the one Air said she could seal." Lirenne looked at the heap. The collapsed shelf sat directly over a crack in the stone floor, hairline and black, pulsing with the same rhythm she had felt in the pylonode dial. "This is the anchor wound," he said. If Air seals this, the correction loses its anchor." Quist moved deeper into the room. He stopped at a ledger lying open on a reading desk, its pages marked with the same donor symbols he had shown them. "3 cases," he said, "all scholarship students, all expelled in the same term." He looked up. All during a year when House Venn was petitioning for a patron appointment. The name hit Lirenne like cold water. House Venn, Dela Venn, Sella Venn, the messenger girl who lost her hand because Lirenne redirected the trial slot. "Where are those records now?" Lirenne said. Quist did not answer. Then the bell rang. Not the countdown, not the summons, a different note, sharp and urgent, ringing from the tower above them, and then the announcement system crackled to life. Dean Norrick's voice filled the corridor outside. "By order of the Foundation Board, Goldenmark Academy is now under full seal. No student, staff, or faculty may leave the campus until the source of the current unrest is identified and contained." Lirenne's blood turned cold. The student known as Isolde Raveth is to be detained and brought to the deliberation chamber immediately. She is believed to be the primary cause of the structural anomalies and timeline distortions affecting Academy operations. The announcement clicked off. Silence pressed down. Quist closed his ledger. "Well," he said, "that is a problem." Chapter 74. The announcement silence sat in the vault like sediment. Lirenne counted 3 heartbeats before anyone moved. Rue was still kneeling at the collapsed shelf, one hand pressed against the ledger's open page. Broadvein stood with his weight shifted forward, ready to run. Oren had not moved at all, his face turned toward the ceiling where Nor's voice had come from. Quist shook his head. "He cannot secure it. The vault is inside the mirror now. The correction moved it. He does not know where to look." "He knows it exists. He knows Air locked the evidence here. He will find a way to destroy it." "Then we make sure he cannot." Lirenne turned to the shelves lining the vault walls. Thousands of ledgers, rolls, case files, all stamped with dates and sigils she recognized from the Foundation Board's letters. She pulled one from the nearest shelf and opened it. Patron contributions, not ranked by size, but by favor. House Venn appeared 3 times on the first page, each entry marked with a small sigil she had learned to recognize in Isolde's room. The donor mark. "The petitions," she said, "the route adjustments. If they recorded everything, there has to be a separate ledger for the exam mechanism changes. Rue was already moving along the far wall, her fingers tracing spines. Second shelf from the top, red binding. Look for the seal of the term year. Broadvein found it first. A ledger bound in cracked red leather, its spines stamped with a date that matched the year of Lirenne's first entrance term in the original timeline. He pulled it free and laid it on the nearest table. The first page held a single entry. Request, adjustment to Trial B mechanism, East Arena platform. Grounds, structural instability identified in preliminary inspection. Approval, expedited, no objection. Signatory, Dean P. Normand, acting on behalf of Foundation Board. Structural instability, Lirenne said. They documented it as a repair. Look at the date, Rue said. Lirenne dead. The entry was dated 3 days before the entrance term began. 3 days before Cella Ven lost her hand. They planned it, she said. They altered the mechanism before any student set foot on the platform. Broadvein turned the page. The next entry was shorter. Request, recalibration of ranking sigil array to compensate for variance in candidate preparedness. Approval, granted. Note, preferred candidates to be routed through North Arena only. Preferred candidates, Broadvein read. They rerouted scholarship students to the unstable platform. Quist was reading over Lirenne's shoulder. His face had gone still in a way she had learned to recognize, the stillness of a man holding a verdict he did not want to deliver. 3 years, he said. The expulsion cases I reviewed. 3 scholarship students, all dismissed for conduct violations that should have been minor infractions. I approved the rulings. You did not know. I should have known. He reached past her and pulled a different ledger from the shelf, its spine marked with the same donor symbol. This is the case file for one of those expulsions. The margin notes are identical to the ones in Isolde's room. He opened it. Lirenne saw the handwriting before she read a single word. Clear, precise. A clerk's hand, not a patron's. Student, unnamed, per seal order. Charge, unauthorized access to restricted archive. Notes. Student claimed knowledge of 40-year-old events that should not be remembered. Referred for witness evaluation. Outcome. Expelled. Record sealed. 40-year-old events, Lirenne said. They heard about the correction. They knew something was wrong. The Foundation Board identified every student who showed signs of remembering, Rue said, and they removed them. The vault went quiet. Then the crack in the stone floor pulsed. Lirenne felt it before she heard it, a deep thrum through the soles of her feet, the same rhythm she had felt in the Panado dial. 7 beats. Rest. 7 beats. The anchor wound, Rue said. It is accelerating. Lirenne knelt beside the crack. The black seam had widened since they entered the vault, and the air rising from it carried the smell of something cold and ancient. Air, she said. Can you seal it now? The mirror rippled again. Less than a minute. The wards will seal the vault and burn the contents. If the anchor wound is not sealed before the wards close, the correction will have nowhere to anchor. It will collapse into the vault instead. What does that mean? A pause. It will take the academy with it. Lirenne looked at the crack, at the shelves, at Rue, already carrying an armload of ledgers toward the threshold, at Broadvein pulling another row of case files free. She looked at Quist. He was standing at the table, a ledger open in his hands, reading the last entry. 5 years, he said. They've been doing this for 5 years. Quist, he looked up. You have to choose. The flickering light at the light's entrance dimmed. Rue reached the threshold and did not stop. She crossed through, the gold wards parting around her as if they recognized her weight. Broadvein followed, his arms full of evidence. Quist did not move. Norg set these wards, he said. If I leave the vault, the evidence burns. If I stay, I lose the chance to stop him. He closed the ledger, then he carried it toward the threshold. But at the last step, he stopped. The gold light fell across his face, and Lirenne saw his expression shift. Not regret, recognition. Norik just set the wards alone, he said. The Foundation Board wrote the purge protocol. They planned for this day. They knew someone would find the vault. The mirror rippled again. The wards are closing? Lirenne grabbed his arm and pulled him through. They cleared the threshold as the gold light sealed behind them, and the vault door dissolved into a wall of white stone. The mirror glass cracked. Air's voice cut through the silence. The wound is still open. Lirenne turned. On the other side of the glass, inside the sealed vault, the crack in the floor pulsed once. Then the gold light inside the vault flared white, and the anchor wound began to bleed. Chapter 75. The sealed stone was still warm where the vault door had dissolved. Lirenne pressed her palm against it, felt the residual heat bleed through the stone, and knew the evidence inside was already ash. The ledgers Rue and Bravain had carried out were not enough. They were fragments of a larger truth that had just been erased. Beside her, Quist stood with his hand pressed to the same stone. His jaw was set, the burn scar along his jaw a pale line against the tension. She planned for this, he said. Normict, the Foundation Board, they set the purge protocol years ago. They knew someone would find it. We found enough, Bravain said. He set the armload of case files on the corridor floor and began sorting. The platform adjustment, Norik's signature, the expulsion records. Fragments, Quist said. Without the full ledger, they will claim the documents are forged. Norik will say we fabricated the evidence to deflect suspicion. Lirenne turned from the stone. Then we do not give him the chance to deny it. Quist looked at her. We read the records in front of everyone. Before Norik can control the narrative. Before he can seal another room. Rue set her ledgers down beside Bravain's and straightened. Her narrow shoulders were tight, but her voice was steady. The old dining hall. Corwel has the displaced students there. If we bring the evidence to them, they become the witnesses. Norik will call it a riot, Quist said. Then let him, Lirenne said. A riot with 300 witnesses cannot be sealed behind a locked door. She started walking. The corridors were wrong. The correction had not stopped when the vault sealed. Walls shifted at the edges of her vision, stone flickering between gray and white, doorways appearing where none had been a moment before. The displaced students she passed moved in clusters, their faces pale, their voices low. They reached the old dining hall as the tower bell began to ring. Not the familiar sequence of the entrance term, something else. A single, sustained note that hung in the air like a held breath, waiting to break. Corwel stood at the hall's entrance, her scholarship uniform smudged with dust, her hair coming loose from its practical knot. Behind her, the hall was full. Students sat on tables, on the floor, on overturned benches. A few staff stood at the edges. Matron Yselle Raveth was among them, her hands folded at her waist, her gray eyes tracking Lirenne as she entered. Norik announced the seal an hour ago, Corwel said. He is blaming everything on Isolde Raveth. He says she caused the timeline distortions, that she is a danger to the Academy. He is right, Lirenne said. I did cause them, but not the way he means. The hall went quiet. Corwel held her gaze for a long moment, then she stepped aside. Then tell them. Lirenne walked to the front of the hall. The tower bell continued its sustained note, the vibration settling into her ribs, into the space where the palinodial's rhythm still pulsed beneath her skin. She told them what she could. The palinodial, the broken inscription, the 82 loops of the same first morning. The correction that had been rewriting the academy since the curator vanished 40 years ago. She did not tell them everything. She did not tell them about their Velis trapped in the mirror, or about the entity beneath the foundation that had spoken through her reflection. Some tsunths were not for open air. Quist stepped forward when she finished. He held up the red-bound ledger with Norik's signature on the platform adjustment. Dean Norik approved the mechanism alteration 3 days before the entrance term began, he said. The East Arena platform was deliberately set to fail. Scholarship students were routed to it. Noble candidates were sent to the North Arena. This was not a structural failure, it was a design. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Then Yselle Raveth stepped forward. She did not speak immediately. She looked at Lirenne, at Quist, at the ledgers spread across the nearest table. Then she turned to face the hall. I have served this academy for 12 years, she said. I have seen students expelled for reasons that did not survive scrutiny. I have filed reports that were buried. I have held testimony that was never read. She reached into her coat and pulled out a folded paper. This is a witness statement from a former scholarship student, expelled 5 years ago. The charge was unauthorized knowledge of restricted events. The student's testimony describes the same timeline distortions that the current administration claims do not exist. She placed it on the table beside Quist's ledger. There are others. I have kept them for 5 years, waiting for a moment when they would matter. The tower bell held. Lirenne looked at the paper, at Yselle's steady gray eyes, at Corwel, who had stepped forward to stand beside her, at Rue, who had already begun reading the statement. The bell held. Then it broke. The note cracked into a distant chord, all 30 bells ringing at once, the sound crashing through the hall like a wave. Students covered their ears, the lights flickered, the floor trembled, and the sky outside the hall's tall windows flickered, not with lightning, with white. For a fraction of a second, the sky turned into a page, blank and featureless, waiting to be written on. Then it snapped back to gray. Lirenne felt the palinode dial's rhythm spike in her chest. The mirror at the far end of the hall rippled. Air's voice came through the glass, thin and urgent. The exposure is not a defense. The system has registered it as the final deviation. The last correction attempt is firing. Lirenne turned. Outside the windows, the sky flickered again, white, blank, waiting. The tower bells fell silent, and the academy began to rewrite itself. Chapter 76. The sky held white for 3 heartbeats before it broke. Not with color, with memory. The hall's tall windows showed the entrance day courtyard, bright and still, students crossing toward orientation in uniforms that fit correctly, unhurried, unaware. Then the view snapped back to gray, then to white again, faster each time, like a page being turned by an impatient hand. The correction is not targeting the building, Lirenne said. It is targeting the weak. Rue looked up from Yeza's statement. What does that mean? It means the system is trying to overwrite everything that happened after the amended inscription. Every conversation, every decision, every person who learned something they were not supposed to know. The mirror rippled. Air's voice came through the glass, thinner now, compressed by distance. She is correct. The last correction will not destroy the academy. It will restore the unbroken version of the first morning. The entrance term as it should have been. No loops, no amendments, no witnesses. No Isolde Raveth, Lirenne said quietly. The hall went still. Quist was the first to move. He stepped to the table and placed his hand flat on the red-bound ledger, as if anchoring it against the shifting light. How long do we have? Minutes, Air said. Less than 10. The system has already begun rewriting the secondary structures. Corridors, service routes, archives. The physical changes will reach this hall before the bell sequence completes. Lirenne looked at the hall. At the students sitting on tables and benches, some clutching books, some holding each other's hands, some staring at the flickering windows with the hollow calm of people who had stopped being surprised. She felt the lattice's absence like a bruise she kept pressing. The chair was still there. She could feel its pull through the floor, through the tower's foundation, a fixed point waiting for her to return and let it hold her while the correction burned everything else away. One person, one anchor, one sacrifice, and the rest of them would wake on entrance morning with no memory of any of this. She took a breath. Then she turned her back on the tower. Air, you said the distributed anchor might work. It was a theory. Does the theory have a method? A pause. The mirror's surface dimmed, then cleared. Yes, but it requires people who carry residue, people the correction has already touched, people whose timelines have been altered by exposure to the lattice's memory. Lirenne looked at Rue, at Brodvan, at Quist, whose ink-stained figure still marked the page she had been reading, at Corwel, who stood at the hall's entrance with dust in her hair and a student's hand gripped loosely in her own, at Oren, who had just appeared in the doorway, his sleeves still wet from the cellar, his breath coming hard. Service routes are gone, he said. The cellar door opens onto a corridor I have never seen. Gray stone, no windows. It smelled like river water. The system is reverting the academy to its foundation structure, Air said. It is stripping away every addition built after the original span. The service routes were excavated later. They no longer exist. Then how do we reach the tower? Rue asked. You do not. The chair is the fixed point. The correction will anchor on it, whether Lirenne is sitting in it or not. The only way to interrupt the final rewrite is to create a competing anchor somewhere else. A distributed anchor, Lirenne said. Yes, a circle of people who carry enough residue to hold a fragment of the academy's shape. Not one fixed point. Many small ones. The correction cannot overwrite a space that is already occupied by multiple truths. How do we create it? Air's voice dropped. You stand in a circle. You hold the memory of what happened here. You speak the date that should be preserved. And when the correction reaches you, you do not let go. That is not a method, Quist said. That is a poem. It is the only method I have. The original curator designed the circle as a failsafe for when the chair failed. She never had to use it. The foundation board sealed her before the test. Lirenne looked at the people around her. Rue, who had remembered every loop. Brodvan, who carried fragments of a timeline that should have been erased. Oren, whose hands had moved to rhythms he had never learned. Corwel, who had watched and learned across resets she could not name. Quist, whose ledger had tracked anomalies he could not explain. And herself. She carried 82 mornings in her bones. She carried the dial's pulse in her chest. Where do we stand? Air's voice came through the mirror like a hand reaching through water. Where the correction will hit first. The tower threshold. The door between the hall and the stairwell. The correction will enter through the foundation and rise vertically. You must meet it at the point of entry. Lirenne moved. She crossed the hall without checking who followed. The tower stairwell doors stood at the far end, old wood banded with iron, a door that had been sealed and sealed again across spans of years no one had counted. She put her hand on the handle. The metal was cold. Not the cold of disuse, the cold of something that had never been warm. Rue, Brodvan, Oren, Quist, Corwel. She listed them like she had once listed doom flags. A different kind of tally, a different kind of survival. When I open this door, the correction will have a path into the hall. We stand in the threshold. We hold the line. We do not let go. And if it does not work? Quist asked. Leon looked at him, at the burn scar along his jaw, at the ink stain on his finger that matched the apprentice's hands in the mirror. Then we will not remember each other long enough to regret it. She pulled the door open. The stairwell beyond was not the stairwell she knew. The steps were stone, rough-hewn, older than the Academy's charter, older than the foundation board's seal. The walls dripped with moisture that smelled of deep earth and iron. And at the bottom of the stairwell, where the tower foundation should have been solid rock, there was light. Not white, gold, pulsing in a rhythm she knew. 7 beats. Rest. 7 beats. Form the circle, Lirenne said. They moved into the threshold. Rue on her left, Brodvan on her right, Orin beside Rue, Quist beside Brodvan, Corwel at the center, holding a student's hand, refusing to step back. Speak the date. Air's voice came from behind them, thin and fading. Lirenne spoke. The first morning of the 83rd day, the morning after the loops ended, the morning we chose to remember. The gold light reached the top of the stairwell. It touched Brodvan first. He did not flinch. Chapter 77. The gold light touched Brodvan first. He did not flinch. But his jaw tightened, the muscles along his neck corded, and Lirenne watched his hands open and close, as if testing whether they still belonged to him. The light spread. It crawled across his shoulders, down his arms, along the stone threshold at his feet. It reached Rue next. She inhaled sharply, a sound that was almost a word but not quite, and her narrow shoulders squared against something only she could feel. Lirenne stood at the center of the circle, the stairwell brooded beneath her, the gold pulse filling the rough-hewn stone with a color that did not belong to candlelight or dawn. 7 beats. Rest. 7 beats. She had not spoken the words yet. The amended inscription, the phrase that had cost her 81 loops to learn, and 1 more to understand. Behind her, the hall remained frozen. Students pressed against the far walls. Proctors stood with their hands half raised, caught between protocol and terror. And at the edge of the crowd, Matron Yselle Raveth moved. She did not run. She walked, straight-backed, hands folded at her waist, past the displaced students, past the proctors who did not stop her, past the line where the gold light pooled on the floor like a tide waiting to break. "Where do you need me?" she asked. Lirenne turned. Zyelle's gray eyes held no uncertainty, only the flat winter sky clarity of someone who had made her choice before she arrived. "The circle needs residue," Lirenne said. "People who have touched the correction, who have felt the building shift." "I have felt it," Yselle said. "For 12 years. She stepped into the ring beside Rue. The gold light crawled up her skirts, touched her folded hands, and she did not pull away. A proctor followed. A young man with a scarred chin and a ledger tucked under his arm, one of Quist's junior staff. He did not speak. He only moved to the empty space beside Brodvan and placed his hand on the stone threshold. Then another. A kitchen worker Orin had trained. A woman from the archive stacks who had once helped Rue copy a forbidden page. They came without speeches, without demands. They came because the building had been waking beneath their feet for years, and they had felt it, and now they knew why. The circle grew. The gold light pulsed through the threshold, up the stairwell, into the hall where Corwel stood at the center of the displaced students, still holding the hand of the girl beside her. The light came for her last. It touched the edge of her shadow, and she turned her head, meeting Lirenne's gaze across the distance. "I know the date," Corwel said. She did not ask permission. She stepped forward and the gold light rose to meet her, wrapping around her wrists, her throat, the curve of her jaw. She did not close her eyes. Quist spoke from the far side of the circle. His voice was hoarse. "Say the words, Lirenne." She looked at them. Rue, whose eyes held lamplight and 40 years of watching. Broadvain, who carried the memory of a death she had not prevented. Orin, whose hands had moved to rhythms he had never learned. Quist, whose ink-stained fingers still bore the mark of a discipline he had rebuilt from ash. Yselle, who had waited 12 years to understand the building's breathing. Corwel, who had lulled to see without being told. And the others, the ones who had felt the shift and come anyway. Lirenne spoke. "The amended inscription, the second version, the one that preserves the day without erasing the mind." The gold light surged. It climbed the stairwell walls, filling the rough-hewn stone with a glow that turned every edge to liquid. The pulse accelerated. 7 beats became 6, became 5. The rhythm was collapsing. "Speak the date," Air's voice came from the tire mirror, thin as thread. "Speak it now." Lirenne opened her mouth, and the mirror behind her spoke first. "The first morning of entrance term." The voice was not Air's. It was lighter, clearer, a voice that belonged to a girl who had never known the weight of 82 resets. Lirenne turned. The tower mirror stood at the top of the stairwell, the one they had passed to reach the threshold. It had been dark when they entered. Now it glowed. And behind the glass stood a girl with dark hair pinned in academy style and amber eyes that smiled a smile Lirenne had seen in corridors she could not fully remember. Isolde Raveth. Not the Fragment, not the Echo. The entrance day version, dressed in the uniform Lirenne had worn for 82 mornings, standing on the other side of the glass as if she had always been there. "I remember this part," Isolde said, her hand pressed against the inside of the mirror. The glass did not cloud with breath or the heat of her palm. It remained clear, sharp, as if the mirror were a window into the same moment, a different angle. "I remember the gold light," she continued. "I remember watching you stand in the threshold and speak my name to people who had never met me." Lirenne's throat closed. "You were supposed to be gone," she said. "I was." Isolde's smile did not waver. "But you are standing where the correction hits hardest, and you are carrying my face, my family vault, my debt. The system does not know where I end and you begin anymore." The gold light faltered. One of the kitchen workers gasped, his hands slipping from the stone. The circle shuddered. The pulse stuttered. 4 beats. Then 3. The rhythm was breaking. "Hold!" Rue shouted. "Do not let go!" But the man was already backing away, his eyes fixed on the mirror, on the impossible girl who smiled from inside the glass. The circle fractured. The gold light poured through the gap, curling toward the hall where the displaced students stood frozen. Corwel grabbed Lirenne's arm. "Do something." But what could she do? The mirror held Isolde's face. The gold light was bleeding. And in the next heartbeat, the girl behind the glass pressed her palm flat against the mirror's surface, and the reflection rippled like water. Not a door, a membrane. Isolde was not trapped behind the glass. She was waiting for Lirenne to open it. Chapter 78. The gold light bled through the gap where the kitchen worker had stood, curling toward the hall like a living thing searching for escape. The circle was breaking. Lirenne felt it in her chest, a tearing sensation where the rhythm had been, a silence where the pulse should have been. "Hold," Rue shouted again, but her voice carried something Lirenne had never heard from her before. Fear. Corwel's grip stayed locked on Lirenne's arm. "Say something. Anything. The circle is dying." Lirenne turned back to the mirror. Isolde stood with her palm flat against the glass, the surface rippling in slow, concentric rings beneath her hand. Her amber eyes watched Lirenne with a patience Lirenne did not trust and could not name. "You wrote the letter," Lirenne said. The words came out wrong, too sharp, too much like an accusation. But she had no other move left. Olde's smile did not waver, but something shifted behind her eyes. A crack in the calm surface. "Yes. You warned Yselle about House Raveth. You told her to find the sealed archive door. You knew someone was watching from inside the walls." "I knew I was being watched," Olde said. "I did not know by whom. Not then." The gold light at Lirenne's feet stuttered. The rhythm had dropped to 2 beats, then 1. The foundation beneath the tower groaned like a living throat. Lirenne stepped closer to the mirror. "If you are the enemy, Olde, then tell me now. Because I have spent 82 mornings being accused of your crimes, and I will not spend the last minute of this day fighting a ghost." Olde's hand pressed harder against the glass. The ripples stopped. The surface went still. "I am not the enemy," she said. "I am the piece you left behind." The mirror surface began to frost at the edges. A thin layer of rime crept inward from the frame, and through the ice, Olde's face seemed sharper, older, as if the years Lirenne had lived inside her body had marked her anyway. "You spoke my name to people who had never met me," Olde said. "You carried my debt. You wore my grief. And when you stood in the amendment chamber and rewrote the dial, you sealed my future to yours without asking if I wanted to be erased." Lirenne's throat tightened. "I was trying to save us both." "I know this." Olde's voice dropped. "That is the worst part. I watched you from the first morning. I saw you fail. I saw you break. I saw you learn to smile the way I used to smile, efficient and hollow, and I knew you were becoming what the loops demanded, and I could not stop it." The frost spread. The room went cold. One of the displaced students behind Lirenne let out a soft sound, pain or recognition. "You have been trying to protect me," Olde said, "but you cannot protect someone you have already replaced." The words hit Lirenne in the chest like a physical weight. She thought of the first morning she had worn Olde's uniform. The way the sleeves had been slightly too short, the hem slightly uneven, as if the body she wore was not quite the shape the Academy expected. She thought of the times she had corrected someone who called her Olde, and the look on their faces when they realized the girl they remembered no longer lived in the eyes they saw. "I did not mean to replace you," Lirenne said. "I know that too." Olde's smile returned, but softer now, almost tired. "That is why I wrote the letter. That is why I left the warning. Not because I wanted to stop you, but because I wanted you to understand what you were fighting for." The gold light at Lirenne's feet scrudged. The pulse returned. 7 beats. Rest. 7 beats. The circle reformed. Chapter 79. The Tower Held. The gold light did not fade. It settled like morning mist pressing into stone, and the circle breathed together for the first time since the first bell. Lirenne felt the pulse beneath her feet. 7 beats, rest. 7 beats. But slower now, as if the foundation had stopped running and was learning to walk. Rue let out a sound that was not quite a word. Her hands were still raised, still holding the shape of the anchor, but her shoulders dropped. "It held," she said. "It actually held." Corwel was still gripping Lirenne's arm. Her fingers were white at the knuckles, but she did not let go. "Is it over?" The question landed in the silence like a dropped stone. Lirenne looked at the tower's ceiling. The crack was still there, a seam of true daylight cutting through the gray stone. But the sky beyond it was blue now, not white, not green, not the blank page of an overwrite. I think, she said slowly. The correction finished. Brodvain stood at the edge of the circle, his hands open at his sides. The gold light had left him, but he was still staring at his palms as if expecting it to return. Something is different, he said. Quist moved past the fractured ring of the circle, stepping into the tower threshold with his ledgers still pressed against his chest. He looked up at the crack, at the daylight, at the faces of the people who had stood with him. The academy is still standing, he said. That is more than I expected 10 minutes ago. Lirenne turned toward the mirror. Air Villas was still inside the glass, but the surface was different now, no longer a membrane, no longer waiting. It was clear, reflective, ordinary, a mirror that showed only what stood before it. Air pressed her palm against the inside of the glass. The ink stain on her hand was darker than it had been, solid, as if the correction had fixed her in place as well. The wave broke at the third threshold, she said. Her voice came through the glass, thin but steady. The distributed anchor held. The correction accepted the amended date. What about the foundation? Rue asked. Stable, for now. Air's gaze shifted to Lirenne. But the system is awake. It sensed the change. It knows someone sat in the chair and chose to stand again. Lirenne felt the weight of that statement settle on her chest. What does that mean? Air was silent for a moment. Her hand slid down the glass, leaving a faint smear of ink on the inside surface. Goldenmark is only one node in a wider waking system, she said. The correction sealed the local timeline, but the pulse traveled. Other nodes will have felt it. Other archives, other seats. Other academies? Rue's voice sharpened. Other structures built on the same foundation. Air's reflection flickered, a brief instability, then steadied. I do not know how many. I do not know where. But I felt them respond when the pulse broke through. Lirenne stared at the mirror. They answered, she said. Yes. The word hung in the air like a second crack. Quest closed his ledger. His jaw was tight. Then we have more work to do. Lirenne turned from the mirror and looked at the circle. Rue, hollow-eyed but standing. Corwel still gripping her arm like a lifeline. Brodvain watching his own hands. Oren, who had held the resonance without speaking, his face pale but steady. Yselle, who had walked into the circle without being asked and had held until the light released her. Everyone needs to rest, Lirenne said. Eat, sleep, breathe. And after that? Brodvain asked. After that, we find out what other nodes are waking. She stepped out of the tower threshold, into the corridor that led back to the main hall. The walls were stone again, still academy stone, still the same cornice she had walked on 82 mornings. But the light was different, true light. Daylight that had not been written by any inscription, the empty halls and empty kitchen. The displaced students were gathered in the old dining hall, but most had not returned to their dormitories. The academy was still sealed, still holding its breath. Lirenne found a bench in the corridor near the kitchen door and sat down. Her legs gave out before she could decide to sit. The exhaustion hit her in a wave, deep and physical, the kind that could not be fixed by a single night of sleep. Oren found her there. He did not say anything. He sat down beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, and handed her a cup of water from the kitchen. She drank. The water was cold and clean and tasted like nothing special, and that was the most beautiful thing she had experienced in 82 mornings. You look like you might fall over, Oren said. I might. Then fall. I will catch you. She did not fall, but she let herself lean against him, just for a moment, just until her breathing steadied. Is it really over? he asked. Lirenne looked at the corridor ahead of her, at the daylight filtering through the high windows, at the dust motes drifting in the air, ordinary dust, ordinary air, not the residue of a broken loop. I think this is the first day of the rest of our lives, she said. That is terrifying. Yes. The kitchen door creaked behind them, and Rue stepped out, holding a piece of bread in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. Norik is trying to convene a Foundation Board emergency session, she said. Quist is blocking it. He is arguing that the board's authority is compromised by the Purge protocol evidence. Will it hold? Lirenne asked. Long enough for us to regroup. Yselle is drafting a formal account of everything she witnessed. Corwel is gathering the displaced students into a single statement. Rue paused. Broadvein is in the archive. He said he needs to check something. Lirenne straightened. Check what? He did not say, but he looked. He looked like someone who just remembered something he should not know. The words landed in Lirenne's chest like a second crack. She stood up, ignoring the protest in her legs, and walked toward the archive. The old library was empty. The shelves stood in their familiar rows, silent and patient, as if they had not witnessed the correction that rewrote the academy around them. Broadvein was at the far end, standing before a shelf of ledgers, his hand pressed against the spine of one volume as if reading it through touch alone. He heard her footsteps and did not turn. I remember something, he said. Lirenne stopped. What? What? Not a fragment, not a feeling. He turned. His eyes were the color of old iron, and they held a certainty that made her breath catch. I remember your name. The silence stretched. From before the loops, he said, before Isolde, I remember your name, Lirenne. The word hit her like the first bell of a new morning. She ever solds. We ever disbarned a merp though a ways to fade, seer. Ryan held anyway like I stupid. He did not say now, it's complete. On the million grass flow mammers of my need are we've. I mean, I don't have the difference on just two. Ryan lets her vert staying in this eternally, and a student had a vencid act, ensignately sicked up the vision like a bledge acocruf screed, to me and missing skin. I have anything it's really right. Ryan looked at the corridor ahead of her, at the daylight silting in through the high windows, at the dust motes drifting in the air, ordinary dust, ordinary air, not the residue of a broken loop. I think this is the first day of the rest of our lives, she said. That is terrifying. Yes. The kitchen door creaked behind them, and Rue stepped out, holding a piece of bread in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. Norkin is trying to convene a Foundation Board emergency session, she said. Quist is blocking it. He is arguing that the board's authority is compromised by the Purge protocol evidence. Will it hold? Lirenne asked. Long enough for us to regroup. Yselle is drafting a formal account of everything she witnessed. Corwel is gathering the displaced students into a single statement. Rue paused. Broadvein is in the archive. He said he needs to check something. Lirenne straightened. Check what? He did not say, but he looked. He looked like someone who just remembered something he should not know. The words landed in Lirenne's chest like a second crack. She stood up, ignoring the protest in her legs, and walked toward the archive. The old library was empty. The shelves stood in their familiar rows, silent and patient, as if they had not witnessed the correction that rewrote the academy around them. Broadvein was at the far end, standing before a shelf of ledgers, his hand pressed against the spine of one volume as if reading it through touch alone. He heard her footsteps and did not turn. I remember something, he said. Lirenne stopped. What? What come in? What is he talking about? Lirenne asked. No all, it isn't to say it. My prism works chory. No met me, that's the first all. Progesting its entire fast, as the Norvese woman sinned it's exactly my cherish. We do not see it as your vise at terrich. Rien. We zin abroad. Chapter 80. The silence after Broadvein spoke her name was not empty. It pressed against her ears like water, thick and waiting, filling the archive with something that had no shape yet. Lirenne stood frozen in the gap between the ledger shelves. "You remember my name," she said. Not a question. Broadvein's hand was still pressed against the spine of the ledger. His knuckles were white. "I thought I knew you, but it was not a thought. It was a fact. I just did not have the word for it until today." "What word?" Lirenne. The syllables landed in her chest like stones dropped into deep water. She had not heard that name spoken aloud in 82 mornings. Not by anyone. Not once. "How?" she asked. "I do not know." He finally pulled his hand away from the ledger and turned to face her fully. "The correction finished and I had the word. Whole. Not a fragment. I know your face from before this body. I know your voice from before Edel's voice. I do not know how I know or where the knowledge came from, but it is not a mistake." Lirenne's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs to still them. "Do you remember anything else?" Broadvein's eyes held hers, old iron and certainty. "No, just that one word, and the feeling that I was supposed to protect it." The archive held its breath around them. The ledgers stood in their rows, silent witnesses to a conversation that should not have been possible. Lirenne opened her mouth to speak. The bar bell rang again. It was not the tower bell. It was not any bell she had heard across 82 loops. It came from beyond the academy walls, beyond the canals, beyond the gray curve of the horizon, and it was not a single tone. It was a chord. 3 notes struck together, held, and released. Broadvein's head turned toward the window. "That is not Goldenmark," he said. "No." The chord faded. The silence that followed was different from the silence before. It was not waiting. It was listening. Lirenne crossed the archive floor before she decided to move. Her legs carried her through the reading room, past the empty desks, past the dust motes drifting in the true daylight, and into the corridor beyond. Broadvein followed without asking where they were going. The main hall was empty. The morning light slanted through the high windows in long golden stripes. Ordinary light, real light. Light that had not been written into being by any inscription. Students should have been crossing between wings, filling the space with voices and footsteps. Instead, the hall held only echoes. Rue stood at the far end, near the threshold that led to the old dining hall. She looked up when Lirenne approached. "You heard it," Rue said. 3 notes. "Yes." "Where is it coming from?" Rue's hands were clasped in front of her, the knuckles pale. "I do not know, but it answered the correction. The pulse we sent through the Foundation reached something beyond the Academy's boundary, and that something answered." Lirenne stopped beside her. "Air said Goldenmark was one node in a wider system." "Yes." "Then the other nodes felt us break through." Rue's eyes were gray and steady, but there was something in them that Lirenne had not seen before. Not fear, not quite. Recognition. "They felt us," Rue said, "and now they are answering." The silence stretched. Lirenne looked at the window at the end of the hall, at the blue sky that had not been overwritten, at the dust drifting in the light, at the ordinary morning she had fought 82 iterations to reach. It did not feel like an ending. It felt like a door opening. Voices from the old dining hall drifted through the corridor, Corwel's low, steady tone, counting students onto a list. Yselle's precise answers to someone's question about dormitory reassignment. Oren's voice quieter, asking where the kitchen stores had been moved. The academy was still standing. The correction had held, the distributed anchor had worked, but the bell had answered. Lirenne turned from the window. Where is Air? Rue pointed toward the tower. Still in the mirror. The surface is clear now. She is watching. We need to know what answered her. We need to know how many other nodes exist, Rue said. Where they are, what their correction state is, whether they are waking the same way we just did. Broadvein stepped up beside them. The Foundation Board sealed Goldenmark for 40 years. If other academies were built on the same system, they were sealed too. But if one seal broke, then they all broke. Lirenne finished. The words landed in the empty hall like a second bell. Something moved at the edge of her vision. She turned. Quist stood in the doorway of the Liberation Chamber, his ledger still under his arm, his shadow stretching long across the stone. Rue exhaled. That went better than I thought it would. Lirenne did not answer. She was looking at the tower, at the high window where the mirror stood, at the clear glass that no longer rippled. Air was waiting. And far away, beyond the canals, beyond the horizon, another node had answered. She did not know how many more would wake. She did not know what they would find when they did. But the bell had rung, and tomorrow was real, and for the first morning in 83 iterations, she did not have to survive the day. She had to live through it. The tower mirror caught the light as she crossed the hall, and for just a moment, the glass showed her a corridor that did not exist inside the academy walls, lined with green light and the smell of river water, stretching away into something that had no name. Then the light shifted, and the reflection was her own face again. But the corridor was still there, waiting at the edge of her vision, and she knew with a certainty that sat in her bones like a second heartbeat that she would have to walk it,